We've seen the absolutely devastating-looking one in Makiyivka, in Donetsk Oblast, in occupied Donetsk Oblast, just outside of the city of Donetsk. We've heard about the one in Chukhalovka, Chulakovka, apologies, near Kherson, just to the south of the city of Kherson. Apparently, there was another one in Tokmak, much closer to the front lines. Why would you say all of a sudden all of these Ukrainian strikes and Russian concentrations of forces in buildings, not particularly close to the front line, but not exactly very far away either? In all cases, maybe 10 kilometers or so, thereabouts in that range, 10, 20, 25 kilometers, within regular artillery range, that is to speak, not just HIMARS GIMLR's range.
So here are my big takeaways from that. Obviously it starts from the targeting of said things. So obviously intelligence driven in whatever format, and I know that we've been kind of talking about whether it was observation. I would say it could be a combination of the two, actually. And what I think is important to remember is kind of the delta that we have between the Ukrainian forces and the Russian forces. One is that there are better observation plans and advantages for the Ukrainians in the occupied territory. That's one. Although I think, and I'm talking about like part of the use of their UAS system, that they have that advantage over Russia, but in terms of their ability to get that data to an appropriate, we know pretty well that they're able to do that more efficiently. So that's kind of the observation piece of it, being able to get the targeting information. Other piece of this that's significant to me is the discipline of I put the cautionary tale article out yesterday talking about how the forces got bitten by their use of devices, anything that emits. I know Colonel Jeff has talked about how tactically you can actually get directions of arrival and all this other stuff. The point is, whether it was overtly the reason that some of these things were targeted, we wouldn't obviously be able to know 100%, but we can definitely extrapolate that it helps. I think they have less discipline in this area. Everybody suffers from it, but that's where the good leadership comes in, and dispersion and all of these things that are lessons of a professional military. The last piece of it is, again, the complacency piece of it, which does come to leadership, right? Thinking that you can gather people in certain areas and think that they're safe, or having a headquarters that's there for a certain amount of time. Again, what is your operational security and what is your plan to protect those things? Again, all sides have the same advantages and disadvantages. It's really about how quickly you can take advantage of those and put the rounds down range, if you will. We have seen that Ukraine has the ability to use precision fires for military targets. That's right. What is the difference? Well, Russia fires something, and it doesn't really matter what it hits. To them, that is just their doctrine, if you will, at this point, which we've seen. So those are my big takeaways.
At the same time, earlier today, and I don't know if you saw this, but I know Gunny's seen the videos. There's a video circulating, apparently from around Samara in Russia, which is quite a bit far in Russia, quite a long way inside Russia, with a train heading west with silhouettes of what has been identified as Gaz-66 trucks, and then tanks that look like either T-62, the original edition, or possibly even T-55s. Clearly, Russia scraping the bottom of the barrel, rather, when it comes to what tanks they still have available. I do sincerely hope there's some T-55s, just for the sake of seeing some that the Russians might be wanting to employ. Latin, you have thoughts on this? Excellent.
Yeah, and if there are T-55s being dusted off, you can bet they're not the Israeli modified ones that were donated to Ukraine, that, as George has told us, are pretty capable. On the air side, you reminded me, because another little point of information from, I think it was, I recall, probably around October, there was an airfield that stored, in Russia, that stored MiG-29s. Now, that's not an aircraft they use a lot of anymore. Ukrainians use it a lot, but the Russians have, for the most part, withdrawn it. But they had some of the aircraft that they had been retiring in recent years. This was one of the main storage facilities. And somewhere around October, I think it was, satellite imagery showed that they had suddenly pulled them all. I don't think it's anything that we would be seeing in theater in Ukraine, but I suspect that what that is trying to backfill some kind of air defense capability in the rest of the country, because of the way that their more modern stuff has been getting chewed up. So that's another good example, and the continued degradation of the of the Russian military, which, you know, this is again, to the people who in the West who criticize this and we need to stop this now. And well, yes, we all want the war to stop, but if it's going to continue, let's give them what they need, because they are doing so much work for us in seriously degrading the military of what is now. You can call it an adversary. Definitely not a competitor, and an adversary. I would go as far as to say it's an enemy combatant to the West.
And as to the T-55s, of course, there will be nowhere near the quality of the M55Ss that have been sent to Ukraine. Of course not. And even those, we've discussed this. This isn't to be used as a main battle tank, but it's sort of an infantry support vehicle, right? In a somewhat different role, at least it's not a very different role. Certainly nothing close to the role that a main battle tank should be. So if the Russians would be digging them out, we know that their proclivity for their tendency to use tanks in a combined arms role being far what can we call it? Less. How about lesser? It's not exactly something that they'd be able to use in that alternate way. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. It would really be a signal to all, I think, that Russian military in Ukraine is probably more or less done for. Latin?
Yeah, you got to think that they're going to just issue them to Wagnerites or other conscripts that are going to be given virtually no training on them. One thing I wanted to mention about Wagner Group is, and maybe somebody can confirm this, when I first heard about them quite a few years ago, my impression was that they were the Russian equivalent of Blackwater. In other words, like really hard-ass special ops guys turned into civilian contractors. And maybe originally it was a little more like that, because Spetsnaz type guys. But obviously we see what they've become, what they are currently. There may still be a core of some professional people, but mostly it's riffraff. But it's very significant I don't know if anybody's caught on to this in the last, I guess I started noticing it in the fall. Not only does Russia appear to have a parallel army, they now also appear to have a parallel air force. And I got to emphasize how exceptional that is. Anywhere in the world, for there to be a separate quasi-government air arm. It's extraordinary. The closest example I can think of is in Iran, where they have the regular Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force, but then there's the air arm of the Revolutionary Guard, and which of course is the unit that's much more closely ideologically tied to the regime. So where I know Wagner's been discussed a few times on the space, but I just thought I'm watching with great interest the building up of this sort of private air force and where that could go. I mean, to be building that kind of capability, quasi governmental control, that's pretty scary for the kind of instability it could cause in the future. Although maybe it's a case of it couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of people.
No, they weren't anything like that, I would say. They were very, very different from anything that would be recognizable anywhere in the West. They were a way for the Russian government to do things that would be otherwise untenable, to do publicly. It was basically a way to do various things deniably. That's really the point. There isn't really a different point to it. I'm kind of sad to say it always was like that. Now, did they try to do it in a way that was a little bit more covered up? Yes, absolutely. Does it mean it was successful? Not really. Most people kind of saw through them quite quickly. But yeah, it's not. Go ahead.
I'm curious. Sorry, Dolan. Sorry.
No, go ahead. There's really not that much to say. They were a way for Russia to assert itself far away from home. Their modus operandi was they go into a country, recruit people who had, very little to no money, and pay them a few $100s to then go and kill other locals. And be particularly brutal. They recruited Russian soldiers who served in Chechnya, who did some of the most gruesome crimes in Chechnya, and then moved on. It's really not worth losing too many words about. But they were forever criminals and forever will be. That their goal was to be sent deniably somewhere and to terrorize the population by using the local population and a few $1,000s.
Now, I see Carlos has his hand up, and maybe he was going to talk about something else, but I did want to throw a question at you, Carlos. Have you noticed this building up of essentially a private air force? And, I'd love to hear what you think about that, because you come from a solid professional military aviator background.
Yeah, there's 2 points. First, I will talk to the kind of the ground piece of things, just because if you think about the United States has engaged with Wagner in Syria specifically, because they were basically had gotten to a ground fight with some of our ODA guys, and we used air to basically annihilate them, to put it lightly. So there's been some precedent in that particular regard. You guys may have seen it in the news. I do know somebody that was involved with that from the air side, but it was pretty much a uneven fight just because of specifically air, but we could have also taken out our team if we wanted to. The way that I think about how they evolved as well is very similar to the way that the Mexican cartels have unfortunately put a lot of money towards our retired or soft guys who've gotten out of the US and Canadian and British soft forces. They pay them a lot of money to be able to kind of run the drug wars down there, which obviously you'd be familiar with the kind of the South and Central American aspect of that. The difference I see is this is an overtly sanctioned thing by the Russian government at this point, right? So not like a paramilitary force wholesale, if you will. In terms of the Air Force piece of it, I did see those articles, or I should say indications of various people. Not surprised that you could put their butt in a seat and fly an aircraft. I mean, there's a lot of guys that can do that tomorrow, but it really comes down to whether they are or are not a part of the active duty forces and whether they're an attachment, if you will, right? In other words, overtly pushed to Wagner to give them direct air support, but not necessarily a part of Wagner. And I think that's kind of the direction I'm leaning with the air part of it.
Now, a little piece that might help figure that out, and you might already be aware of this, but what I'm aware of is that the pilots appear to be coming from. They appear to be mostly retired pilots. That's what I'm hearing. I know I ran into some information about an Su-24 pilot that had. So I guess that would lean more towards the private contractor side of things, right?
Yes, and that's again because I even the story we brought up of the Ukrainian Air Force bringing back guys from an active duty force versus retired guys actually flying. And again, it comes down to the operational control in my mind.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because this isn't supposed to be happening. You're not supposed to have cases where organizations like this have fast jets, right? But nevertheless, they did, and they did for one very simple reason: because it was convenient to the Russian state for them to be there, right? That's really the point at the end of the day.
Doman, I had to mention it's not just because fast jets are owned by lots of commercial private industry at this point. That is something that's happened. It's just that the to put weapons on them is a completely different, right? So weapons on something and engaging is different than having just those jets, which is why we have ITAR and all this other stuff.
Absolutely. Flying around is generally a lot less dangerous to those around you than flying around with missiles and cannons, loaded ones. Fred Monkey.
Yeah, I just had this memory of about 5 years ago when I was in southern Africa. I went to Mozambique to visit a port, and Mozambique is kind of a place. I mean, for those who know a bit the history, it had a 20-year civil war. It was pretty nasty, and places like Maputo, Nacala, Beira, etc., were completely full of ex-soldiers, generally South African. You had some Zimbabwean guys. You had, but I'm sure you also had Russians. I mean, if you go to some places in the world, it's absolutely full of let's call it business opportunities for disgruntled ex-soldiers, and it's not really surprising to me that there would be a second air force that would sort of appear somewhere in Ukraine, considering that you have probably a bunch of ex-Russian pilots who've been operating in places like Congo, the places with less, let's call it, Overwatch, but doing more or less dirty jobs for local governments or for the Russian government there. And they wouldn't come back, for patriotism to Russia to go and fly. But I guess if you pay them enough money, they would do that. And the other thing I wanted to say is it was quite interesting because I was reading that actually private military companies in Russia are apparently illegal. And if you look back, Wagner for a long time was something that the Russian government maybe didn't exactly do a very good job at denying the existence of or the affiliation with, but they never really publicized it. But now you have all these videos going around. I saw one from this on Twitter from a guy called Noel. You have Prigozhin going around the front giving front assessments about why he can't capture Bakhmut and criticizing Russian army generals. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because he portrays himself very openly. I am associated with Wagner, this PMC. So it went, I mean, just the degeneration of Russia into this mafia state, which everybody knows is the case. I mean, everybody knows that Russia is a complete mafia state. But the fact that they don't even bother to hide it anymore is kind of interesting. Anyway.
And the really funny thing is, guess who has a private military operation company of its own? Shoigu, the defense minister, has one of his own.
Of course.
Right?
If you're good at something, don't do it for free, right? Or bad.
No, but I mean, how much better could it be, right? Something that's in his wheelhouse is illegal, and he's running one of them. He's the one who owns one of them. It's just the best. I mean, I don't know how to put it any other way. It's just fantastic. Anyway, let's let's not lose too many words on them. It's really not worth it. I will say, ladies and gentlemen, if you check out the Nest, which is the thing up above everybody's avatars, in just under 2 hours, we'll be joined by Jakob Korsbo, who used to be, well, for 15 years, he worked for Danish military intelligence, and now he's foreign policy, security policy researcher, commentator, and so on in Denmark. And we'll be talking about a bunch of things with him in a couple of hours. We'll be talking, of course, about the war in Ukraine, more general terms, possible scenarios in upcoming months. But what we're going to focus quite a bit of our time on is what European partners can do to help, specifically in terms of Free the Leopards. And if you scroll around my timeline, anyway, you will be able to see some reporting that came out of not Finland but Denmark today about the proposal of the two Finnish MPs whom we've had here on the MIR report last week, Ate Harjanne and Anders Adlercreutz, who were proposing that Finland be one to send some leopards to Ukraine, and how the whole building a coalition across more of Europe is going. Specifically, there's some very, very positive echoes and reports from both Danish politics, the Danish parliament, and from, let's say, across the political spectrum, as well as Danish military security establishment, saying, yeah, Denmark should probably go along with this. This sounds like a great idea. Going all the way up to, yes, do this now together with planes and all manner of other things. Just go ahead and do it because Ukraine needs to win, which I was very happy to read, I have to say. But we're going to be delving more into this and how realistic it is with Jakob in a couple of hours from now. So I very warmly recommend for all of you to join us. Right. Shall we go on? Let's go to Abdallah and then we can go to Ivana. Hi, Abdallah.
Hey, Doman, greetings. Yeah, no, I just came up when Fred Monkey mentioned Africa. I just wanted to ask, first of all, mafiosos, the mafia, they usually take care of their guys, which is really the opposite when it comes to the Wagnerites. But I just wanted to ask, do we know who was behind that lovely, sweet attack, aerial attack on the Wagnerites in Africa?
No, I don't. It was said to have been Chad Air Force, right? Or something. Sometimes it just comes from above.
Yeah, if we were Doman, I know some countries are thinking of declaring the Wagnerites as a terrorist state, entity. I was just wondering, so that will give the go-ahead to the Western countries to use some of their assets on them in Africa, right? Legally speaking.
Very possibly. One of the things that should be noted is, and we've discussed this when actually Douglas London was here last week, former CIA counterintelligence officer. And one of the things that he was saying is that Russia and these, let's call them alternate approaches, right? That they've been learning a little bit from the IRGC, right, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, by doing things that would be illicit, impossible, even within their home countries, but that they get to go around and benefit their home countries in other ways, in other manners, using different approaches. And I think that is quite an interesting thing, quite a big thing as well. So I'll just noting that a little bit. No, it's an interesting situation, let's say, that they're engaging in. But I think at the end of the day, it won't be exactly particularly exceedingly meaningful, right? Some of it will be, but not massively so. It's just one other approach, one other avenue that Russia is exploiting to bring death and destruction into Ukraine as well as elsewhere to further their goals, because remember, their goals aren't purely military goals. Their goals are in part genocide and of a genocidal nature. So simply going on and killing Ukrainians, killing as many Ukrainians as they can, is something that as far as they're concerned, benefits them. What I will note, one little thing on this particular set of Russian criminals, is I would say that some of their own criminals, convicts, that they tried to recruit into their forces, ran away. So last week, 6 of them who were in what was called a training center in Luhansk Oblast, which was probably just a holding place before they're sent into the fire towards Bakhmut. 6 of them escaped. And they were looking them all over occupied Luhansk Oblast, as well as Rostov-on-Don Oblast, and probably some other places across Russia. Because who would have guessed that if you get a bunch of convicts into your military, into your fake military arrangement, and they know that you will very shortly be sending them into a fight where they will almost certainly die and at the very least be grievously wounded, and they will be sent there until they're dead, that they might want to make a run for it. Who would have thought? I mean, not them, obviously, but that's exactly what has happened. There's one other little bit of news that I've been holding back on all day, but I might as well mention now. Prigozhin did, the head of the owner of this troop, let's call them, this gang of criminals that's full of even people that even a country like Russia considers too criminal to have around and be a part of their society. He was complaining earlier today that we don't have enough shells, we can't do anything, we can't progress into Bakhmut. And say, yes, and now come to the logical conclusion and stop it, right? Just quit, march back to Russia. But no, instead of that, he just went on complaining a little bit that, we don't have enough shells, we don't have enough anything, even hundreds of shells wouldn't help, etc., etc. So, whatever. Just a minor note there. Right, Ioana.
Yes, it's still about Prigozhin. Have you seen his version of story? Well, probably a TikTok story of Dante with the Descent to Inferno when he visited the deceased Russian troops and wished New Year to the body bags, black body bags.
No, but that sounds excellent.
And camp or something like this. So he's taking like field trips right now. He wants to be very visible in the last 3 or 4 days. And again, I'm wondering, why is this so? Because like 2 months ago, he didn't want to recognize that he is the owner of Wagner Groups. And right now he's everywhere.
Very easily. It's a lot more difficult. Apparently, you know how Russia and Russian oligarchs have been
with it, and besides the bad taste of it, because of course we have to recognize this. Maybe he wants to, as I said even before, maybe he feels that there is a power vacuum somehow, and he wants to fill it in with himself. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think it is that competition that you mentioned between him and a bunch of others who are vying on, who gets to be number 2 through 17, right? And that's probably it. That's why he wants to be extra visible. That's why he wants extra credit. That's why, he wants extra credit, but only from the right places and not too much, because too much makes you vulnerable to disappearing windows as well. So, just right at all times. Yeah. Johannes.
Oh, sorry, try to always trouble with unmuting myself. Hey, in case I haven't said that, Happy New Year to everyone, and I hope it will be a happy year. I hope it will be a victorious year. And I just wanted to ask if anybody has, 2 things. There was this attack, I think yesterday, was it? Where HIMARS wiped out an entire kind of garrison of Mobics in Makivka. Whether that was actually New Year's night, was it?
It was 2 minutes past midnight.
Yeah, whether that's something we are going to see more frequently in future. or whether that was just kind of a special surprise they had in store for that occasion.
Well, Johannes, what does the town Chulakov mean to you?
I think I read the name today, but I'm not sure.
Basically, same thing, slightly smaller scale, but fundamentally same thing. Large concentration of forces. Building isn't. Tokmak as well. So it wasn't just Makiyevka. It seems to have been 3 very similar incidents in the last 2 to 3 days. And by incidents, I mean, wasings of buildings.
Oops. Hello.
Oops, indeed.
Hello. Oh.
Johannes, did we lose you?
Yeah, my sound keeps dropping out. Sorry. I just wonder. I mean, I've read that they basically that's not going to go away because they have to have their troops concentrated because of all these convicts and Moviks, which else would be running away if they're not kept together in one place. So probably that's going to continue. But if it's going to continue, it's probably going to hit the Moviks hardest and the convicts. So all those who are there, although they really don't want to be there. The other question was something completely different. I mean, a few days back, there was, his last name is Gerashenko from the Ukrainian, I think he's a consultant to the president. He was on the...
He's the right-hand man of the interior minister.
Yeah, and I just read among some Ukrainian Twitter activists that they were very unhappy with the fact that he was invited here to Riga report, because I guess they say he's quite unpopular among Ukrainians. He has defended Berkut. So I don't know if
I have a very simple question. So he was invited because he was he's a high-ranking government official, right? Have those people who are complaining about a Twitter radio inviting a high government official who are unhappy with said government official maybe considered asking, I don't know, the government to not employ him?
Sorry, sound is dropping out again.
I think this. Okay, give me a second. Can you hear me better now? I think you might be able to hear me better now. So what I'm trying to say is, if there's people unhappy with internet radio speaking to a high government official, have they considered maybe addressing that with said government who employs him, rather than with internet radio? Because I have a hunch that they might be going after the wrong issue if they consider it an issue. Johannes?
Sorry, sound has been breaking up. Maybe could you just repeat the last sentence?
I was just saying, if someone is a high government official and someone has a problem with him speaking on internet radio as a high government official, maybe their problem shouldn't be with the internet radio. Maybe their problem should be with, I don't know, the government that employs him. Right, and maybe their issues should be addressed. That it should be addressed there as opposed to the internet, because right.
Sure, but I guess the problem I was seeing that I was suddenly, seeing this kind of assets, which really surprised me. But I'm not aware of the background.
But that's probably kind of ridiculous as well, isn't it? Because Beringer has done an awful lot to dispel notions and to disabuse people of notions that there are such things as separatists in the east of Ukraine, and the occupation of Crimea by Russians was anything but. So sometimes people are frustrated, and then they take out their frustrations on wrong things as opposed to directing their frustrations constructively, which is fine. That's a part of the human condition that happens. And anyone who wants to complain about things, maybe it's a good thing to identify what the source of the issue that you perceive is, if it's actually an issue, and then if it isn't, then maybe, I don't know, focus on something a little bit more useful rather than whinging on the internet. I know it's me to say because I whinge on the internet all the time. I whinge on the internet all the time that the German Chancellor isn't doing the sensible thing and using the might of German industry to end a war in Europe in the only morally correct outcome. But hey, there's just me. Luckily, finally, there's a bunch of security researchers and politicians across Europe who are now taking my side. So I can just point to them and say, in news today, another couple of parliamentarians in Europe say leopard should go to Ukraine. So it looks a lot better.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard like a couple of times about that the actual cause for Scholzing might be that the Kremlin has some sort of compromise about him. I mean, there had been this Wirecard scandal. I think during his accession to the office of Chancellor, because I mean, before becoming Chancellor, he had been the mayor of Hamburg. And I think there was this scandal about around this credit card firm Wirecard, and its owner had fled to Minsk, I think, and the office of Scholz had failed to investigate properly. So and there has been some cover up ongoing. So I don't know. There has been this speculation about. I don't know. Axel,
did you hear this?
Have something to say about that?
Yes, Wirecard is later. Wirecard comes whilst he is already the Minister of Finance on the federal level, Bundesfinanzminister. The previous issue is the Cum-Ex scandal, where Warburg Wirtz, the private bank in Hamburg, played a role. And his interactions as the then Lord Mayor of Hamburg and Olearius, the then chairman of Warburg Wirtz, have been in question. And that is being questioned further. Whether that lends itself to a scandal sufficient enough, I can't judge. There were discussions about it, but I can't judge. The other thing is that Wirecard, certainly massive scandal, and the ultimate supervisory authority, other than BaFin, is of course the involvement of the Ministry of Finance, and as to whether it acted appropriately. Discussions have been had about this, but it's probably less close to the fire for him as is the Cum-Ex scandal. Does that sufficiently taint him? Hard to say. The German electorate voted for the possibility for him to form a coalition, as had others. He chose to form the coalition. Other coalition partners went into bed with him, so that's what it is. Very hard to judge. Unless there is hard evidence coming out impairing him, I'd say it's hard to speculate.
Okay.
On him come to light because, of course, in a way it makes sense, because how very much overnight and being very strongly supportive of Russian efforts this year specifically. So in that way, I think it kind of depends, going back and forth. But nevertheless, this is maybe an example of that, where it's difficult to understand it any other way because there isn't a sufficiently reasonable explanation otherwise for why it could or should be like this. So no wonder there are suggestions. The best way he can, of course, dispel any such suggestions is by doing better, right? By helping Ukraine, by doing the right thing, both morally and strategically and economically and not to repeat myself yet again. And maybe very soon he will be offered yet again the opportunity to do just that. And hopefully he will take that opportunity as opposed to ignore it. Yes, I can leave it at that. Goldman.
Yeah, just a couple of comments and stuff, just catching up on a few things that I was listening to earlier. I wasn't at the speaker role. So Doman, I'm expecting you to come on the space and yell bingo when you see your first T-55 in theater, right? So that is
Not counting the M55Ss.
not counting M55Ss. Correct. Now we're talking classic T-55, classic T-55 classic. That's what we want to call them. Not old. Let's not demean them or anything like that. Just classic. And so that's my expectation. Second thing is, the whole idea, and Glatton's gone now, but of Wagner having an air force, their own little air force. To me, I'm a simple person, and I think simply about this. I think there's clearly a power struggle between the regular military and Wagner going on right now. And we hear that there are pilot shortages in Russian aviation, and Wagner probably has pilots, and the regular military saying, give me your pilots, and they're saying, no, give me your airplanes. And Wagner seems to be taking the more dominant position now. They just won the discussion over whether Wagner turns over pilots to the regular military or the regular military turns over aircraft to Wagner. I think it's just that simple. Keeps the game interesting from a Russian military side, right? And you see who does better. I just think it's just that simple.
What I wonder is how much of a mess is it causing for their air defense?
Oh yeah,
forces?
well that's the
Right?
next step, right? Right. This is Wagner's probably playing the long game here, right? Now they'll say they need air defense, like It's just a stepping stone, and I think they're leveraging the fact that they have pilots, and the Russian military needs pilots to move the chessboard slightly more in their favor. So yeah. Who's doing all the fighting right now, right?
But Govan, I also mean in terms of Russians not knowing whether what's flying towards them is a Russian jet or a Wagner jet or some other jet or a Ukrainian jet. And should they shoot at it? Should they not shoot at it? I'm sure that at least a few of the red-on-red kills have been because of that. Misidentifying, not having IFF cleared up, and
absolutely, and a few more, and maybe Wagner then takes over that part of that mission. It's just there's clearly a power struggle going on here. So.
There's also let's call it a state building question here, and I put state building into massive quotation marks, massive scare quotes. But you know how Putin isn't the most fond of the military in the first place, right? I wouldn't say he's afraid of the military, but he's definitely not the most fond of the military in the first place, because what if the military decides to not have him around anymore, right? And that's why the Russian military, to a degree, has been kind of weakened over time anyway, in certain ways, and to make it not really able to do too much. And why so many generals vanished after, say, the Second Chechen War, right? Those who might have been too popular for their own good, to have garnered too much of a following. Well, here, when you have the regulars, and then you have Wagner, and then you have the Shoigu's special, extra special boys, and whomever else they're using, all in parallel. What does that do? That means that no one individually will have enough power and capacity, even with all of these weapons going about, to actually do anything to the real centers of power and to move the power away from the FSB Putin types, right? Because it's too distributed. It's a very much a divide and rule kind of
absolutely
kind of approach.
They distrust each other more than they distrust him, right? That's the situation he wants to build, right? Where they distrust each other more than they distrust him. It's just that simple. So they're competing, right? So I just think it's just part of the long game of Wagner to be the dominant military force, and Putin allows it to play out, and will allow it to play out to some point where there's parity. And he probably won't let it go too much past parity because it facilitates what he's trying to do, right? Is to keep them focused on each other rather than him.
Of course, divide and rule, divide and rule, divide and rule. That's what it's all about.
Last thing is I want to talk is a question really to the group, and some of the folks that I would wanted to weigh in on this aren't on, but that's okay. We have a good group here now. So as I've thought this for a while, as the West has really been kind of ambiguous about allowing Ukraine to take Crimea. There hasn't been a clear statement that everyone will support that. And as I think about what would I do in Ukraine if I knew that was the case, I would take Crimea first, or not at least wait till take it last, because that's when if you take Crimea last, then that gives the people with weak knees time to say time out, let's talk. And when I'm not smart enough to know this militarily, because the battle happens, it's a puzzle. You're taking a piece of time to help build on the next piece and build on the next piece. But Crimea seems to me to be a piece that at the moment, since Kherson has been taken, isn't really dependent on the other battles as much, and could be a focus, independently. Am I wrong in saying that it really is not dependent on a lot going on in the north? That's just to put it out there, because if I were them, I would take Crimea. I would not take Crimea last, because I don't trust that the West collectively will allow that to happen.
I think that's an interesting thought. Maybe in a way, it's also just easier to take simply because it's less easy for the Russians to keep resupplying it, right? Because when you can't do resupply by land, if you look at, say, let's look at the areas that have the longest been held by Russia in eastern Ukraine, right? Those parts of the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. They're right on the Russian border. There's an endless number of ways that they can be resupplied from Russia by truck, right? The last, say, 40, 50 miles of those from the Russian border. It's a lot easier to resupply that. What's a lot harder to resupply? I mean, you tell me, Goman, but a peninsula on which you have no road connections except for one weak bridge, wouldn't that be a whole lot more difficult to resupply?
Sure. And I think that the part that I wanted kind of Carlos to comment on that is, taking it's one thing, keeping it's the whole other thing, right? The question, I don't think there's a question whether they could actually take it. Do they have enough assets to keep it? Do they have enough harpoon launch capability, land-based, harpoon, to really defend all that coastline, right? And to me, there's the taking it and keeping it piece, but at the end of the day, it seems to me that it's kind of an independent take that Ukraine could focus on, really independent of what else is going on, if they can defend it once they take it. That's the heart of the question in my mind.
For sure, and we've been through this a few times, but at the end of the day, what Ukraine would need to be able to take Crimea, or at least take Crimea much more easily, would be some capabilities that they currently don't have, right? Step one, push south in the first place from the front in Zaporizhia. Step two, actually being able to push into Crimea. Well, I mean, this is more of a NASA question, a very big picture question. But what does Ukraine need to do that? And I think close to the top of the list would be Leopards. Close to the top of the list would be more air capabilities. not necessarily even different airframes, but certainly added capabilities to what the existing airframes can do thus far, right? And so on and so on. So it's not an easy nut to crack, that's for sure. Is it impossible? Far from it. As we've heard from General Ben Hodges, by the end of the summer, he expects Crimea to be liberated. In time for late season, I guess.
Yeah, he caveated that with if they're allowed to take it. That's the point.
And at the end of the day, what's the best signal that is possible, right? The right weaponry, the right equipment, the right stuff, and then enough of it. I don't know. I'd really like to hear. Maybe it's time for this sometime later on. But I think it'd be really interesting to have some people who are, who feel themselves capable, let's say, to delve deep into it and work through how this could be done, how this can be done, right? It's clearly not a trivial question, but it's far from an impossible question. Of course, what was it? 3 times before in the 20th century that Crimea was taken from the north. So clearly, it can be done. It's just far from trivial with limited logistics lines in limited avenues of attack in.
Yep. At the end of the day, I would not take it last. That would be because I don't trust that the coalition will stick together to allow them to take it last. Thank you.
Thanks, Goldman. Maybe this would be a sort of use case, right, for the sort of things that you've been talking about. Ability to transfer significant numbers of infantry from one place to another in one period of darkness. Wouldn't this be just the perfect use case?
Absolutely. I agree 100%. It's going to take a large force, right? And you got to get a large force essentially onto an island. You either do that by bridge, boat, or helicopter, right? Or all three. From all different directions, right? That's what. Yep, I agree. So like I said, that's the mission that I haven't seen them conducting. As I said yesterday, I look at the missions they're conducting. How can we allow them to do those missions more survivable? And then I look for the missions they're not doing and what's the enablers for them to do those missions. And that's that one mission that I haven't seen is the combat assault type mission, right?
Do you have any examples, of similar things having been done in the past? Obviously, not at this scale, not this visible, but just the utility of rotary wing in delivering just that.
Yeah, that's when you look at the primary mission of a Black Hawk or in the Chinook, that's the primary mission is combat assault, right? The other stuff that they do is supporting. I think, in Iraq that was done, right? They moved large numbers of troops under a period of darkness. The Army, the U.S. Army wants to own the night. That's been their motto for a while, right? And frankly, the Future Force, coincidentally, is they want to own the weather, right? So not only do they want to own the night, they want to own the weather. They want to be able to operate when other militaries can't operate because of the weather, right? So that maneuver warfare element, and that's to me the thing that I haven't seen that's the enabler. Right? You can get aircraft to move folks, right? Like I talked about before, but you got to be able to move their supporting stuff. You got to be, like I said, when I saw the Sea King come in, first thing I look is what can it lift? Can it lift a M777? If you can't lift an M777, then really that assault mission isn't isn't practical, because you need to be able to move. You know, when we talked about having 20 aircraft, if you could do 5 sorties under the cover of darkness, that's 1,000 folks. And that would give you, 100 sorties. If you had 20 aircraft, it would give you 100 sorties to move their stuff also, right? And, they need to be able to sustain themselves for, 72 hours or something just to by themselves. That's what you'd want to plan for, right? So that then it'd be the race for the Russians to reinforce the breakthrough, and for the coalition forces or the Ukrainians to back up that force with additional supplies, right? So that's the maneuver warfare I'm used to seeing that we haven't seen yet. And I think, like I said, I'd like to see a helicopter that can lift an M777. That's kind of like the one I keep looking for that. Like,
For sure, and we know that they can lift the 105 millimeter guns, the 4-inch field guns, but the 6-inch ones are a little bit more difficult, right? The 155 millimeters, they're heavier, they're bulkier. Some things can lift them, others can't. But the 4-inch ones definitely. That's kind of what CJ used to man those, right?
Yep.
That's exactly what they're meant for. Easy, quick, easy to sling under a helicopter as well.
Yep, I think there's like 15,000 pounds or something like that. I think that's if I remember correctly, that's the kind of the number that I'm looking for.
Hey, Goman. Jan, go ahead.
Hi, folks. Well, we are talking very much about how Ukraine will be enabled to retake Crimea and the rest of the country, and if our support is enough. I have a question for I don't know, maybe has someone of you an idea of it. What do you think? How far will Russia go? What will they endure? Because they are now saying that they want to draft another 500,000 people somehow. What do you think? How far will Russia go this path down?
Well, so this is a really good question, right? It's a question to which there is no answer. And there is no answer because it's a purely political issue. They're only doing this for political goals. Russians are only there because they have political goals, and they want to satisfy those political goals. But at the same time, it's militarily effectively impossible for those political goals to be satisfied. So the number is, as long as the population is going to take it, and apparently they're able and willing to take a lot. I don't know how else to put it. There's almost 110,000 Russians dead in 10.5 months. This is absurd numbers, and the rate of Russians dying has only increased. The rate of equipment getting destroyed hasn't really. What does that mean? That means that more Russians are being caught in these large concentrations of forces, such as in Makiyevka, such as in Chukhalovka, such as in Tokmak over just the last 3 days or so, right? And that they're sending light infantry straight into fire because they can't move their armor anyway because it's too muddy. It's even Russian Telegram is slowly waking up to the fact that commanders don't actually care. No one is actually interested in keeping these Russian men alive. It's all about fulfilling political goals and nothing but, and that is shocking fundamentally. But hey, Jan?
Yeah, somehow it looks like they're trying a Zerg rush all the time. They try to throw the zombies at the front, but without effort, it's complete madness. Well, I can't figure it out. How can you be at the front, know that you're just a piece of meat, and just move forward? How does it work? I'm speechless.
For sure, I'm likewise speechless. Look, at the end of the day, let's put it this way. This is going to be a big picture piece of commentary. This is a war of choice for Russia. It's an existential war for Ukraine, right? The war will continue for as long as A, Ukraine kicks Russia out, or B, Russia quits and goes home. And Ukraine is working towards the former, and the second is kind of still going to have to happen. There's a third way in which wars of choice end, and that is that the party that chooses to go to war, in this case Russia, would suffer a complete and total defeat, and the other country would get to their capital and raise their flag or some such, right? But we know that's not happening because at this rate, no country's tanks are ever going to be rolling into Moscow, not even Russian ones, because Russian tanks are just not going to be a category. They're going to be extinct in a few months at this rate. We've seen another train with T-62As and very possibly some T-55 classics on them heading west. What does that mean? That means that Russia's out of actual tanks, right? Otherwise, or running low on actual tanks, and they're all at the front, and they don't really have an ability and a capacity to do much with them. So how many more? Well, as many as the Russian people are willing to take. And as many as the Russian state is willing to sacrifice, and seemingly that's not stopping. If anything, it might be accelerating. And this just shows you how cruel, how heartless, how careless, and how disinterested the regime is in their own people, rather than simply their imperial genocidal ambitions. Pauli, what do you reckon? Is there a magic number? I mean, there is a magic number, but nobody knows what the magic number is. Honestly, the Russians don't know what the magic number is.
Yeah, I would say currently with the current regime, the magic number is 50 million. I would say about, but after the 50,000 had passed, I think I have given up on following the dead soldiers day by day, because it is evident that Russia and well, the whole culture, that they don't really appreciate human life. They don't value it same way that we do in the West. And well, this has been evident for Finnish people for maybe 800 years. So it's not a surprise. But I think I would challenge this. Well, following the soldiers, like the key number, and instead I think I would follow what kind of equipment they have left. Currently, we know that they are low on precision guided artillery, or if they have any left. Even the traditional artillery, that's well, decreasing day by day. Then also missiles, that's also decreasing. I think I saw some pictures of T-55 tanks, and even though they can be modernized, they are not creme de la creme. So I would say that when we are seeing T-34 tanks, I think that is the point that we should see something changing. I think that would be my guess. Thank you.
Yeah, I can't wait for the T-34s to show up. But honestly, when T-34s show up, Ukraine will be in trouble, because I think that they will be, having difficulties to aim at them because they'll be laughing so hard.
Yeah, and it's really hard to capture them and put them into use, because the know-how is already gone. So you have to have a manual from the 30s to be able to drive it. So that's actually pretty smart. We are not that smart as the Ruskies. They are really inventive.
Quite. I think you're wise by looking at how much equipment they have left, and at which point they're going to be running out of said equipment. That's probably a very sensible way to look at it. But yeah, it's a difficult thing to assess, because again, apparently, Russians are very happy leaving light infantry to go ahead and charge onto the Ukrainian lines and get mowed down. I'd quote Blackadder and say, "Oh, they'll never see it coming. They'll never expect us doing it for the 19th time." But honestly, in some cases, it seems more like they'll not expect us. They won't see us doing it the 190th time on the same little section of the front, not just the 19th time. By comparison, the proverbial donkeys were, sensible and merciful.
Tobin, sorry that I did interrupt you, but that is why it is a cunning plan, because we repeat it for the 19th time now.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, 19th is one thing. This is more like 190th at this rate. It's just it's astounding how much they can do the same thing and expect different results. Pauli?
Yeah, and I think lastly I would also highlight that when you go to Google Maps and you take a look at the size of the Russian, the country at its borders and the neighboring countries, you have to remember that if they have any sense left, they have to leave some forces at their borders. As we know from the last 100 years, their neighboring countries aren't necessarily the ones who are welcoming them with like rainbows and unicorns. A lot of their neighbors have like vendetta mentality, and also they have some angst. So this is also something we need to remember, that they cannot just like get empty all their storages and then just concentrate that on Ukraine. That would be in my opinion, strategic suicide and a political suicide also, and logistically that's of course like not impossible, but it's also quite difficult. Thank you.
Thanks, Pauli. By the way, I just want to note. What do I want to note? Oh yeah, I might as well say it. The Georgian Legion say that 550 Russians were killed at the place in Kherson, Chulakovka, the south of Kherson, in that HIMARS strike. I'm going to say I will trust their intel over most people's intel, because they seem to always know what's going on where. So, again, interesting. And actually, Pauli, I have a question for you about the proclivity of Russians to be doing this lately, apparently. But let's first go to Johannes.
Yeah, I think the biggest danger, I guess, or maybe Russia's strategic goal, which they would have at this point, is probably to keep the annexed territories and probably already nothing else. I mean, there's probably not going to be like a serious attempt to take Kiev or Odessa or so, or Kharkiv. So, and that's maybe also what the big danger is at this point. Like 2 or 3 days ago, I read an interview with, I don't know, some German military expert. I don't know how serious his expertise is, but he was kind of expecting that there's going to be like a phase of attrition, and by summer, like everybody will have given up and accepted the situation now, like that we're now like at a stalemate. And I mean, if I look at the map right now, it looks pretty stable. In a way, like since the liberation of Kherson, there hasn't been a lot of movement, at least. I mean, not that I can see any as a layman. So I just wonder how real is that danger? Also, how real is the danger also to kind of get into the heads of politicians, that they say, okay, now kind of let's just accept the situation as it is. So I just wonder, I mean, that would be probably the biggest danger now, that there's going to be like another frozen conflict which of course is going to have a continuation in some years from now.
So the thing that speaks against that, I would say, is there isn't a lot of interest in A, Ukraine, and B, the countries that really matter in seeing that. I would go as far as to say that people who do strategic thinking in countries that aren't in countries not led by governments by their nature decidedly averse to the concept of war happening, realize that time benefits Russia, at least to a degree, in that with more time, Russia can, and a lot more time in the context that you're suggesting, allows Russia to reach one of their strategic goals, which is eliminating more Ukrainians, or at least fulfill more of said or more of such a goal. And it is only a question of time when significantly more significant armor is provided to Ukrainians, when significantly more significant precision long-range fires are provided to Ukrainians. JDAMs were already approved, right? It's just a question of when they get actually useful in theater to the Ukrainians. It's a lot of things like that. And now it's a question of which month things will happen in. Will a specific thing happen in March, or will it happen in June? Will it happen in February, or will it happen in April? It's more of that sort of questions rather than questions of, is this going to take another 15 years to resolve? I think it's become quite clear to anyone who's looking at this at all soberly that only benefits Russia, that only benefits Russian strength. That's what happened with Transnistria, with Abkhazia, with South Ossetia, with the initial Russian invasion in Ukraine, that is to say of Crimea and of eastern Ukraine. It's only good for Russia. There's no point in this. Ukraine's had enough as well. Ukrainians aren't going to be slowing down in any way. And clearly they're right in not doing that. What are Russians bringing out? They're bringing out ever more, what Yehuda termed museum pieces when it comes to equipment. And also, the longer it goes on, the more Ukrainian civilians have to go through. Russia only has a capacity of long-range strikes on Ukrainian civilians. The amount of those strikes is subject to the duration of the war. The sooner the war is over, the fewer of those the Ukrainian civilian population has to go through. That's why it's in the interest of Ukraine, as well as in the interest of those who genuinely want Ukrainians good, to shorten that. This is why there has been, an initiative, a serious parliamentary initiative to free the leopards launched in the Finnish parliament last week. This is what the Danish parliamentarians are talking about today. Give it another week, and the Swedes and Norwegians should at the very least start talking about it, if not also be on board. No, this is now a serious time. The Americans are talking about Bradleys. The Nordics are talking about other armor. It isn't the sort of case where, the Spanish defense minister says, we have some leopards that have been sitting in storage for 15 years. Might as well give them to Ukraine, and then be quietly told in the back channels by the Germans, no, don't even. By countries that are keeping them in the best possible condition that they possibly can, chiefly among them Finland, saying, it's time. This is the morally right thing to do. It's strategically the right thing to do. As we were talking with Henry yesterday, with Henry Van Hanen yesterday in the early European afternoon, mid-European afternoon, it is the right thing strategically for Finland to do. And there seems to be a very significant cross-party, cross-coalition to the opposition aisle agreement in that. This is a big deal. Finland has grown a lot in the eyes of the rest of Europe when it comes to strategic and military decision-making. A lot. right? Because who was correct all this time to consider Russia a serious threat and prepare for it concertedly at every level? Finland. Its voice is a lot louder now. Not because it's a much bigger, much richer country all of a sudden, but simply because they've been shown to have been correct about all of this. And it's very difficult to consider that an impeachable voice, even much less so if the voice isn't just the Finland, but if it's a trio or a quartet of Northern European countries all saying the same thing with one voice, or in sort of a choir, let's say. It's very difficult for anyone to counter that, even if that someone might reside in the Chancellery in Berlin. So this is why I just don't think that's a likely thing in the long run. Can you say, in Ukraine there will be a frozen conflict for the next 2 weeks because the ground's too soft? And so, yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Yeah, okay. There won't be any significant movements on the map in the next 2 weeks. That's perfectly plausible. That's perfectly believable. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't, whatever. But this isn't about the next 2 weeks, because war doesn't work on a schedule like that. In the bigger picture, Ukraine will have to be victorious. And I would argue that the Americans have already decided that Ukraine will win. It's just a question of when and how. But it's the when is a matter of several months, not a matter of several years. Not like that. Jan?
Yeah, Domen, I want to second you. I fully agree with what you say. I think there's no way backwards, because I think all countries who support Ukraine that have some basic strategic thinking, they can't step backwards, because I think we all looked into the abyss and have seen what would happen if Russia prevails with what it does, because we know that China is just watching how we behave, what we will do, and if we step back, at least the USA knows exactly that we have big trouble, and that Taiwan might be the next sooner or later. And I think even the European Union wouldn't survive very long anymore if Russia would prevail, because the forces destroying the construct between maybe Poland, the Baltic states, and maybe France and Germany, it would be too much. It would be a catastrophe. And I think people who are not paid by Russia can see it very clearly, I think. So I think there is no way back, actually. There can't be a frozen conflict. I can't see this. That's my 2 cents about this.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah, quite. Pauli, I've got a quick question for you, strategic level question for you. What is in the best strategic interest of Finland right now? What happening in Ukraine is in the best strategic interest of Finland long term?
Well, to destroy as many occupying Russian soldiers and their equipment as possible. That's the.
And what is the easiest way for Ukrainians to achieve that?
Supply CV-90s, Leopard 2s, ATACMS, and mobile air defense. That's my small recipe. Top 4.
Right, give Ukrainians the stuff that they need in order to destroy said Russian equipment comprehensively and effectively and efficiently, with the smallest possible number of casualties, so that the next day they can go off and destroy more. The next day they can go off and destroy more until the Russians give up, pack up, and go home. That is in the best strategic interest of Finland. The same goes, and now see, the Finns see this with much greater clarity. And we spoke about this with Henry Van Hanen yesterday, right? Who works at the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. One of the premier think tanks in Helsinki to deal with this. If not, it's the premier think tank in Helsinki that deals with this. And he said very much the same thing. Now, don't think that this is just a policy think tank writing into the abyss. No, because until very recently, he worked for the principal opposition party and advised them on security policy. This is security policy that's well aligned with Finnish politics. But let us not forget, security policy in Finland isn't actually a political matter. It's a consensus matter. This is the consensus, just a question of how it comes about, how quickly it can come about. Right, Pauli?
Exactly.
Okay, and Pauli, therefore, is it not very significant that you've had two members of parliament, two senior members of parliament, most senior parliamentarians of their respective parties, come out, write a joint letter saying Leopards to Ukraine are an excellent idea? The said thing here, very much here on the Maria report, also being backed up by a senior member of the principal opposition party. This discussion now having been very much spread into the public, into the discussion in Denmark, in parliament as well as the security establishment, so to speak, where it has been met with a resounding positive response. Next step is what we're discussing here with Atte Harjanne and with Anders Adlercreutz, the expansion of this to Sweden and Finland, building a coalition first at a less formal and parliamentary level, moving that to government policy. Is that not the best thing for them to do? And is that not the right thing, strategically speaking, for not just Finland, not just the Nordic region, but for Europe as a whole? Providing Ukraine with high-tech kit, highly capable of destroying whatever the Russians have dragged in.
Yeah, it's quite unique or special that they during their sacred Christmas break, they're actually luckily committing time and coming out with these kind of proposals. Of course, it's a really good thing, really positive thing in my opinion. And I tried to ask both Atte and Anders that do you think it's feasible or viable that you will see consensus among the parliament? And if I remember the reply or answer correctly, was that that it's not really needed to seek the parliament consensus in this sense. And I think I have to then draw the conclusion that they know quite well that in the Defense Committee and among the Parliament there's a high consensus on supporting necessary stuff to Ukraine, to help Ukraine win and to help Ukraine regain all the territories that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. I just wanted to clear that up, right? And it's important here for Ukraine that a coalition is built across countries, across nations, especially up in the north, to be able to actually move this going forward. All right, Johannes, go ahead.
In that regard, there's another factor which I really don't know anything about, and that's, we never hear Ukrainian casualty figures. We only get every day those messages of how many orcs, how many invaders have been eradicated each day, but we never get the numbers on the Ukrainian side. So I have no idea, but I'm afraid that each day also a triple digit number of Ukrainian defenders also die. So I just wonder, how long is it? Can we say anything about how long this is going to be sustainable for Ukraine at the current rate, or maybe the current rate will slow down, or I don't know.
Well, the current rate is actually much lower than it was at the peak in sort of the early summer, right? Because if you might remember, there was a lot of talk out of Ukraine, but the defense minister, the president, early in the summer, saying, at least indicating roughly what the daily average was of Ukrainians dying on the fronts, right? What happened after that was, of course, the delivery of HIMARS, the establishment of much more fixed fronts, and especially in the current period where the fronts aren't moving particularly a lot, and the vast majority of Russians who are dying are A, in these large strikes on concentrations of forces, and B, and this is critical, when Russians are driving, a platoon at a time straight into the Ukrainian artillery and small arms fire, of course, many more of one set are going to die than the other. There's also been less formal indications, quite routinely, from Ukrainian commanders saying, we have many, many wounded, but we have far, far, far fewer dead than the Russians do. And that's because almost all of the wounded come from shrapnel, from artillery fire. The vast majority of those recuperate. The vast majority of those return to the front within a month or two of their injury. So the Ukrainians seem to think that it's very much clearly sustainable. That's been also indicated by Reznikov, by Zaluzhny in recent interviews, but they're not going to be giving aggregate numbers because it's simply not in their interest, and it's not something that they'll be willing to do until after the war. It's, Russia, of course, or these Russian mill bloggers say that every day many thousands of Ukrainian soldiers die, and that since April no Russians really have died, which is something that Shoigu said, I think, in September? He came out and said, yes, we haven't reported on any dead since April because due to a change in tactics, no Russians have died. Which, just kind of gives you the evidence. It explains why Shoigu is the minister at the Russian Ministry of Deception and Deceit. It's the Russian MOD. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The Ukrainian political and military establishment saying that they are wanting to go through with this. I don't know if you've seen it, Johannes, but a couple of days ago, a poll which the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology conducted throughout December. If you want me to, I can tag you in it so that you can find it. Where are you?
Great, yes.
Did you see it about what the Ukrainians think should happen?
I saw several polls. I don't know. I'm not sure that
If you check your
to.
notifications, I've just tagged you in my tweet that has the link to it and such, and you can have a look. And basically, they've asked again, Ukrainian populace what they think about concessions, about giving up territories, and let's just say it's very stable numbers that say no, go away. And that is true throughout the various regions of Ukraine as well, including the south, including the east. There is a minimal support for concessions compared to the opposition to them. So this is seemingly a thoroughly popular and democratic mandate that the Ukrainian government has to continue this. At the end of the day, the question really is how many Ukrainians, a lot more than they have been sending thus far, and have thus far been refusing to do so. That is really where the question lies, and that is also why, two parliamentarians from a relatively small country said it's been enough. Now it's time to do it. That's why more from other small countries are banding together, very much in agreement to actually go and make this change and actually make this difference. There is an ability to shorten the war. That ability lies there where there are large stocks of modern Western weaponry. And it is on those to make that change and make that difference. All right. James.
Hello. You made a lot of good points that I might have said, so my response will be shorter. Goldman, or you asked Goldman about other examples of the use of rotary. And the Battle of Nha Trang in Vietnam, which is the We Were Soldiers movie, is a really good example of use of rotary aircraft. So that's that. One, it is ironic that people are talking about a frozen conflict when the ground isn't frozen, and it will be an unfrozen conflict when the ground is frozen. So there is that, and I guess another thought along those same lines is that the Russians have the Ukrainians right where the Ukrainians want them. This is a good time to stop and use the long-range weapons that they do have to destroy the capability of the Russians in preparation for using maneuver warfare, which, the indirect method, there is no point. It would be stupid if they took the approach that the Russians are taking in Bakhmut to do anything. So it's really important to stop, figure out what is the right thing here. And the right thing here is not to rush across the river, not to rush across the fields, and get stuck. It is to take your time, figure out what's going to work, what kind of shaping attacks you need, and they're doing that, and I trust them. And so, and then how long will the Ukrainians go? It was a strategic mistake to wait till Biden was in office. They should have done this when Trump was in office, and they showed their hand that they wanted to take over the whole of Ukraine, and that was a strategic mistake, and that was probably all on Putin. He wanted all the glory. Force that has been backed up against the wall, and they will fight like hell, and that's why the Kerch Bridge is still open. It's like, hey, you guys want your off-ramp? There it is.
Yeah, this has been said several times by some leaders from Northern Northeastern Europe, saying there's always an off-ramp. The off-ramp is they can go back to Russia and be there if they want to. All right. Cheers, James. Peace for Ukraine. Go ahead.
Good evening. First of all, and for our brothers and sisters who will be finally liberated from this terror Russia. That is my very, very wishful thinking. And my only resolution this year is to enforce, double down, and chip in as much as possible on everything I can do for Ukraine, being on donations, on time spent, on words said, on actions, on whatever it's possible. That's my best resolution. I'm very happy about it. I would like to just offer just a few information points regarding today. Zelensky had 3 calls so far. We 3 leaders, Netherlands, UK, and Norway. And I would like to highlight what Mark Rutte from Netherlands has tweeted out after his call with Zelensky, where he says, Ukraine has held its own against Russia's barbaric invasion for almost a year now. The months ahead are crucial. I just spoke to President Zelensky and assured him that the Netherlands will do everything it can to help Ukraine not only defend itself, but also win the war. And that, I think, it's a very, very positive speech, and the only one speech that I expect from the world leaders that we, the people, choose to elect. Because that is the right way, that is the only way, is not only to Ukraine for defense itself, but to win this war, to liberate these lands, to liberate these peoples, that justice is made, that the aggressor goes to court and is condemned as it should for all its war crimes, for its genocide that is committing for his war of aggression. So I commend the Netherlands for such position, and I believe all our leaders should follow the same tune. I know some are following it, and I hope much more to follow, and that actions such as freeing the leopards follow suit. Also, yesterday, I would like also to note that yesterday, the first call from von der Leyen of the year was to President Zelensky, where again she conveyed the wholehearted support of and the best wishes for 2023 to the Ukrainian people, and again that EU stands by Ukraine for as long as it takes, and also it has been agreed that the EU-Ukraine summit will take place in Kyiv on the 3rd of February, no longer in Brussels as it was supposed to be. So I hope that, and I think in a couple of weeks, on the 17 or 18 January, there will be, if I recall, some foreign ministers meeting at NATO level, but I will have to look into that again. So that's all my piece of information for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. And I want to latch on to one of those, which is the commentary from Mark Rutte, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, the veteran Prime Minister of the Netherlands, saying, the Netherlands will do everything it can to help Ukraine not only defend itself, but also win the war. Indicator under indicator, indication after indication from one country after another, after a third, after a fourth, after a fifth, saying pretty much the same thing. It is a time to step it up, to step up the support, to move forward and let Ukraine retake, liberate its own territories. This goes for Finland, for one after another, and then in half an hour we'll delve more deeply into that with Jakub Kosbo. If you would be so kind, check the most recent tweet up in the nest and go ahead and retweet that because it's right around the corner. And especially since the discussion of freeing the leopards is spreading from the Finnish parliament and on to infecting the Danish parliament and onward and upward. I'm very much looking forward to when we can say the same for Sweden and Norway as well. This is a big deal. This might actually be the culmination of what we've been talking about here on the Maria Report for many months under hashtag Free the Leopards. And it could very well actually come not just to fruition, but to seeing those big, beautiful German hats on the southern Ukrainian steppe. Peace for Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Doman. Yes, indeed, those cats, they really need to be free on those Ukrainian steppes to do their work, to help the Ukrainian defenders liberate their land so that, Ukraine can take back all its lands as they were in 1991. Exactly so, as international recognized by international law. There is no discussion, there is no doubt that it will be so. Now, it's no longer a question if or when, it's a question of how fast can we do it. And the faster the sufficient and adequate equipment is delivered to the Ukrainian armed forces, the better there is. In the meantime, I thank you very much for this wonderful space and this wonderful community. I love you all. And tweet the space, donate to Maria Aid. This is the worthy cause. This is the best cause. This is where our hearts and our strengths and our thoughts and our prayers must be, is with Ukraine. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. Have a good evening yourself, and thank you very much. Now, Pauli, I've got a quick question for you. The whole Finnish campaign, it started in Finnish Parliament. Have you heard more of it and more about it today in Finland, or in the last, today and yesterday, since the country returned to a post-holiday, let's say from the holidays into more regular functioning?
Yeah, I guess the Danish phase is now in action. That's today's information. The Finnish Parliament will come back from the Christmas holidays. I think it was like within 10 days. I don't remember. I think I have to check. But after that, I'm of course sure that they will have some kind of parliamentary discussion on this. Hopefully, that will further give some more pressure and more support to this topic. That would be something I would wish to be happening.
Well,
hey, Pauli.
When Jukka joined us, just Dolan, before you go further, but when Jukka joined us after the other two chaps were there, he already highlighted that this is an idea which definitely is worthwhile proposing and promoting. So if you have three parties already tabling it in the Defense Committee, I think you'll have a wider discussion.
Yeah, no, because the parliamentary elections are coming next spring. So what I say, everyone wants to get elected. I'm also quite confident that not many electees or parties want to leave this topic out. I mean, they will not want to be the ones who will be remembered on like not supporting Ukraine and not supporting this topic. I'm quite confident on that. So we will hear more.
Polly, can you highlight for the international audience what it will mean when Finland votes for its next parliament?
Yeah, of course, many things, but what you are seeking maybe is that like it is quite evident that the our next government will be formed by the coalition party and maybe the like the Perussuomalaiset, that's like the Finns party, and maybe the Christian party that will be like the liberal and right-wing parties in Finland, and these are the parties that have been on average in favor of NATO and really in favor of enhancing our military budget and really supporting Ukraine. I'm not saying the other parties aren't, but these are like in my humble opinion the most patriotic parties on average in Finland. And although there's a wide support in Finland and consensus for the defense and the defense planning, I would say that these parties are the ones who will enhance it and more than the others, and also have the support to Ukraine and then our national defense in the limelight, and they will also have those two topics in their priority list, I would say, in the top one or top two. So I would say, just to summarize or conclude it, the next elections will be a really good thing for Finnish defense industry, and then also to Ukraine. If I have to guess something or predict something. Thank you.
And from what you say, what the opinion polls currently are showing, what that suggests is that other parties will very much be playing catch up, right, on these policies, and therefore will be pushing similar policies as well, and they will want to reflect that in what they do between now and then, especially anything that's done publicly, such as, for example, the most public thing that Finland can possibly do, which is drive a campaign, both in terms of the parliament, but also in terms of the government, to send Western main battle tanks to Ukraine, right? And that is the really significant component here. Probably before we continue, I'll get a quick question. What evening in a week is the big kind of political news show? I'm guessing there's a weekly one in Finland on television that's every, say, Wednesday evening or every Thursday evening, where there's a big political debate about the current topic. Which day of the week is that?
Now I have to play a guessing game, but usually the TV shows run from Tuesday to Thursday, so it's usually either Tuesday or Thursday, in my opinion, if I remember correctly.
So what I kind of have a task for you is to figure out when the one that will be discussing this proposal is going to be, because that's usually when every party has to kind of make itself clear on it, and where I'm just guessing, but there will be a little bit clearer or rather when the morning after the newspapers are all going to be talking about this. So the sooner that is, probably the better. But as you say, the Finnish parliament hasn't yet returned from holiday, so I'm guessing this week they're probably giving it a little bit of a break.
Yeah, our national broadcasting company Yle, the news team is also, I think, on holiday. We don't have the morning news at the moment in Finland, if I'm well advised. So the parliament and the national broadcasters, I think they're quite diligent or prudent with the Christmas holiday. They're not slacking on that. But I think next week after the Epiphany holiday, on next Monday, I think the next Monday already the morning news, I'm quite sure they will have something on this. And then maybe Tuesday, the 10th of this month, I would hope that they would have a special program on this. I think it would deserve this. One thing I need to highlight is that from the Finnish parliament is that from the Finnish party, we have one controversial character, Jussi Halla-aho. I think he's been spot on well, really saying in clear terms what Russia is and what their politics are about, and he's been right all along for the last maybe 20 years or 15 years about the Russian politics. So the Finnish party and the coalition party are the two opposition parties that are well, in my opinion, likely to win the elections. They are in the polls, they are leading the coalition party number one, and then the Finnish party with SDP, they are 2 and 3, or well, depending on the poll. And Jussi Halla-aho, although he's a controversial character, I would say for Ukraine, him making the government or as a minister or to a bigger role than he now has in the opposition will be a really good thing, because Mr. Halla-aho has lived in Ukraine, and I think he did his doctoral thesis about, was it on a Ukrainian language or some history topic, and I think he speaks quite good Ukrainian, so that will be an asset in my opinion. So if you really want to have support for Ukraine, I think the best thing that can happen in Finland is to have the Finnish party and the coalition party to be in the ruling parties, and that's my humble opinion. Of course, there are other parties that can do good things, but this is my subjective opinion. Thank you.
I will say, sometimes the best things can be done before an election even happens, depending on which direction a conversation is driven. And if that can be done, already before, whenever it is April, May, that can possibly bring the war to a close by the time that the polls close, which I think would be by far the best outcome for Ukraine. To be quite honest on this one. Well, either way, I will say I for one am very heartened that the proposal came through Parliament thus far, and has gotten quite a bit of support already, and that's probably the most the greatest benefit that Finnish politics can be to Ukraine and to Europe more broadly. Nice Sniper.
Thank you. I just want to add that I'm not I don't watch TV so much, but I just checked that at least Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday we have, after the main news in the evening, we have a studio, and that's for a 45-minute program. And I don't know if there are any longer, regular sort of discussion programs. In Germany, I was used to they had these interesting debates in TV, but I think at least these are those which are quite frequently watched. 2030 is the main news, and then at 9 o'clock or 9:05, this A studio starts. And I just checked it, at least Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they are on air. But I don't know if anyone of the Finns happens to know any other discussion programs, then I will stand corrected. Thanks.
Thank you, Light Sniper. Somebody messaged me with there being on Thursdays from 4 to 5 p.m. There's a question hour. I don't know if you can tell me how significant that is, Light Sniper. I thought it'd be a bit too early in the day for anything
Yeah, it
particularly
might be.
significant, but
I
who
don't know
knows?
if it's meant that the parliament, there is a direct broadcast from the parliament.
Oh, that would make more
that might
sense.
that might be meant. I'm not quite sure.
I see. Yeah, Pauli says yes as well. Okay, that makes more sense because I thought, really, the big evening news show discussion at 4 p.m. I mean, I know it gets dark early in the winter, but goodness, that's a bit early. No, what I will say is, and this is from information.deco, and it will come out tomorrow, but I'll be touching upon this a whole lot more, right? But they've picked up on the two Finnish MPs pushing for this, to free the leopards, and they're basically saying, it'd be Anders Adlercreutz saying, it'd be really nice if the same debate was also in the Danish public discussion. To which these journalists went off to a bunch of let's call it military analysts in Denmark, as well as a number of parliamentarians, and the commentary that came back was along the following lines. Yes, we think this is worth considering. There's a good point here that it's necessary to start donating weapons to Ukraine, which can have a decisive impact on the outcome of the war. And then that was from let's call it a center-left party, from another left-wing party, saying they're open to supporting Ukraine with tanks. Right now, there's the greatest need is say anti-air defenses, but we are very much looking forward. We are very much open to looking at it if there is a request from the Ukrainian government. Then from a centrist party saying that we believe that Denmark must continue the extensive support to Ukraine in form of material and training of personnel. That what Denmark can supply must be up to professional assessment. And then actually quite surprisingly from the Danish People's Party, which I was kind of shocked at because they were among those who said, no, we want to retain the exemption of defense clauses from the EU, saying that Ukraine must not have only Leopard 2s, but also modern planes and helicopters and everything they might need to throw the Russians out of Ukraine. It is in the interest of the West that the war ends as quickly as possible, and it's in the interest of Ukraine to end the suffering of Ukrainians, which I think is a fantastic statement. I didn't expect anything as firm to come forward. Of course, they weren't asking any of the governing parties, only opposition parties. The only statement they got from the Ministry of Defense thus far is that it's no secret that Denmark, in cooperation with other countries, donates weapons to Ukraine, and we will not go into matters of specific donations. But just that, having this general, quite strong support from the whole panoply of opposition, both to the left and the right of the governing coalition. Remember, Denmark just got a coalition government that spans the center-left, the center-right, and the center. It's a sort of a grand coalition by Danish standards, that's for sure. I'm very heartened and hope that this, keeps going on in other Nordic countries as well. Light Sniper?
Yeah, regarding these weapons deliveries, I heard, I think it was a couple of days ago here at Ria Report, someone said that Scholz would have said that the most important thing now would be the unity of the West and so on. And I haven't heard the original quote of what he actually said word by word, but this sort of was left ringing in my ears because, as a matter of fact, I have the opinion that the only or the country or the only leader of a country who is breaking unity is actually Scholz himself, because I think the other countries would be willing to deliver all kind of nice gadgets, but Scholz is sort of very hesitant. And if he now has said that unity of the West would be important, then I don't quite get it. So, do you have any comment, or what has he in fact said regarding this, or have I misunderstood something?
So I'm not exactly entirely sure what exactly was said. I think it got a little bit taken out of context in some reporting, but then again, not a whole lot. I think that that's exactly the right way to approach it, right? To say, yes, but see, there is a consensus that has already been formed. Now come here and join the consensus, right? Because the way that they've been speaking kept being along the lines of, oh, but we're not going to do it alone, but we don't want to do it alone, but we don't want to lead, we want to follow, and we want to work with our allies and partners, blah, 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 blah. not realizing that everybody else is running ahead of them already. So this is where I see the particularly excellent potential for this initiative to be built and to be built upon, which is saying, look, let's get a consensus between the Finns, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, right? Let's just say that magically gets established, but I don't think that's that difficult, honestly.
Yeah, I think that.
Then send.
If they say that they don't want to do it alone, then obviously they don't have anything against opposing it alone. that's I think.
Well, precisely, right? I agree, and the problem is, thus far, everything's seemingly been done on a bilateral basis. When it came to Germany, obviously not everything. There's the Ramstein format, but that's too big, right? But it's been done on a bilateral basis, and then the Germans always have the idea, oh yeah, but it's only one other country. Well, this is where I see the particular benefit of sending the prime ministers of Sweden, Finland, Denmark and Norway in together to the Chancellery, maybe bring Rutte along, even though the situation with the Dutch leopards is more complicated, right? And we've had Kobe on, who understands the situation in the Dutch military and says, no, actually, technically, the Dutch are leasing all of their leopards from the Germans, didn't actually, own them. But whatever, just have a bunch of them, a collective delegation saying, look, we already have a consensus. Come and join us. This is the consensus, but very publicly, and then it's a lot more difficult to go against. And, add to this a friendly phone call from across the Atlantic that says, yeah, come on, time to go, And at least it doesn't look like for them domestically, like it's just the Americans telling them what to do. Because I understand that for a particular wing of the SPD, it's very difficult to deal with the idea that it's the Americans telling them what to do and the Americans alone. But when it looks like a broader European coalition, it's a lot more palatable even for those who are particularly ever afraid and ever frightful and ever concerned and ever, but paralyzed with sheer indecision to actually go and do something. And it's a lot easier to sell them, Sanna Marin and Mette Frederiksen as the ones who are pushing for this than to sell the Americans or to sell anyone else. And I think this is where there might be great utility for this.
And who could resist Sanna Marin anyway? I think she. Well, sorry.
No, but see, this is the thing, right?
Photographer.
But this is the thing, that there's a wing of the SPD that will find this a whole lot more palatable than anything else, right? And this is the one way that they will find it palatable to send the leopards, because you know how it is. If they just hear the Americans want it, that's not going to be very good for them, is it? It's going to be rather a turnoff. So this is where this is a particularly useful way of going about it.
And Sanna Marin,
actually getting the thing done.
Sorry, Sanna Marin is a social democrat herself, so basically that makes it even more.
That's exactly what I meant. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I meant, right? That's why I stressed those two prime ministers, because they both come from the same broader family, and then that's what I mean. It's more palatable for the SPD specifically, right? That's where I think it's an easier way to actually go about it and get to the correct outcome, because that is really what matters, and not various domestic political ideas of who likes whom and who had what scandal and who did what, right? That's not the point. The point is getting tanks to Ukraine. And that is the goal that we should all be here to trying to achieve, rather than anything else. And if that's the way to do it, that's the way to do it. Whatever it is that manages to persuade or manages to make it palatable to Scholz. Right. We have about 5 minutes left. Let's go to Marcus. Let's go to Jens, and then we shall move on to some more big picture strategic thinking. Marcus.
Hello. Very quickly, Sergei Haidai, maybe, the head of the Luhansk Oblast, has said that the Crimea Svatova highway is under fire control of Ukrainian defenders, and the logistics of the Russian invaders are now much more complicated. I know this has been mooted in places for some time, that they might have control in little places, but it sounds as though they've pretty much cut it off now, which is good news.
So the P-66, that would be absolutely fantastic, and it would be very big indeed. Thank you, Marcus. Any more details?
Any more what, sorry?
Any more details?
Not under that particular heading. There's been some more booms today, and I'm just sort of catching up because I've been in work. And if anybody's not seen it, there is an incredible video been released showing the skies over Kyiv, where the Gepards and small arms and anti-air missiles intercepting drones. And if you haven't seen that, go and hunt it down because it's real good to watch.
I have, and yeah, it is pretty good. And of course, you know, the epidemic of Russian concentrations of forces being rather not being anymore. That has, of course, spread far beyond Makiivka alone to place into the south of Kherson, in Chuhalovka, as well as Tokmak in Zaporizhia, and probably a few other places as well. So I would just say, well done, HIMARS. All right, thank you very much, Mockers, and let's delve in more of that in just a little bit. Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I just wanted to say that a few weeks ago, Scholz said that that he couldn't understand why Putin, with the losses Russia has sustained, why he haven't already been forced to negotiate. And I think that is an indication of how Scholz thinks that somehow Putin is still within reason for some odd reason. And I think it would be conducive if all the leaders of the willing countries to simply, all the leaders who don't believe that you can negotiate with a genocidal imperialist aggressor, to really put some pressure on Germany. And you know, it seems to me that trying to reason with Germany through back channels haven't really been conducted. So I'm really I'm looking forward to see if we can apply some guidance to Scholz more officially, so he will have to, you know, either say unilaterally we are not going to send tanks, when there's clearly, like, there's a dozen countries that could make Leopards a multilateral response. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we can put some pressure so he can start to realize that the best way to negotiate with Russia is through tanks and not through wishes that this genocide will just go away. That was all.
Yeah, Jens, negotiate through superior firepower or some such, right? At the end of the day, that is what is needed here, and this is what will be done, and should be done, and will be done in that order. When Scholz says that, I always think, oh goodness, has he not been paying attention for the last 10 months? And not just when he says it; it's just worse when he says it, because he has the keys to the big warehouses with the lots of stuff that Ukrainians would find particularly useful.
Well, I think maybe they are victims of this, that they have been very successful negotiating with Russia when it comes to becoming beholden to gas and trade and stuff. So they may be under this illusion that you can actually reason with Russia, where other countries who are neighbors to Russia, or who sees that this the security situation is forever changed, know that we cannot go back to so I just think maybe they are a victim to this false sense of Putin being somebody you can reason with, when clearly Russia is very unwell when it comes to democracy or the value of life and sovereign borders.
maybe that's a part of an explanation. I think there's more than that as well. It's saying, I finally became prime minister. I finally became chancellor. I've been trying to get here for decades of my political career. Why do I have to deal with this? Why do I have to deal with this? I'm completely unprepared for this. I like peacetime negotiations and so on. But at this point, it is very much the top of the hour. We have been joined by our guest for today, Jakob Kosbo, whose name I hope I'm pronouncing at least roughly correctly. And at which point I'd like to say very warmly welcome, Jakob.
Thanks a lot. And your pronunciation was fine. I mean, when most Danes pronounce my name, they go right, left, and center anyhow. So you're doing great.
And we shall do just that. We shall go right, left, and center with your thoughts on what's transpired in Ukraine this past year due to the Russian invasion thereof, what will be coming forward, and especially what will be going down the middle, hopefully sooner rather than later, and some very current developments, courtesy of some Finnish parliamentarians also in Denmark. But before we start with all of that, I'd like to kindly ask you to introduce yourself to everyone here. Of course, in Denmark, you're a household name. Everybody knows you're the chap of the telly talking about war. But in the international community, I think that maybe a very short introduction might be a good idea.
Yeah, thank you very much, Domen. I'm currently with a think tank called Think Europa, based in Copenhagen. I used to be 15 years in the Danish Defense Intelligence Service, and I quit that back in 2018. So some of the international listeners might also have heard about some of the scandals that have rocked our service. So I've seen that from the outside, which has been quite shocking. But hopefully they are steadying the ship now and focusing on the important things of securing our country and contributing to the security of the allies as well. So personally, I hope there are not too many repercussions going on for too many years. I'm in no doubt as to some of the consequences that these scandals have had, but I hope that there are good people inside of the service that can bring back the belief and the integrity of the service. Now, my background there, I was actually for a number of years the deputy for counterterror, and before that, I was the head of Middle East analysis. So I've been away from the Russia and Eastern Europe portfolio for a good number of years. I've spent a lot of time in Baghdad back in the day, where I cut my teeth in the service. But the funny thing for me has been that coming back and working in depth with what's happening in Russia and obviously with the war in Ukraine going on, I studied that at university back in the mid-90s. I was actually writing my master's thesis on NATO enlargement and Russian foreign policy. And it struck me for the last couple of years how we haven't moved much beyond the debates that were already taking place back in the mid-90s. One thing, because back then you might recall, some of you, that this debate about NATO enlargement and how that would impact Russia or how it wouldn't impact Russia, that was already debated back then. And I found through studies of Russian foreign policy that it wouldn't be viable to give in to some of these complaints from the Russian side, whereas we could only try to see how we could build up the confidence building measures inside of NATO and inside of the OSCE, and I don't think there were too many other things we could have done, and look where it led us. Now, a number of decisions weren't taken as regards Ukraine, and when you look back to the early 2000s, one of the arguments was that we can't get Ukraine inside of NATO because it will be too expensive for Ukraine to live up to Article 5 requirements, and it would take too much of an investment before Ukraine would be able to do that. And when we look at that argument today, look where that took us.
In a way, you can simply compare a country like, say, Estonia or Latvia compared to Ukraine and ask yourself, why did one of those get invaded and not the other one?
Exactly. There are reasons for that, obviously, as we all know. But yeah, that was some of my background, and I'm thrilled and honored to be part of this platform here. So yeah, looking forward to a good discussion.
Thank you, Jakob. Let's maybe just start with a little bit of a look back over the last year and say, how has the Danish governmental political response, but also more broadly parliamentary response, evolved over the course of the year, almost the year now since the Russian invasion of Ukraine started, and maybe just highlight the bigger ticket items that Denmark has delivered to Ukraine, just to emphasize that Denmark, together with its other Nordic partners, has been very much at the forefront, maybe not right at the tip of the spear as far as European deliveries were concerned, but certainly adjusted for population and the size of the economy, certainly some of the more, let's say, propulsive countries when it came to helping out Ukraine militarily.
Exactly. I'd say back in before the invasion started, it was a very weird scenario that played out here in Copenhagen, because we had the Prime Minister come out and say we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainians, but unfortunately we have no weapons to spare. So you're on our own, but we stand shoulder to shoulder, which was kind of a weird thing, if you ask me. But and then, as the invasion started, we found some older Stinger missiles and stuff on our shelves. So it gradually helped, I'd say. And our government has been quite hesitant to give out information as to the concrete donations. But when you look at the complete figures and the overview that the Kiel Institute provides, it's good to see that we're playing a decent role. I believe we're like, is it number 8 when you adjust for the size of the economy, which is 7 or 8, I believe, which is reasonable. But as I was saying, this also ties in with the debate about our defense budget, because back before the war, when the Prime Minister famously stated that we were shoulder to shoulder but had no weapons, it also tells you something about our armed forces and the way that has been a bottleneck for Denmark. We have been down below 1.4% of GNP in our defense budget, and shortly after the invasion started, the parties got together in Parliament and made a broad-based compromise, a national compromise on defense policy. And I'm not kidding when I tell you what the parties envisioned in March was that we'd reach 2% by 2033. Now, I'm the only one with the speak on, but if some of you are having a little bit of a laugh out there, I do get it, because that was quite sad state of affairs. But if we then look at the positives, there was broad-based agreement, and Denmark also agreed that we should advance quickly on the EU security and defense dimension, and have a referendum on our opt-out. And fortunately, we managed to get a convincing yes vote, which was well, it was quite easy peasy when you look at the facts, but when you look at the facts of the EU defense and security dimension, but if you look at previous referenda here in Denmark, it was by no means a given that our government and the yes bloc, which is every party except for the extreme left and the extreme right, it was by no means a given that it would be a yes. So that was one of the positives for sure. So now later on we had an election in late October, and it's still the same prime minister, but it's been a broad-based coalition government, one of the few majority governments that we've seen in Denmark over many years. Usually it's minority governments that look for shifting majorities to pass laws, but this is a majority government, broad-based.
And the first one in over 40 years that's not entirely either left of center or entirely right of center, right?
Exactly.
That's really the biggest thing. Funnily enough, when the Swedes had their election about a month before the Danes, after their election, one of the things I suggested here on the Mirror report was maybe it was time for Sweden to consider a
different scenario for Danes, because it also took very long to form the government. So it's a new scenario now than it was previously, and the new government has come out and talked about the new defense budget, and fortunately they did away with the 2033 date, and now it's 2030, which is a slight improvement. But the way things are going in Europe, I think our new government will be under more pressure from allies and from the external requests to beef that up even more, and to shorten that time frame. I noticed, was it yesterday, that Secretary General Stoltenberg came out and talked about allies discussing how 2% should be the bare minimum, and that there would be new targets set in the future. So I'd say most likely the Danish government will be under more pressure. But the contributions to Ukraine, as I was saying initially, ties together with this whole debate about the defense budget. Basically, the parties in parliament, they don't like to talk about switching funds from other places to the defense budget. So now they're envisaging doing away with a public holiday instead, and thereby generating more income. But that's a big debate as well. So where do we get that money? That's the big issue. And as I'm saying, there will be more pressure, and we'll need to come up with that money even quicker.
Now, among the things that Denmark did manage to deliver to Ukraine, at least to the best of my understanding, was a coastal-based Harpoon battery, so an anti-ship missile battery, which is probably quite a big deal, right? Especially earlier on in the war when the Russian Black Sea Fleet was still a little bit more than just a way for Russians to launch caliber cruise missiles with which to terrorize Ukrainian civilian population. Before Snake Island was liberated, that was a pretty significant contribution, especially as these land-based batteries weren't that common a thing. But Denmark also had its own run-in, specifically with re-export licenses, because one of the things that was proposed by Denmark to be sending to Ukraine were Piranha armored personnel carriers, which are of Swiss manufacture. And if I remember correctly, Switzerland quite loudly rejected the re-export license for these to Ukraine, just as they have for Gepard ammunition in German possession, but again a Swiss manufacture, that was suggested to be sent.
Exactly. You're right on both the Harpoon missiles there and the Piranhas, and I'd say looking ahead, NATO countries need to look at where they get their weapons from. I'd say this issue, that's also an issue with the German ammo for the Gepard air defense system. With the Swiss there, it's that's a bottleneck, and it shouldn't be a bottleneck. So something needs to be done on procurement, looking ahead. That's for sure.
Now, I'll ask for some of your very specific insight that few other people outside of a couple of ministries in Denmark and France might have. But what's going on with Caesars? Denmark ordered a number of Caesars some years ago. So the French produce self-propelled guns. They're currently in production, if I understand correctly. And there were ideas of actually diverting newly produced Caesars from Denmark straight to Ukraine. Has anything ever come of that? What's the current status of these to-be Danish Caesars? Do you have a better grasp, a better understanding of that?
No, I mean, it's there's still a big question mark over that. I think it's still being debated. I think Denmark and France are still discussing what to do about it, from what I understand. It's not been cleared yet, but as you pointed out, yes, we have ordered Caesars. France want to donate more Caesars as well. There's a bottleneck as regards the production, I guess. So I think at the moment they're trying to work out, what to do about it. But for sure, these Caesars would be a welcome addition to artillery in the Ukraine.
Now, talking about these things, let's get into the real meat and potatoes of what the current discussion is. Last week, two Finnish members of parliament, Atte Harjanne and Anders Adlercreutz, first published an open letter saying it is time for Finland to send Leopards to Ukraine. It is time for Ukraine to have a step up in what sort of things are being delivered, and specifically that step up being from a combination of Warsaw Pact era, Soviet era tanks and Western artillery to go all the way to Western manufactured modern main battle tanks. And when Finnish MP says so, with Finland being in a very much tougher strategic and military position than most other countries in Europe, than just about any other country in Europe, sharing that very long border with Russia, as well as not yet being a full member of NATO, this is something to listen to. A couple of days later, they came here, joined us on the Mirror Report for a couple of hours, talked much more about this. And this morning, I see that this has made something like the rounds in Denmark as well. What has been the response to this in Denmark, both among the defense security establishment, as well as crucially among the Danish political class?
Well, I think if the last part of your question on the political class, there's not much being said, to be honest. The the new government is keeping very quiet, but the previous government did the same thing. I think they're very hesitant to jump into anything like this, which is weird because as people here might recall, the ECFR made this proposal of a European consortium. We've had even the Bundeskanzler come out and say that Germany just couldn't act unilaterally, I think Scholz said at one stage. And I'd say, if every country keeps kicking that can down the road, it will just prolong the war. So we need some straight shooters in the political classes, not only in Denmark, but here in Denmark, at least, we're trying to, advance the discussion and keep pressure on, and hopefully we'll have more. We'll also have the government come forward and at some stage. What was notable in that newspaper article this morning is, as we were saying before, we have a coalition government on the left of center, right of center have come together, and actually both on the left and on the right, there are signs that the parties support the discussion of the Leopards. That's from the extreme left and from, well, not the extreme, but the left and the right, and hopefully we'll have the parties at the center come forward as well, because as I've been trying to say, well, come out and say, why would you be against? There was a spokesperson from the same party as our defense minister, who came out and said that if these things were to take place, these deliveries were to take place, it would have to be a response to a Russian escalation. Now, I've asked the question: what kind of escalation is he talking about?
You just asked the question that I wanted to ask you. What space for escalation is there? Russia has escalated all the way it possibly can.
Yeah, exactly. It was quite a weird comment. I hope someone will clarify someday. But I guess in the parties, in the government, they need to talk to each other. They need to work out, and they need to talk to the allies as well. So that's why perhaps they're a bit lukewarm. But I think hopefully there'll be more pressure on, and it's good that you have basically 4, even 5 parties that are not in government now who come out and support the idea, and that's no matter whether they're left or right or wherever they are in the political spectrum, and so that will mean pressure.
No, and this is exactly the thing that was in this piece in Information, saying that on both ends, right? Both the spokesperson for Socialistic Folkeparti saying it's a great point that the Finns are making, that you must say, not just Leopard, send them planes, send them helicopters, send them everything they need to kick the Russians out of Ukraine, which I think is a fantastic situation. If the government isn't saying much, that's fine. We've seen Nordic governments being very reticent to comment on what's being delivered to Ukraine. The Finnish government, I think it was 11 packages thus far, every time they said, we are sending more stuff to Ukraine, end of message. If you want more information, contact this and this person on this phone number, and they won't tell you anything either, right? The Norwegians not really mentioning the M109s being sent at all. until lots of people saw these American-produced self-propelled guns suspiciously close to Oslo airport, right? Similar for the Swedes, similar for the Danes, very little communicated. So if the government isn't saying much, that's fine. But when both their competition to the left of the center-left party in government, as well as to the right of the center-right party in government, are pushing for this with very open words, I think it would be very difficult for a centrist-ish government to go against that, because both sides of the government are kind of threatened by those parties possibly sucking up votes from them in the future.
Yeah, and I'd also say that the tradition of the right of center parties in the government, they're both, well, the Liberal Party and a breakout center party from the Liberal Party, led by the former Prime Minister Lars Løkke, that some of you may know. Their tradition has been to be, very activist in the security and defense domain. They were that throughout the 2000s. They were that in the Middle East. They've been that back in the 1990s with the recognition of the Baltic states as the first country. So that's the tradition of these parties. So it shouldn't be controversial. I think the main thing is now, how do we get that money, and where do we get that money from, and how can we do it practically? But in Europe, when you look at the different European governments, it takes front runners. It takes someone to lead this whole debate and get folks out of the foxholes and to get it on the rails. So hopefully we'll see that in the next couple of months. The way I see it, and the way this debate also needs to be had, is we need to tie it to the debate in the US. From the way I see it, because here in Denmark, for instance, there's a big buy-in as regards NATO. There's always been that, and it's always been seen as, we want to be at the core of NATO. We are lagging behind with the defense budget, but the way of getting this whole debate going is by saying, well, if we want to keep NATO together, and if we want to keep the Americans on board, and if we want to relieve pressure on the parties in the US that want to, or the political forces in the US that are pro Atlantic cooperation and against isolationism, we need to relieve pressure on them by being more activist here in Europe, and that's the only way we can keep the alliance together in the future. So hopefully we'll see more and more of that come through.
Now, the Americans already started talking about Bradleys, right? So I think it's only right that Europe starts talking about both Leopards on the one hand, but of course also the CV90s. And this is where I see that this debate that was started in Finland, in the Finnish parliament, and is now slowly, but I think quite surely spreading to Scandinavia, not just Denmark, but all three Scandinavian countries, is going to be very important and possibly very moving, right? Because on the one hand, if there is constructed a coalition of Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, in this regard, of those governments all saying collectively with one voice as a quartet, going to the Chancellor in Berlin saying, do you know what, we reckon we're all responsible, all democracies, we reckon now is the time, send Leopards, be with us, don't be against us. Look, a consensus is already formed. We are the consensus, come join the consensus. You don't have to lead, we're leading this. Come in, join the consensus. It will be a lot easier for the German government to swallow, for the German chancellor to swallow, for the wing of the SPD that's a bit iffy still on this whole security thing and working with the Americans and likes peacetime politics and doesn't like security politics and doesn't like assessing security and strategic risks. It will be a lot easier for them to swallow that as well. At the same time, forming such a coalition around Leopards also, by its nature, by the nature of the equipment in these militaries' arsenals, also forms a coalition on the side of it about the one thing that hasn't been discussed much in public yet, but that we have touched here time and time again on this space, which is CV-90s, very possibly the best infantry fighting vehicles that are produced and exist in any good number, best suited as well, just like the Leopards are in the role of an MBT, best suited as an IAV for Ukraine. Do you see a path here, a consensus, a possible consensus forming in the near future over, say, the next month or two across the Nordics?
I certainly hope so. I mean, I as I was saying before, it's in the tradition of the parties that form the current government. The former government we had was quite lukewarm, but I think now that the Prime Minister is governing towards the center and with the coalition at the right, I think that should pave the way here in our country. I don't think the current government would like to be seen as the foot draggers in the club of the Nordics. So hopefully we'll get that through. And you mentioned obviously Norway, Sweden, and Finland, but you have the Baltic states at the forefront, and you have the Poles too, all around the Baltic Sea region. So I think I hope sincerely that the countries will bandwagon and get together and get this through, because there are many proponents of it. And if you look at the debate in Germany, well, you have Die Grüne, you have FDP, you have CDU. Well, from what I can tell, they're also pro. So there should be possibilities, certainly.
All that needs to happen is to sway fundamentally one wing within one party that just happens to have the chancellor in Germany, right? This should be doable when there seems to be more of a consensus forming everywhere else, and hopefully, just hopefully, a morally unimpeachable coalition like this from the Nordics, bringing the Germans along. This should be hopefully the way to do it. At this point, I would very much like to pass it. Jakob, if you have any more comments, go ahead, and then I'll pass it to my friend and colleague here, Carlos, formerly of the U.S. Marine Corps, now a fast jet pilot for hire, up to all things bad, as long as it's for training purposes only.
I'm sorry, is that over to me then?
That's over to you.
I'm sorry, yeah. Okay. Hello, I just wanted to give you the rest of that. I've worked with the Danish Armed Forces, specifically at Camp Viking in Afghanistan. And obviously that meant I worked with a lot of intelligence, military intelligence individuals there, which was great. I got to see how the Danish Armed Forces integrated, I guess, intelligence down to the small units. They worked much like the Marine Corps, which is why we had such great synergy there at Task Force Belleau Wood. So obviously that mission ended for the Danes in June of 2021. And since then, I've seen, obviously, they've been supporting Ukraine in very small ways, which is obviously important in terms of the training aspect of it. I know they've worked in conjunction with the United Kingdom, specifically when they are bringing Ukrainian soldiers over to train. I think the other day we had, there was a number that was published that about 20,000 had formally gone through various courses, and that included the Danish military. It sounds like the instruction was based off of not only medical, but also small unit tactics. And I wanted to see if maybe since such a core competency of the Danish armed forces was to be able to push intelligence down to the low level, is that a part of this signals intelligence and other training that's happening in that realm as well?
I think it would be. I can't give you a definitive answer, but it probably will be, because the one thing, you know, is when you're small, you need to find the competitive edge, and that's one thing we did in the intelligence service, and our military is always also doing that, as you have seen. So yeah, they integrate a lot. So I would expect that training methodology is carried through as well. Well, it's done along with the Brits. So usually we cooperate very closely with the Brits on these kinds of things. And as you know, we've also served closely with the Brits in Afghanistan and Iraq, close cooperation. So that goes back many years. So I would expect that to happen in this scenario as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, at Camp Bastion, obviously Camp Viking was right next to it, and I would go to get my soft serve ice cream over there because they had great feedbacks, by the way. The other thing I guess I wanted to talk about is, so that mission ended in Afghanistan, obviously the support there. I know there was a lot of, kind of rethinking about, you know, now there's this other conflict going on. In other words, the mission in Afghanistan ended. Obviously, we all know how it ended, not well. I guess, how did that affect maybe the Danish people's thinking now in the realm as it is with this war with Russia? Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, it does. It does. I mean, as was the case in the U.S. and I guess in many other countries, it ended, you know, in a terrible way, and our government took over the lousy arguments from our allies, and I guess most governments that were in Afghanistan did the same thing. These arguments that were simply out of touch with reality. So then what happened was, most people also, that also goes for our parliament here, thought, well, now we're going to have a small footprint with some counter-terror operations in Africa and all that, and away with nation building and all that. People didn't get it, and politicians didn't get it, I have to say. I've been in a number of debates on Afghanistan, on the fallout and what was happening, and folks, you know, didn't get what this whole discussion of so-called nation building and CT operations, etc., were all about. And then what happened, you know, a few months after, because this is back in the fall of 2021, and you know, the invasion, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine happens already in February. So people weren't even, you know, ready for anything, and the politicians weren't ready for anything. And I have to say, what we're learning now with the financing of our armed forces, etc., it's a huge task for the new government to live up to what's being demanded, and it comes from this whole exit from Afghanistan and that thinking, you know, over the last year in Afghanistan and immediately after Afghanistan, and so it's been a rude awakening. And that's why I think our government is struggling now to get up to speed and to say, well, we need just to get that financing in place ASAP, and need to start firing all cylinders. Our next door neighbors, the Swedes, did that immediately after their election. We have not really seen that from our government to the same extent, but hopefully they will get there. But I agree with you. It was a lot of this has been a fallout from Afghanistan and the last years in Afghanistan, really.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Doman, one more. I guess also a kind of a shift we saw in a lot of intelligence services was a refocus, or I should say capacity taken and put into counter-terrorism and kind of away from counterintelligence. There's been many articles written on this, of course, and of course intelligence services, including the military intelligence services, really focused on that. And we just kind of talked about the repercussions of it. So I guess, are you seeing that as well? Kind of, did that capacity get taken away or shifted to counterterrorism? And do you see it focusing back towards counterintelligence as it applies to bigger actors, if you will?
Yeah, I would say, though, that the counterintelligence has become an increasing focus here in Denmark. Actually, since 2014, I would say it's been going up. Now, counterintelligence is placed in our domestic intelligence and security service, the PET. But so definitely you can see from the annual reports how it's been beefed up over the years. So I don't think we're that much behind schedule. That's my best take on it. That we're fortunate in that compartment. And I also say that intelligence-wise, the Russia portfolio has really been beefed up since 2014, or since 2008 really, has been gradually beefed up. My former service, the Defense Intelligence Service, put out an assessment saying, that was in December of last year, so 13 months ago, that in case of a conflict in the Baltic region, militarily Russia would have the upper hand in the initial stages, and that was only 3 months before war broke out for real in the Ukraine. But that has been beefed up, and that also has to do with the Danish footprint in the Arctic, with Greenland and what's been happening up there, both with Russian interest and Chinese interests and activities. And obviously we also had this debacle with the Trump administration. I don't want to get carried away with that and get too much into that, but Trump that wanted to buy Greenland a few years ago, that some of you might recall. So
you mean it's not for sale, huh? It's not for sale.
It wasn't put up for sale, and I don't think the people of Greenland really wanted to be traded like that. But no, so that has been beefed up over a number of years for a variety of reasons, fortunately.
Yeah, that is great. And I guess I'll just leave you with this comment. A lot of those relationships were developed in Task Force Belarus in Afghanistan because we had obviously the Danish Armed Forces, we had the Force Protection Wing of the UK, we had the Georgians, 33rd Battalion, 42nd Battalion, we had the Estonians, all within one battle space. And so even though it wasn't obviously reflected in that region, a lot of those relationships had been established, as well as communication and a lot of sharing, which I think is good for present day. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Since you were talking about Greenland being for sale, I would just note that once before it was, right? And there was that discussion, wasn't it? Greenland for some island in the Philippines for Schleswig, something along those lines, about 100 years ago.
Yeah. Well done. Yeah.
And of course, that ended up being a much smaller deal in the end, just the Danish West Indies, that is to say, the U.S. Virgin Islands of today, in exchange for cash.
Exactly. But we didn't see that coming in 20 when was it, 2020 or 2019, whenever it was.
No, quite. I'll ask you one other question, very much here and now, not to do with this history, but to do with let's say the Arctic region more broadly. Now, with Sweden and Finland joining NATO, that does two things for Denmark. The obvious one is, of course, the Baltic Sea. Becoming much more of a NATO leg than it was before, with just the little outlets that Russia has around St. Petersburg and then around Kaliningrad, the only non-NATO nations very soon to be on the Baltic.
Exactly.
The other one, of course, being the broader changes to the Arctic region. People forget that, of course, Denmark has a big interest in the Arctic and in the North Sea, what with the Faroe Islands and with Greenland, crucially. How is the Danish, let's call it, defense establishment, but also more broadly speaking, strategic establishment, looking at Sweden and Finland joining NATO, how this is going to change and how much this is going to change the Danish and the broader Western position in the Arctic? People will say, "Oh, but Sweden and Finland, they don't have any access to the Arctic Ocean directly." Of course, forgetting just what perilous a situation it puts all of the Russian bases in and around, say, Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, Petsamo, etc.
Exactly. I think there's that plays quite a role here. I think most people realize that it will have a significant impact for the Danish responsibilities that we have in the North Sea and around Faroe Islands and up in Greenland, because Finland and Sweden tie into that, and obviously also with the Baltic Sea, where I would say we're less of a frontline state than back in the Cold War, but I also hope and I also expect that of our politicians, that they don't see that at okay, then we're more to share the same burden, because with the way geopolitics is going right now, there won't be a peace dividend. We have to keep investing. We have to improve in the Arctic. We have to improve in the Baltic Sea together with the Swedes and the Finns. So there are so many challenges, and that's what we need to have a public debate about. And we also need to keep that public debate going about the threat of terrorism. Afghanistan is still there. Iran is still there. Syria is still there. Mali and Sahel is still there, and these problems are not solved. Quite on the contrary, they're getting worse. So I think that whole idea of enlarging NATO, and then there'll be more countries to share the burden. We need to shoot that down and keep people aware that it's expensive. It's going to be expensive for years to come, and we have to do it for our security.
I of course completely agree. The one thing I would suggest, however, is saying, with Russia crashing on the cliffs of Ukraine, getting vast quantities of their equipment destroyed there, possibly the best strategic thing here for European nations and European NATO nations especially to do is to say, well, let's help them along with it. Let's give Ukrainians all the modern equipment we possibly can, because we really don't have to save up these tanks for anything, because the one thing that we would need modern Western tanks for most desperately would be to avert the Russian invasion of Europe. Now, if the Ukrainians go off, and this is putting it very cynically, but go off and destroy the bulk of Russian armor in Ukraine, there will just be so much less of a threat coming from the East ever into Europe.
Exactly. and coming to threaten the Arctic and up there as well. It's that's the way it is, and that SEPA report talking about 50% of the Russian military capacities running into oblivion, and for only, is it 5% of the American defense budget? Now, I hope decision makers in Europe are aware of that report and say, okay, even looking at it from a business perspective, it makes sense.
It's quite astonishing. Hi, Jacob. This is Axel. Very briefly, it's quite astonishing that seemingly the relatively worthy and comprehensive intelligence which European intelligence services have produced, both human, SIGINT, and the likes, even in the run-up to this attack specifically. I mean, I'm just reminding ourselves that, for example, the German BND had sussed out stuff pretty early on, together with its allies, and by the way, the Estonians had as well, in October. And still, we were having a debate in the days before the attack occurred in the German National Security Council. It seems they cannot really, they don't rely on reports, they don't rely on intelligence, and they really don't seemingly care in some shape or form. How is intelligence perceived, and how big is the trust, so to say, in Denmark towards the intelligence community?
If we set aside the scandals that have rocked the service, the public perception has been quite good. We've also had the same issue in Denmark. I've published a book recently about my experiences in the intelligence service, and I mention a few cases where it's obvious that the political establishment did not listen to what was being said by the intelligence service, and just to get a public debate about the necessity and the requirement for our politicians to listen to the intelligence service, or if they choose not to listen to the intelligence service, justify why they didn't, instead of trying to set aside the objective arguments, because there have been these political interference, I would say, only a light political interference, but something that's worthwhile having a debate about. So hopefully we can avoid that in the future, because you have to have the objective assessments from the intelligence service, and then if the politicians choose to do something differently, that's fair enough. But then they have to be fair and square with the population, and not stick to nonsensical arguments as they did, for instance, regarding the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
100%. I couldn't agree more. And we've had this a number of times here in the last, close to 10.5 months, that we were discussing exactly that often enough the intelligence product has just been cast aside for no reason other than expediency and political concerns. Now, I had yes, exactly. I had a separate question for you. I mean, Denmark has a fantastic shooting range, and I was wondering, we had the question with our Finnish friends, why not actually, alongside the political discussion which is happening at the moment, and forming that coalition of parties who are willing to, highlight to the Chancellery that there is that large coalition. They are keen to have Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s both supplied. I suggested to Jukka Kopra, and we had the other two Finnish gentlemen, Anders and what's his name, Dolan?
Atte.
Ate, yeah, not Hatte, Ate. Anders and Ate. We had them here, and Jukka Kopra from the largest opposition party then joined in. I suggested, why not actually just simply start training Ukrainian armed forces on the weapon systems? Because training is allowed. Now, you have a fantastic shooting range. I know my Danish colleagues from yesteryear. I can definitely attest to the fact that they have all the kit, they have the capacity, they're very good coaches. What could be better than just saying, whilst we're training Ukrainian forces, we're also training them on kit which we believe has to come anyway.
Exactly. It's just to get it done. Actually, I remember, maybe you can straighten that out for me, because I remember sometime back in the autumn, there was discussion about training on Leopards going on in Spain, right?
Yeah, whatever happened with that? Why did the Spaniards step off the ledge?
Yeah, I have to confess, I don't know what happened, but that's why we need courageous governments that get the snowball rolling.
So sadly, I think our Latin American friend isn't listening, who delved into this a little bit more. But I think what happened was a slight misreporting in just as in German everything's a Panzer. In Spanish, everything ends up with being a carro of some sort, right? Some sort of a vehicle. And I think it was simply misreporting in Infodefensa that says carros de combate, which means, combat vehicles. In practice, it means tanks. But I think they were simply misreporting that for M113s or some such that they were actually using. Of course, there was previously discussion in Spain by the defense minister, by the head of the Defense Select Committee in the Spanish parliament, suggesting the older Leopard 2A4s that have been in storage in Zaragoza since 2008 or something like that, to be sent to Ukraine, but that seems to have been extinguished on the back channels, because it was brought up several times by both the government and parliamentaries in Spain, and then suddenly it's as though no one ever said anything about it. So the Germans must have said, well, you know what, we're not giving you re-export licenses. What else could possibly be the explanation there?
Okay, yeah. I think, but it was from El País, wasn't it?
It was in El País, and it was initially, the first reporting was in Infodefensa, and then of course in El País as well. Okay. And this is significant because El País is very much, the media arm of the current largest governing party.
Hey, you can't say that.
You know what I mean.
They're closely affiliated with a lot of those who are there, but there are still some very decent historians in El País as well.
They are to the largest governing party what the Daily Telegraph and the Times are to the largest governing party, the governing party in Britain, etc., etc. But FAS definitely isn't to the SDP.
Hey, Jacob, I have a quick question for you, just very briefly, because we have another panel coming up also in a few minutes. We have on a regular basis a number of people who all have an intelligence background and who've been in this field for quite some time. I would love to have a little panel together from time to time where we can get like-minded people who have a long-standing track record and who know how the parties in between the various NATO nations have worked together, and bring them up so we can pepper them with questions. If that were amenable to you, we'd be delighted having you on that panel.
Just let me know when. I'm more than ready.
That's excellent.
I'd be delighted.
All righty. Well, Dorman, we know what to do.
Absolutely, and I think we're in good touch, and we can put this together whenever, quite quickly. Axel, shall we take we have one hand up? Let's go to Kathy. And then I think we'll have to do a little switch around anyway. Kathy.
I can skip my question if you don't have the time.
We'll take the time, Kathy.
Okay,
we'll take the time.
you. Thank you so much. So, Jacob, first I want to congratulate you on the successful PSYOPs that Denmark made, that made most Swedes think that it's legal for Danes to hit us with sticks if we walk across the ice, and yeah, because we think it's still a law, or has been a law. Most Swedes think that. So congratulations on that. But so a serious question. What I don't know if you can speak on this, but since you've been in the intelligence community, what do you think about the scandal that came forward? I think last year that the Danes helped the Americans spy on the Swedes. Because in my opinion, that makes me think that maybe the Kerch Bridge is not the only bridge that needs to get blown up.
No, well, I think this whole leak of intelligence was nonsense, and the reporting on this specific issue that was in the DR, Danish radio, as it's called, our version of the BBC, which was nonsensical, misunderstood. And they didn't work with proper sources to get their assessments right. They asked folks, academia and stuff, that never had hands-on experience with the intelligence. So that whole story was nonsense, and it was. It originated with this so-called whistleblower that leaked information, and that was misunderstood. And we've had an inquiry into what's happening inside of the intelligence service, and that inquiry has ruled that, well, these allegations were misunderstood and actually nonsense, and I said that right from the outset when I saw it, and I actually wrote it. Yeah. So don't believe that just because it's in our version of the BBC.
So you did not spy on us?
We didn't spy on you. We can't rule out that someone else might have tried, and that's the whole story of it. And I believe there's close cooperation between our countries across the Öresund.
Yeah,
So
because
the bridge stays.
The
for
bridge
now,
stays. The bridge stays.
just wait. You never know.
But you did watch The Bridge.
Of course, I watched The Bridge. It's amazing.
Yeah. So it stays.
Oh, all righty.
For now. Thank you.
Jacob, we have to do this again. As you can see, we have tons of questions. It's absolutely splendid. Thank you very much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Dolman, thank you very much for arranging it. It has been absolutely exceptional. Let's see that we can get the next panel going quick.
Thank you so much, Jakob, for joining us. Absolute pleasure. And as Isa says, we should definitely do this again. We are already getting more people up. James Vasquez, and I think a number of others are going to be joining James momentarily as well. And Jakob, again, thank you so much.
Thanks.
A big hand for Jakob. So.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Malcolm and Rip and a couple other good fellas. So I'm just going to kind of read the mail. You guys, I'm going to mute myself, and you guys can talk about what you need to talk about. If you have a question for me, I'll be happy to answer it.
We're ready to rock and roll. What you're going to do? You're packing, are you?
I am. I'm ready to head. I'm ready to head back down and getting a bunch of stuff together for the boys. And we had a couple guys that we support that just had some heavy casualties. Got hit pretty hard the other day. They're going to need some re-ups. And so I'm going to be going down there, bringing that to them, and seeing some other people. And then, like I said the other day, be heading down with a SF unit and hanging out with those guys for a few days and, try to fight the good fight. But right now, I'm here more to support Malcolm Nance, and Malcolm's up to a lot of stuff, and he's got a lot of things going, and I know Rip's about to pop on, and as well as Matthew Van Dyke. So I think this is the first time not only have myself, Rip, and Malcolm been on at the same time, as well as Matthew. But I think we got a couple other good guys going on. So so this is going to be it's going to be pretty fun to listen to. I'm not going to say too much because I like hearing these guys more than myself.
And I can see Malcolm with us. Hello there.
Hello.
Malcolm.
How are you?
Very well. Very glad to see you both here already, and I know that more are coming.
Sure.
But tell us, you're traveling, are you not?
Well, actually, I'm about to travel. I'm about to go to Poland to do a logistics run, as you know, and this is why these monthly forums, when I come on for a couple of days out of the month, are important because, you know, we've established a thing. For those of you who don't know, well, I'm sure most of you know who I am. I used to be with MSNBC. Prior to that, I was U.S. Navy cryptologist, special operations cryptology, and various other U.S. government agencies, including the one I can tell you about, which is the National Security Agency. Since that career ended, I was national security and intelligence analyst for MSNBC News, which I did for on and off for 7 years while still as an intelligence contractor for the United States government. Last year, I joined the International Legion for the Territorial Defense of Ukraine and have been serving in the Legion. I actually went to Ukraine for a month before the war to assess the invasion routes in Ukraine. And then when the war started, I joined the Legion. And I was in the Legion for 9 months. And that includes 6 months on the line out in Kharkiv. Took part in the offensive to take back Kharkiv province in September, and then I've returned on extended leave back in November, back to support the Legion operations here in the United States and around the world. And so once a month, what I do is I come on Miria Report, where I've got great support from Rip at Ripley's Heroes and James. James, by the way. I gotta get you guys up for some helmets. But we have a special operations battalion that operates out of the out of northeastern Ukraine that is on the line right now. And once a month, I make a fundraising appeal for the various things that we need as they adapt. And as some of you might recall, if you were here last month, I think last November, we did a really big push. We needed medevac pickup trucks. We bought those pickup trucks. They're on the line right now, which is awesome. We also got a boatload of night vision, and we had some great medical questions. So if any of you are combat medics, I want to discuss to you the changing face of TCCC in the current environment. It was one thing to go out with IFACs when we were on the offensive. It was another thing in winter to be on the line and get bombarded and making assaults in snow and ice. So that's another thing. But right now we're going to discuss that. And in the meantime, I'm going to come to you and ask you guys to, if there's like 500 guys on and everybody gives $25, we can meet all of our goals for getting this month's project, which is ATVs. We don't need electric motorcycles. We don't need any more pickup trucks. We're at the point where we've now assessed that the best way to evac casualties in winter is on ATVs pulling carts. So, and away we go with that. So thanks for letting me talk. So let's get those questions out of the way.
I just want to jump in real quick and say, can everybody please share and retweet the space? Check out the nest, the front card. Retweet that out. Tell everyone that we have here James Vasquez, Malcolm Nance. I think Rip Rawlings will be joining soon, as will Matthew Van Dyke, and get those numbers of listeners and speakers up, and definitely not away. Axel?
I was just about to say so. Maybe you can explain a little bit more as to why the ATVs matter so much.
Yeah, well, the last time I was on was in late November, and I think we did a week campaign, and what we had was we had 2 critical incidents that occurred out on the line, and what we found is that we just did not have enough vehicle capacity to move our critically injured off the battlefield fast enough. And the way that the TCCC system works in Ukraine is, let me make this clear, because a lot of guys go, oh, well, this isn't Iraq, this isn't Afghanistan. I fought in Iraq, Afghanistan. Yeah, I was in Iraq, I was in Afghanistan, I was in Libya, Syria. Where else did I fight? Lebanon, a whole bunch of places, right? Every combat dynamic is different. And I know I was a salty ass sailor, but I'm a land warfare guy, right? My job is to deal with stuff ashore. And so for over my near 40 years that I've been doing this, I've had an opportunity to assess, how various groups and units do things. And there was a radical sea change after the beginning of the war on terrorism, when the U.S. Army went away from, big bags like the Walk Kit, right? The Warrior Aid and Litter Kit, which had a 55-pound Talon 2 litter, plus bandages and all the rest of this stuff, in a really heavy, close to 75, 80-pound pack that the assistant medic would carry, and then they would have a squad pack that would have all the gear, and most people would carry a tourniquet and one bandage. The war on terrorism changed that, and it came down to the philosophy that it's better that the
How much
individual.
need is required for XSOF in Ukraine?
What's that? Say again?
Sorry, Mel. Normally the way we do it is you raise your hand and then ask
Oh, was that a question?
because Malcolm was talking. I don't know. Beryl, can you bring your question again?
Oh. Yeah, I guess we sort of lost him. But let me finish my philosophy, and then that question goes right to or my answer goes right to your question. Way back in the oldie days, at the beginning of the war on terrorism, they shifted to individual first aid kits on every person, so that the squad medic didn't have to carry 20 bandages, 20 tourniquets, and all of these things, and you could disperse and use the equipment that was on the wounded individual. As the global war on terrorism progressed, the number of tourniquets you needed increased, especially due to the IED casualties. 2 or 3 tourniquets would be needed, sometimes 4 per injury. But the system is that they built bigger IFACs. Ukraine is different. Early on, we went to the Army philosophy, we still do, having the IFACs on every individual. And in our units in the Legion, we did dual IFACs plus 2 tourniquets. So that would give us 4 tourniquets, 6 bandages, a set of shears, all those things. But what we noticed after the Kharkiv offensive, and that worked great for us when we were holding 25 kilometers of line and we had closer access to medevac. When the Kharkiv offensive went, we really became a very mobile force. And, we were moving in pickup trucks, and we would hold little bits of the line that we were seizing in direct action. But there was a greater artillery threat. And so what happened, we would find that we would seize points, and we were having more mass casualties events. So when I started our fundraiser for vehicles 2 months ago, we needed those vehicles to speed people off from these hard points. But now the line has changed. We are in the Northeast, are not in trenches. The trenches are mainly around the fixed areas where the Russians are making offensive, Bakhmut, other areas, Zaporizhia, sections of Kherson. But where warfare went really mobile, was move to contact, and maybe you dig, yourself a shallow grave, or you dig a very short trench, but you're not going to be there very long. The Russians are really in trenches now, which is a big change from how this war was 6 months ago. Very big change. But what we found now, just in the last 2 months, we had another critical incident where we lost 3 Legionnaires, were killed to a single artillery strike with 7 wounded. And once again, we had our 3rd mass casualty event in a 1-month period. And it changed the way our combat medics, who were all French, by the way, 2 French Legionnaires, French foreign Legionnaires who had come into the Legion, and they were really hardcore medics, but they would find that after 1 mass casualty incident, all the tourniquets had been gone through, all the bandages had been used, especially like the 8-inch stump bandages, right? The H&H 8-inch abdominal or stump bandages. And then we had 1 mass casualty incident in the first hour, which one of our BTR-4s hit a mine, an anti-personnel mine, but it fragged everybody on the top of the mine with little fragments. Didn't kill anybody, but it just went through all the IFACs, like boom. And so what we found we also found that the pickup trucks are great when you are in a fixed position and you've got to go to another fixed position. We're mobile now, and the Army is doing little mini offensives and pulling back. And what we found now is that the mud and the ice make those pickup trucks, they can get us to the last kilometer. And we have now taken a cue from the Ukrainian special forces that are in our sector, that they use ATVs. And they're recommending that all the SSO units, all the special operations units, use ATVs. So now what you're going to see is a shift in how ATV usage is going to be done. All right. And you guys still with me?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. No,
You're going to,
thank you very much for
because
highlighting
here's
this.
how I want to point this out, because a lot of people go, why are you fundraising? You guys should have all that billions of dollars. It comes from the United States. Doesn't work that way. When you need things that we say are in between the raindrops, right? We get ammunition. As a matter of fact, a lot of our ammunition is captured from the Russians, our 5.54, all of our PKM ammunition. We have little old ladies bringing us that stuff, loads of that. But our 7.62 by 51, our 338 Lapua, all of that stuff's got to be brought in from the Ukrainian army. That comes. We have loads of that. Our M240Bs, reams of ammo, 60 millimeter mortars, all of those things. But if you need, for example, we just bought 5 specialty packs for our mortar section. If you need to carry a 60 millimeter mortar, you could put a 240 sling on it or something like that, or carry it over your pack. But there are, dedicated mortar packs. And we found those. They're horribly expensive. They come from London Bridge Trading. But now our guys are going to be able to rock two 60 millimeter mortars plus 6, 12, 18 rounds of ammunition in their tubes in these packs that we found. But otherwise, you're going to be humping that in a little dinky 3-day pack, and it's going to be miserable. So these things, if you want these capabilities, you can get them. In fact, we have a company in Lviv, Ukraine, that is going to reproduce the mortar packs. Not the ones that we have, but it's a Ukrainian pack, and it'll allow them to move 60 and 82 millimeter mortar tubes. And these are things that are not being distributed by the Army. So early on in the war, it was IFACs and tourniquets. I mean, from like March to May, no one wanted anything but IFACs and tourniquets. Then May to August, it was pickup trucks. Everybody needed pickup trucks. And I think we've actually sort of reached the point of saturation on pickup trucks. But pickup trucks, like everything else in this war, are consumed. They are destroyed. We lose gear all the time. One guy in my unit went through 3-day packs because he took hot shrapnel through all of them, which means that the pack sort of saved his life. But when it's hot, it will melt right through that Cordura. So I'm bringing this guy packs. We're bringing like 6 extra packs because this stuff is consumables out there. Same with helmets. But By November, we started getting to that point where virtually all the SSO units, all the units were having enough pickup trucks to give them capability to move a little faster in places where they could do logistics resupply or move at machine gun like the MG42s we have, or the M240Bs to operate as weapons platforms, or to move boatloads of ammo that we carry. On one mission, we carry 16 bull spikes, 4 AT4s, a PKM, an M240, and you got to carry ammo for all of that. So now we're at the point where things are slowing down. And what we found with the SOF units out in eastern Ukraine, they're shifting to ATVs for logistics out and for casualties back. So when we bought our last 2 pickup trucks, they were like, yeah, great. Your pickup trucks are still going to get bogged down in the last kilometer, even if it freezes over, and it will bring artillery on your head. So now everyone in the East, not everyone, but units that are in these specialized areas, you might have seen some of the pickup trucks, the Polaris Razors and stuff like that the Ukrainian SOF have. And that's what we're moving to for our medevac. And you notice I talk medevac a lot because we're having a lot of casualties now. Let's just be honest. Our battalion has been in operation since July. We took no dead until the last week of November. And now in the last month, we've had 5 dead, 13 wounded, because the dynamic of the combat has changed. And this was a direct action unit from August to November, just direct action, seize, reconnaissance. Now we're doing more reconnaissance, more drone missions, more long-range sniping missions, and more missions at night. But the Russians have the advantage. They know things are slower. So they pre-grid every tree line. So wherever you engage from, it's going to get hit. So it's increased the number of our casualties. And this isn't just the Legion, right? This isn't 3rd Battalion Legion. This is every unit that's not on the line fighting a dynamic like in Bakhmut or someplace like that.
I want to reiterate what Malcolm is saying. That is something that we've not only unit that with it. Malcolm and I have different, a different dynamic. He's been fighting with Foreign Legion, and he's been a leader in the Foreign Legion. I've been embedded with Ukrainians, which is kind of weird. That we still have this relationship and still coordinate with each other all the time and talk about this stuff. But yeah, our guys have been getting hit pretty hard. And, when Malcolm says, yeah, we need some ATVs, we need to be able to cart these guys out. We've been experiencing that a lot lately, more than I care to admit. But that's just, it's just kind of what's happening now. And like you said, it was kind of almost radio silent for a couple months. Not to say that they weren't casualties, and that but it's been happening a lot. They've been hitting hard lately, and so the time that really need to start replenishing, all these vehicles have been taking a big hit. People have taken a big hit. Soldiers have been taking a big hit lately. And it's just this time of the year where they're launching an aggressive offensive, and this offensive has been relatively effective. To say that we haven't been getting them right back, but we're talking about us, not them. So what Malcolm is saying is we need a bunch of stuff, and we need them quick, and we need to be able to evac these guys relatively quickly, and make sure they get the medical attention that they need immediately.
Yeah, really, it's so funny, the stuff we were asking for, like helmet, like red light helmet lights, and eye pro and ear pro in September. We lost 2 guys in our battalion to permanent hearing loss from a T-80 cannon blast that hit one of our positions dead center. It unfortunately killed a Ukrainian from the 92nd Brigade. But our principal sniper, the guy who was rocking our MRAD, lost his hearing. You know, an American, and then a French guy lost hearing in both ears permanently, and boom, they're off the battlefield right away, and they're bleeding from the ears. We were lucky that it wasn't bigger, but I think one of the biggest things that people need to understand, and why every once in a while we come on here and we do these Ask Me Anythings in order to raise money, is that combat sustainment, and that's what we call this in the Legion, the Combat Sustainment Fund, at tapestry.org. That's tapstri.org. This is not money that's being used for martinis, okay? This stuff goes right to, I think we have coming out to Ukraine on Saturday, we're bringing 400 new bandages. And guys are like, wow, you can't possibly be going through 400 bandages. Well, we just went through 60 that we needed to use on people who were injured in less than 3 weeks. So as the nature of each battlefield changes, the consumables change. And let me tell you something, we don't buy Chinese tourniquets. We don't buy it. I don't care if it says chest seal and it's the same colors at HiFin. If I don't get it from North American Rescue or Tactical Medical Solutions or a legitimate company that makes these things, we don't buy it, because now we're losing people, and we really want to get the best thing, the best support for them. So that's why I come out and this one we still have to buy 2 Starlinks, we still have to buy 2 Iridium sat phones, and don't ask me what those are for, but they're very effective, and these 2 ATVs. So once a month, I'm going to come out and kick y'all in the butt and beg for you to join the Legion Combat Support Fund. And here's another thing I'm going to give you, although we're doing our Jerry Lewis telethon here. I have the emails of every person that has ever donated to tapestry.org. Every person. And I've already committed that every person who has ever donated, except for 2 people who gave $5,000, they have vehicles named after them, right? There's a Diane, right? And there's a Silver Lining. So that's the name of the other truck. And it's a Silverado, so that's fun. But again, the reason that we do all this is because we do not want to have to take away from the Ukrainian units, and those units don't get all of this stuff. Anything excess we have, we give it to them. We're with with several brigades. We have the 25th, and the 92nd, and other brigades that are attached to us, and they have these gaps too. And they have Come Back Alive supporting them. They have other units supporting them. The Estonians, Ukraine Aid Ops, all these others, and this stuff is drips and drabs. Because if I were to go to the Secretary of Defense, I'd have to say, oh yeah, I need 2 million, tourniquets. Or I need every spare IFAC in the U.S. Army Reserve, logistic stores. And those are done by contracts. And those contracts are just getting fulfilled from last July, right? So this war will go on at least another year. As a matter of fact, I wanted at some point today to have a prediction section. I'm writing an article for my Substack about what's going to happen in Ukraine in the next year. But joining this Legion Combat Sustainment Fund, which is what it is, at tapestry.org, that's tapstri.org, I can tell you right now, your donation will be there Saturday, because I'm leaving Friday night. And all that stuff, we still have stuff that's there. We have a really big-headed Legionnaire who needs an extra large ops core. So if anybody's got it, or James, do you guys have one of those high-cut Polish helmets there, an extra large?
Yes, I do. I was just about to tell you. I have one of those extra large. A lot of big-headed dudes over here. No offense to Ukrainians. But yes, I do have one that I can bring down. I'm heading down there. Tell me where you need it.
It's a high cut helmet.
Yes, it's a high cut helmet.
Okay, yeah, because we got to get that ear pro on these guys. So
Yeah, I
anyway,
got a stupid.
leave it in Kiev.
I got a.
Just I will pick it up.
I just happened to get a big double extra large. I don't even know who to give it to. It looks like it should be on
Oh,
Shrek. So
we got Shrek, bro.
all right. Well,
Guys. So anyway,
I had a Shrek.
that just said $1,300. So
Okay, yeah, I got you.
But that's why we do this. Now, that's enough for me. Let's go to your questions, because I'm really interested in sharing this information, because it's important. You may have friends that are out there. You may join the freaking Legion. We got jobs, or you may know people who are out there, or you may be in the national security arena, and you just need to know what it's like. And I can tell you what it's like. Some of it, I can tell you.
What kind of profile of say expertise are the Ukrainians currently looking for when selecting people who want to volunteer?
Well, right now, the standard for the Legion has changed. There are 3 legions. I just want to clear this up with people. For people who have, more advanced infantry special operations background and very good fitness, who are crazy, there is the Legion elements that are attached to the Ministry of Defense Intelligence, the GUR, G-U-R Legion. They have a very tough selection process. I was with GUR for 3 months, and very small teams, 8 to 10 men. They qualify and disqualify each other internally. So that one is for guys who really, really, really want to get out there. They have a very high casualty rate because they are very far out there, and they got weapons, but they don't have a lot more. So I'm not a big fan of putting people in there, but they're my brothers, so I have to shill for them. Then there's 1st Battalion Legion. If you have military experience in the Army, Marine Corps, or Navy, or an Air Force, like security forces, where you have handled a weapon, and that you can handle an M4 or an AK-47, preferably both, then you can join 1st Battalion Legion. 1st Battalion sends you right out to Kharkiv now, and they cycle you in there. For a very long time, 1st Battalion was doing observation posts along a very broad piece of the line, taking casualties mainly through mortars and artillery. 1st Battalion has now been changed into a maneuver element. They took part in the Kharkiv offensive. They do a lot of, security and roadway support. So, and they took some very serious casualties in October. One of the most experienced teams that was made up of all U.S. Army, British Army combat vets from Iraq and Afghanistan. They hit a hard nut and went up against the VDV. They won their battles, and then artillery created a mass casualty event that took down that entire 2 squads. So they are still recruiting.
I remember talking to you about that right after that happened. That was bad.
But hey, these guys, they proved their worth. Then there's 3rd Battalion Legion, which was the battalion that I'm still in. 3rd Battalion Legion is the Special Operations Legion. We have a way of saying this, okay? Let's just get this straight. We are not Special Forces troops, okay? No one has trained us for 10 years. That's the Ukrainian Special Forces and the SBU SSO, right? These are guys who have been fighting since 2014 as Special Forces. We are a Special Operations unit, which means that the missions that we have are what make us special. We're a Rozvidka organization, which is reconnaissance type operations. So we operate as part of the Ukrainian Special Forces and their Special Operations Task Force North. And the missions are much, much tougher. We operate on or behind Russian lines, most of the time behind. And it's recently gotten a little worse for the wear, principally because the Russians are digging in and we are not. So we go in and we bop at them and then we bop out. But we do have a lot of specialized capability. Like I said, we're bringing mortars with us now. We have combat support elements that have mortars. We have bomb-dropping drones. So the capabilities we're really looking for are people with, preferably with Ukraine combat experience. Virtually everybody we recruit has come from another unit in Ukraine. Because if you can't take the artillery, you just can't be there. When I was with Gur, we had a French Foreign Legionnaire. He was a guy had been in the French Foreign Legion for 6 years. And after the first massive bombardment, he quit. It's just some people can take it, some people can't. I like to have coffee when they're bombarding me, so I can take it. But, it ain't funny. And fate can get you with the slightest bit of hot shrapnel. So, but those are generally it. There are other units that have Westerners. I know the 131st Reconnaissance unit that's out of Ternopil, that's down in the south. And I think there's also the 132nd. These guys are great. They're small elements of Westerners attached to territorial defense units and then reattached to regular units. I don't know much about them. Jim might know about them. But we are a battalion, well, 2 battalions organized within the Ukrainian army. ID cards, uniforms, contracts, the whole 9 yards. And we get paid.
Well, speaking of the Ukrainian army, because that's really the only guys that I've been embedded with. Again, Malcolm and I have, this relationship, but we have 2 different dynamics on, who we are associated with. The Ukrainians, they, to Malcolm's point earlier, when I'm a little bit under the weather today. The Ukrainians, Malcolm always has the best stuff, best guys, and conducts his business, in a very professional way. And Ukrainians are still, we're still trying to get, what everybody else has, which is a weird thing to say because, this is a Ukrainian army and you would think that they would have the best and everybody else who comes over would, be looking for what they want. But, the fact is that, these guys need a lot of stuff. They're hurting for vehicles. Malcolm has a lot more influence on, as a Foreign Legion commander and or intelligence officer than the Ukrainians actually have, believe it or not. But I don't want to say that disparagingly because Ukrainians also have come a long way, and a lot of it has come through donations and crowdfunding and stuff like that. So this is all, you guys got to understand that all this money that's coming over from other countries and, and this Lend-Lease and everything, these things are all wrapped up in large weapons. These are the Patriots, these are the HIMARS, these are the 777s. These are, weapons that are getting sent over here that are much needed. But, there's still a lot to be desired on the ground, medical equipment. I'm still, trying to get guys in the front line, body armor, proper body armor that they need, boots, stuff like that. So this is a constant battle when it comes to, providing these guys with what they need, as well as, getting them, trained up. The Legion is usually made up of guys that are experienced, like Malcolm said earlier. Ukrainian soldiers are, these guys are, somebody who might be driving Uber today and put on a uniform tomorrow with very little lack of training and just kind of being thrown out there. It's getting better. And now there's more, training camps, but it's not like the United States military where you can, you have the benefit of going to boot camp, you go to AIT training, and then depending on what you do, let's say you're going to be an Army Ranger, that's another 6 months of training, and whatever the case is, or jump school 3 weeks. These guys don't go through any of that stuff. They kind of get thrown into everything. It's like a sink or swim situation over here. And, again, it's getting better. It's not like it was in the beginning, but, these guys still need the gear. They still need proper training. They still need to be able to, get down to a range, be able to zero weapons and just know how to shoot, learn how to shoot. A lot of times they don't even have that opportunity. They're just given a weapon and they're like, go out there and be somebody. And, unfortunately, in this type of situation, that is what you're going to encounter. And, and again, it's not like from day one. Malcolm was here, pre-war. I was here, on March 14th. We both been here, kind of from the beginning. And you see the evolution of war and the evolution of these soldiers. But there's still a lot that is needed here. And correct me if I'm wrong, Malcolm.
Hey, let me talk about the evolution of the Ukrainian Army soldier, because James has been generally with territorial defense units, and his early combat was with those guys. And that was some rip-roaring stuff, bro. I got to tell you, I'm quite impressed with a Russian army right outside of Kyiv. I mean, just crazy. Everyone was in contact at that point. And when you would flow through them, these TDU units, people were saying, oh, they're secondary line units. Yeah, well, the Russians would displace from one place from where there were really hardcore Ukrainian army guys who had been fighting in combat for 2 or 3 years and who had been on the line 2 weeks before the invasion with every weapon known to man. And the Russians would attempt to maneuver and would bump right into a territorial defense unit that had just been stood up a week or two before with AK-47s and a few reservists who had real combat experience. And you guys would go rip-roaring through those Russians. And that surprised the Russians because I put it,
well,
I call it contact action.
I was happy to see guys that had, so, I mean, many people don't know this, but, so, the Ukrainian patch, well, I mean, the small Ukrainian patch, yellow, it signifies, the sky above and the wheats below. When you saw a red and black one, that meant somebody was a veteran of Crimea and the guys who have fought before. So if I was ever next to somebody who had that red and black patch, I was so much happier because, I was at least with someone who had experience, but that was still few and far between, especially in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, but those units themselves have also evolved. I know for a fact that by July, they started pulling these units back, the territorial defense units, once the threat around Kyiv and all of Kyiv, all the way out to Kharkiv was lifted. And these battalions still had to fulfill roles, but they started training them more. I went to the training facility at Yavoriv, which is their principal boot camp. There's a couple of them now. There's several. And I went to Yavoriv, and when I was there in April, a new Ukrainian army elements were being built. And they were saying, oh, they're not going on the line. These guys are staying here for 2 months. And I remember going to the urban warfare village, and we were doing our little soft, sneaky peeky, come out, do reconnaissance stuff. And there was a Ukrainian army unit that was being trained. And the only way I can describe what these guys were doing was they were throwing down and throwing bullets, man. I mean, they were assaulting the hell out of this place. And they were like simulated frags. They were using Miles gear, right? I was like, holy cow, who the heck is blasting over there? It was this Ukrainian army company that their philosophy was you hit that town hard, you flow through it hard, you kill everybody, and you keep moving. And I was like, whoa, are these Ukrainians? I was quite impressed, and then when I went back in November, Well, when I went back in November again for another training element, we were standing up a platoon, a soft platoon, and the same thing. However, what I did notice was there were a lot more salty old guys there. When I went through the javelin course, you could tell who they were. They had their ace. They had U.S. Army ACUs, and they were bleached out, and they wore their helmets like Ranger style, their hats Ranger style, and they all had like Chief Master Sergeant stripes. And these were the guys who were teaching the javelin course, the Stinger course. The javelin course guy, his English was so good just reading the PowerPoint, right? He had done this like 10 times a day, every day with U.S. Army trainers looking over his shoulders before the war. That guy had it down, man. And he said he had students that were double tank aces. That's 10 tanks on the javelin, one student. And I was just like, holy cow, these guys know what they're doing. And then when I got there in November, it was Tank City. Well, actually, it was Tank City in April too. But, you know, we lived near the tank range, long distance tank range, and they were shooting day and night. I was like, oh, this is a completely new army. The offensive in September and November, September in Kharkiv and November in Kherson, shows you that army understood, one, the reconnaissance function. We did a lot of reconnaissance in August that made us, and I use this phrase all the time, that made us understand that the enemy we were lined up against was a pane of glass. But we bought in so much armor from all over Ukraine that we were a sledgehammer hitting a pane of glass. And when we, you know, our D+3 objectives were to go to Kupiansk, and I put this out on Twitter, I guess a week or so ago. Well, we were outside that night, D+1. I mean, that line didn't collapse. That line exploded and went and vaporized. And we were just hauling ass and, you know, pretty much shooting everything that got in the way. We only had one really good, solid gun battle that went 8 hours. And I just suddenly today realized I found the video of that where we were pulling security. And, this thing went long, but that was it. That was all the opposition. We took a major city of 100,000 people with one gun battle, one real gun battle. Otherwise, it was just dead Russians, dead Russian tanks, dead Russian vehicles, you know. And then when everybody thought we would stop, we assaulted again. So even the Russians were surprised. So different Ukrainian army at various points in the war. Now you're looking at the Winter Warriors. And, I'm going to make some predictions here this year. There will be a winter offensive somewhere. You know, I know all of my guys, I sent 40 sets of winter whites. The Ukrainian army gave us 60. They were like, you know, everybody is rigged out for cold weather. We send like James sent those extreme Arctic Alaska cold weather gloves, which you must have if you're just sitting combat Gore-Tex mitt and liner that I could get my hands on over the last month. I think we got 60 pair, but you know, with the trigger finger. But these are things that, you know, every iteration of this war is going to change. And come spring, there will be a new iteration to this war. And I think by then we will have all the elements in place. That's the vehicles. Right now, I mean, I'm supposed to meet with people in Department of Defense in terms of, you know, underlining certain gear for the Legion. I don't want MRAPs. I want up armored Humvees. You know, we just need to be a little more flexible than an MRAP. But the mechanized infantry units need MRAPs. They need, they'll take anything, right? M113s. We don't need F-113s. Although we did capture
different horses. Different horses for different courses.
We were having this conversation earlier about the Humvees, and man, wouldn't it be nice to have bulletproof armored Humvees? But
they exist.
My only thought process is, look, we're gonna have to have a motor pool as well, because these things are hard to maintain.
Yeah.
Not so hard, but there's gonna be things are gonna happen, And we had this conversation, and he was like, "Well, we can have a sustainable motor pool, and we got a lot of talented mechanics over here. I think at this point, my only concern would be getting the the replacement parts. But if we can do that, and we can have crates of replacement parts,
Hey,
we know what goes wrong. We know what goes wrong all the time.
I know where Since Germany is, okay, the largest logistics hub in Europe. Up armored Humvees, and this would be one of those things. Same thing with Patriots. I made this recommendation on air on national TV the other day. I will make a call for Patriot Missileers to join the Legion, and we will recommend to the Ministry of Defense, if I could get a nucleus of 30 or 40 guys whose sole function will be to use their Patriot rearming, repair, and maintenance skill, we will ask that the Legion elements stand up as a Patriot support unit. And that'll be 4th Battalion Legion. So all I need is experienced Missileers, and I'll put that appeal out if it looks like it could happen.
And some motor pool guys. And by the way, you can crowdsource that over here in Ukraine. These guys are very talented mechanics. These guys are very ingenuitive. They can figure anything out.
The Ukrainians operate.
As long as the parts are there, you can fix these things. And maintain them.
Sure.
So
let's go to the next question.
George, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Hey, guys. So I just wanted to say shout out to James and Malcolm, calling you guys from Philly. Anyway.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, is this George?
George.
Yes,
George.
it is.
Oh, my God, George. All right. What's up, buddy?
Nothing much, man. Hey, listen, for the people listening in, because I know Malcolm went through all the the first aid stuff, IFAKs, everything, and why you need a continuous stream of that stuff coming in downrange, because you just go through it
Yes.
like crazy. But can you guys just break down, because we're talking body armor, and I think a lot of people realize, hey, I got a set of body armor, I'm good to go for the rest of the war. Depending.
No, you need constant.
Yeah,
You need constant body armor.
Yes, because there's different types of body armor. It gets hit. It can only take a couple of hits. It needs to replace. Can you guys expound?
Can
on
I talk
that
about that real quick?
Sure.
I have
Sure.
I have 3 sets of armor. Now, most of the pictures people see me and I'm wearing a very light, what I call an Alpine assault vest, right? That's just the chest plate carrier. It's Ukrainian. It was made by a company. I bought it in the pre-war. That was a combat veteran. Made a company called Ballistica. Ballistica's famous. They've since closed down because they're all at war. But Ballistica is famous because in the pre-war, a hero of Ukraine saved the life of all of his soldiers and himself because his armor had taken a hit. He had pulled it out to inspect it, and a grenade came through the window. He put the armor on it, and it exploded, and it didn't severely injure him, and it saved everyone in the room. So that company is famous in Ukraine, Ballistica. And
what's the name of the company? Because I think I just met him today.
Ballistica, Ballisti.
Oh no, I met a guy from UK Artec who was making. He's been here in every war for like the last 30 years, and company. So
everybody
another thing
was a combat vet except for the sewers, and they've been put to other companies. But the owner had been fighting for 6 years, and he said, "Well, war started, gotta go, closing the doors," and he gave away all of his inventory. And I had a boatload of that inventory. But I wear a Ballistica light vest when it's hot, and I'm moving Alpine style, right, fast and loose. But let me tell you something. I have winter kit, and for winter kit, I go back to the U.S. Army IOTV. I also had an old school releasable assault vest, an MRAV, a maritime releasable assault vest, which I started using in August because the artillery threat was increasing and I had no protection to my abdomen or sides. And as a matter of fact, I just had a request from a guy. He's a Marine, former Marine. He runs one of our reconnaissance elements in our bomber squadron. And he was like, hey, I need an IOTV collar and deltoids and groin cover, because we're sitting there and the artillery will come and it can shred your right or left arm, upper right and left arm and groin. So he wants the entire maximum coverage of armor.
Yeah, I actually don't like that. And
yeah, that's you.
It's, you know, I like to you know, I like to travel light, but it depends on, you know, what you do.
It's the mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it. So I've got 3 sets of armor.
I don't even like wearing side plates.
I have a guy wearing my IOTV with side plates right now. And that's soft armor, hard armor under everything. And I'm bringing him a neck collar and the deltoids. So it really depends on the environment and the mission. To tell you the truth, that may be heavier.
Well, that's a true story. It also depends on what you're going to and what you're going in and what you feel like that you're going to need.
Right.
Now, my particular body armor is, you know, I mean, people have seen pictures of me. It's you know, it's rather simple. You know, I got my front plate, my back plate. I don't have side plates, and I don't have a neck plate nor shoulders. You know, I just kind of
yeah, that's what we call super light chest plate, chest carrier.
Yeah. I just, you know, but I also carry, you know, like 15 mags on me. So, you know,
Yeah.
So you're looking at like, you know, 80 pounds of, you know, ammunition.
Yeah, and that's what I wore most of the year. I mean, I did the Kharkiv offensive wearing a plate carrier, but I learned. I mean, our missions were 10 to 15 clicks behind enemy lines, and here's what I had to carry: besides 2 bull spike missiles, no snivel gear. We were not allowed to have a sleeping bag. We were not allowed to have anything. I bought a bivy cover. That was it. A bivy rain cover, and it rained. And we froze because it was unseasonably cold in September where we were. Very little food, water, and 2 IFAKs. And I had to carry 2 bull spike rockets, 1 AT, 1 AP, and 2 bull spikes. And I had to carry 1 can of 800 rounds of 5.56. And oh, did I mention I was rocking the M14? So 62 by 51. I carried the 5.56 for the squad. Every man carried either belt fed or belt fed or AR or 5.56. Oh, and on the mission right after that, I went back to carrying the M320 grenade launcher. So I had 10 rounds. I have 10 rounds on a tactical tailor belt, which when I was primary with my M14, that would stay in my pack. And then when we would sit down, when we would get to our operations area, I would rig it against my chest, over right at the top of my vest or around my waist. But, you know, by the way, no handguns. The Ukrainians don't believe in them.
Well, I carry a handgun, but I'll tell you what, you know, sometimes I go in with that LMG, and so then I want to be lighter weight. Sometimes I go in with the AK. I'm not as fortunate as you. I don't have an M14, but or a M4 rather. But you know, it all depends on what you're carrying and what you're doing. So yes, listen, I'm going in with an AT4 as well. And so if you have an AT4 and if you have a LMG, you're already heavyweight just before you even put on your armor and, you know, your Kevlar and all that stuff. So, you know, essentially you can carry, you know, a couple 100 pounds of weight just based on, you know, munitions and or your gear. So I'll you know, I'll have a leg pack on me. You know, I'm, you know, carrying IFAKs as well, and you know, Camelback, you know, especially if it's in the summer. So all that stuff weighs heavily upon you,
Mm-hmm.
and you gotta just know yourself and what your capabilities are,
Yeah.
as a soldier, and what you're going to be able to carry and what you're going to be able to do and be effective with before you're just like, this is too much. So
And
so everybody's different.
winter changes that dynamic. Now everybody, when we were out there, was all 1 day, 3 day strike packs, and now everyone's carrying a mountain ruck because you got to carry your sleeping bag, you got to carry your heavy Gore-Tex parkas and stuff like that. You got to carry your layers.
Right.
And
That all changes dynamic.
our lead SOF element hates it. He's a Polish SOF guy. He's like, oh, Snivel gear. No, man. People can't freeze to death sitting in ambush, bro.
Right. I try to get the best, underweather gear.
Yeah.
The best long, what do you call them? Thermal. But what do I use? I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you're long
the Under Armour. I try to get the best Under Armour gear, the lightest weight stuff, because I don't want everything to be too cumbersome. Heavy jackets, big jackets are gonna, it's not gonna work with your gear. It's gonna affect you in one way or another. You get a jacket that's too long, it's gonna affect you in how you can handle, the things that are on the side pocket. So, I just try to.
If we're talking little specialty stuff, let me give a shout out to the Cry Precision half jacket. And what it is, it's a small, puffy, lightweight, extremely light.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You can stuff it in your pocket, but it puffs up, and it has a hood, and it goes over the top of your armor. It's literally half of a jacket. And I usually put that on when I get cold on patrol. And it's very nice because it's actually a quilt jacket. And then when we lay up at night, it just depends. If I have to use my hands, I'm not in the bivvy, I wear it anyway. And then I have a heavy parka. That just depends. Key thing, pit zips. You got to have pit zips. I mountain climb, black guy that mountain climbs, which is like hypothermia death study. Because black guys, we sweat like tetanus. No, that's what I call it, man. I climbed in Nepal. I've done several base camps and gone up to several. I used to shuttle gear up to these camps, and if you sweat hard, you will freeze. So whatever you have on your skin had better wick it off immediately.
Yeah, moisture wicks out, right?
White guys can take that stuff. But people who sweat hard at the groin, at the pits, and at the brow, it sucks. So you better have stuff and you're going to need an extra layer to guard against hypothermia and your fingers and your toes. So that's, and of course, when you're out on the line, you can't carry hand warmers, right? Well, you're already a big, giant thermal signature. So, you got to get those ECWS gloves, those extreme cold weather gloves. We could talk about gear all day long, man. I
definitely have like the best stuff, but most of the stuff that I have here is stuff that I brought with me. So these guys don't have access to the type of things that, Malcolm and I would usually have, because, I'm going to guess that him and I, already have these things, at least half these things. And if not, we have access to it and we can get it. But not everybody is that fortunate.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'll tell you one last thing is that I've done 3 runs that has bought in literally 1 ton of gear. I had contracts in the pre-war in Iraq, Libya, and Syria, and I had an enormous quantity of spare gear. I gave our fire department 6 Warrior Aid and litter kits, and those things are $1,200 and they weigh a ton. But there are missions that require that, and I just happen to have a ream of gear that could fit a special operations unit. But if any of you guys are interested in going there, Here's what I wrote in the Legion Creed. We have a creed. Is that the sign of your commitment is to bring your own gear. Okay, don't be going there and going, oh well, I can't afford the gear. How much is your life worth? Right? If it's an OpsCore helmet, weird thing. I mentioned this on Mirio Report too. There was a shift away from OpsCore helmets in this summer when there were several high-profile photos on Telegram of the old MICH, M-I-C-H, the Modular Infantry Combat Helmet, taking straight on AK-47 rounds and PKM rounds through it and stopping them. And I had these guys going, oh, maybe I should go back to the old Kevlar. This is Aramid, right? It's lighter. It's got the same capability as Kevlar. But I had a MICH 2002 combat helmet. That was one of my first issued helmets. And my Special Forces officer was like, can I have that helmet? I was like, you got an OpsCore? He goes, yeah, but that one, we've seen pictures of it eat bullets. So I gave him my helmet. He's happier. Gave somebody else the OpsCore. So it's strange how the dynamic of some stuff goes back and forth. But hey, if it works, right?
Hey, I want to just say one thing. First of all, Malcolm, I agree with you. I got a MICH too, man. I love that thing. We also have Matthew Van Dyke over here, and I wanted to give him an opportunity to speak. And I apologize to the hosts that are here who should be actually conducting this interview, but he's been sitting there and
It's
he's
all good. Matthew has been quietly sitting there.
Yeah. And I had the pleasure to meet Matthew several weeks ago, and I brought a truck down for him from Poland, and we had some issues with it, and we were able to sort that out together. And I just wanted to give Matthew a chance to speak because he's also has a great NGO over here, and it's called Sons of Liberty. And so, Matthew, if you have anything to say, man, and again, I don't want to be the one to dictate this conversation, but I think he was just kind of reading the mail, and he was invited, so I think he should have a chance to speak.
Hey, nice to talk to you guys. Really, just if there's any questions on training, I can chime in. One thing in general, though, is that this spring looks like when Russia reconstitutes its army and it's ramping up production on ammunition for both artillery and small arms, that it's going to be a different war. So it's really important that everybody keep focused on that and purchase these things like Malcolm needs now so that they're ready. Now would be a good time for Ukraine to be making an offensive in the winter. I don't know if that's going to happen, but regardless, when spring comes, it takes time to get things over here and to get things ready. So now is definitely the time that everybody should chip in and keep focused on what's coming.
All right.
Good.
So
The more gear is available, the better they are suited and booted, quite literally. But James, you were just saying, do you want to talk about training a little?
If anybody has any questions, I can answer questions of training. Sure. We just got back last week. We're training an SF unit out in the west of the country before their deployment. And we continue the training mission. And later this week, we have our EOD team coming to start demining operations as well. But I'll wait for the demining guys to get here and come on sometime about that topic. But anything involving training, sure, I'm here.
Hey, Matthew, really quick, how long have you been in country, and how many do you think have gone through your through your training so far?
We started operations, I think it was around March 12th or so. We've been operating here since. The total number, I'd have to add it up, but several hundred, probably surpassed 1,000 by now. Everything from training like 20-man groups up to entire battalions. We trained the 47th Separate Battalion, which is now the 47th Separate Brigade. We trained that entire battalion at once. So our capacity is anything up to about 350 per group, average 25 to 30, but total approaching 1,000.
And just, I know you've been on here before and you've spoken, just to refresh some of our newer listeners. So what methods do you use to train? What specifically are you using?
We do a lot of scenario-based combat simulation training. So we have a lot of modified airsoft that are more powerful than what you would use at an airsoft range, for example, in the States. These will draw blood. These will leave welts. We, of course, provide eye protection, but no other protection because we don't want people, we want people to fear being hit, so they take the training seriously. I've been hit by sim rounds while over here, by sim munitions that one of the SF groups had access to, and that didn't hurt any more than the pelts that we use. So we do a lot of that kind of training, tactical training. It allows trainees to be in a form of simulated combat many times before they face the real thing. If we know what their deployment's going to be like, we try to create scenarios and environments similar to their deploying, to where they'll be deploying and the missions they're expected to have. But our focus a lot is on tactical training. We've done everything. I mean, we've taught anti-tank missiles. We've taught medical. We have the full range, but primarily tactical training because that's the real shortfall in the Ukrainian system. A lot of times they get firearms training or medical training. Some other group will provide medical training, or the Ukrainian military will provide firearms training. But what they really often need is tactical training, and that's what we specialize in here.
Does that lack of tactical training come solely from the fact that they had to scale up and generate so much more new forces in such a short time frame, or where is this from?
I'd imagine that's where it's from. I mean, Malcolm has experience with them beforehand, but I can say that of the units we train, one of the group's CORD, which is an advanced special forces unit, they had tactical training beforehand, and we focus on things with them like night operations for our training with them, more specialized training. But of all the other groups we train, really, if we don't provide the tactical training, they go on their deployment with close to none. So it's really a shortfall that I imagine is just because of the size of the force that they've had to raise and the time that they've done it. I would love if the Ukrainian government came to me and said, how do we scale up what you're doing here? Tell us what you need, and here's some facilities to use, and we'd be glad to do it. But it definitely has to be done. It's shocking sometimes how James said earlier, they're just putting a weapon in a guy's hand and setting him to the front, and that's not exaggeration. That actually does happen.
Yeah,
but we're
jump in on quick. It's funny you should mention all this, but I have a very high level series of discussions in April, May, and June with the guy in charge of Ukrainian Army training. It involved conducting training for the Legion using another group that's in Ukraine that had been training special forces. And I was an intelligence contractor in Iraq for 10 years. And we had hundreds of Iraqis working for us. They all had to be independently trained. As you know, especially you, Matt, I was in Libya. And I was
right.
Everybody was like, "Where are those, those special forces and SAS trainers training the Libyan rebels?" There were no special forces and SAS trainers. They were very highly focused on wherever they were. But I was working with the United Arab Emirates, and we trained 6,000 people. And one of the things that I learned is that, unlike Iraq, unlike Afghanistan, there will not and there will never be a contract paid to train this army. They have a philosophy that they have more than enough reservists with enough skills, and that the guys that they have are going to get the minimum training, especially the territorial defense units. The TDUs are the guys they're just handing rifles to. The regular army replacements that are training out west are getting some serious ass training. They stay.
Just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting a contract with the government.
No, not you. I'm talking about another group that's in Ukraine.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll do it for free. We just need training facilities and trainees. But no, I understand.
No,
I understand your
this
point.
other group I was talking about straight up said, we want a contract. We want to, we're going to stop our training here if we don't get a contract. And I told the guys, I was like, bye. The States government is not going to come to you and do what they did with Blackwater / Academy and hand you $30 million to conduct the work that we now have a brigade for, right? The Ukrainian dynamic is different. What you're doing is great because it's NGO work. You are donating your services. And it would be better if they were a little more focused on giving, the free things. They have facilities, but facilities get cruise missiled, right? I mean, we got cruise missiled. So it's just one of those things. But some of these other groups that I've heard, they think that they're running the Iraq, Libya, Syria model of, the U.S. government will hand us black money and we'll all get contracts. That ain't happening.
Right. And our model is that we normally provide training to people that could never afford to get it if they had to pay for it. So contractors that get paid are actually our competition in a way. But in this case, this fits the bill because they're not going to get the training if we don't provide it.
Yeah.
But we always, our model's always been to help people that otherwise would never be able to get training.
And, that's another point. There are no contractors in Ukraine, right? No real contractors who have a contract. There's a lot of people out there who want to prepare and plan for the future, but what you're doing is nonprofit, and that's very different from security contracting or any kind of contracting. And in the post-war, there's going to be 800,000 guys who are qualified as contractors, right?
That is true.
Daryl, you had a question.
Yeah, for Matthew here. Matthew, from the trainees that you're getting, you're saying that these guys have minimal training. Are any of these troops that you're getting being cycled through from, say, they've had initial training, say, in England, Poland, Germany, whatever? Are those the type of people you're getting, or are you getting newer recruits? I'm just trying to figure out what type of folks you particularly are training there.
We're getting a mix of new recruits and people that have been in the Ukrainian Armed Forces for years, some who are veterans from 2014. None of them have had, as far as I know, unless no units have had training overseas of the ones we've worked with. There may be some individuals who did, but I doubt it from what I've seen. I think that those groups that are being trained outside the country are small groups and generally more specialized training for if they're operating an anti-air system or something. I'm not sure. Perhaps Malcolm knows that. But I haven't seen any evidence of previous NATO standards training in any of the trainees that we've worked with.
Yeah. The guys who just graduated the British Force course, I think it's 3,000. It's an entire brigade. They're being sent over as a body. And they are going to rotate into a brigade and relieve like 2 or 3 battalions on the line over a period of time. The way that they're replacing these people who do have training in large blocks like that is exactly how you're seeing armor or mech come in. When a giant block of MRAPs come in, they don't get distributed in 1s and 2s everywhere. They go as a unit together into a specified brigade. And that's what this British Force Brigade has done. They've graduated their first batch, which is going to be fun to watch, right? Because they're not going to be carrying, British weapons over there and all that stuff. And their cadre won't be there. So they're going to be put together with combat experienced units, and they're going to be worked up as in any Ukrainian army unit that's just graduated boot camp. Now, specialty teams, Grafenwehr, weapons training range in Germany is chock full of Ukrainians, right? They're training on everything from there's the Gepard units to the guys who are doing all sorts of things. And anybody who's been in U.S. Army Europe knows Grafting Weir is the largest live fire facility in all of Europe, next to Ukraine. So, I mean, Ukraine is now the biggest live fire training unit. So, so anything that's being turned over to them is being tested out, and that's where the Ukrainians are going. That's where the Patriots will stand up and do their training there. But like Matt says, they're very small numbers, very small.
All right, and Matthew, with any of the troops that have gone to the front, have any returned to give you, say, something that you could use on the return trip? In other words, something that they saw in particular that they thought that you could use in your training.
We've actually gone on deployments with some of these units to the front. In one case, to train at the front, or actually in both cases, to train at the front, but also to observe the situation for ourselves, to better inform our training, as you say. You know what? Really, at that point, it was in summer in Bakhmut. We actually found ourselves digging trenches and teaching how to dig trenches, which is something that we never thought we'd be teaching in all our years of operation, was digging skirmishers and in trench fighting positions. And that's what we were doing out. I had a shovel in my hands, digging a trench, demonstrating how to do this within walking distance of Russian front lines. So really, we like to go see it ourselves. What we hear back, honestly, completely honestly, are that your methods work, and they're glad that they had the training. You know, the war has changed, as Malcolm said earlier, where it was infantry and then it was artillery, and it'll probably change again. And that's why, you know, as often as possible, we like to get up to the front, but it boosts the confidence of the units that we've just trained, and also informs our future training as well.
Thanks, Matthew.
Hey, I can give you a good example of something that was a great lessons learned that was shared with me when I went back through the Javelin course. The Javelin instructor had been training with the U.S. Army for forever. And this, I swear to God, when I saw him, I thought it was U.S. Army Master Sergeant. I mean, everything about him was U.S. Army. And the one thing he said is, he goes, I've had 3 students killed because they did not heed one thing that I said in this class. When you shoot that effing missile, you drop the tube and you displace to another location. Do not wait to see if it hits. Once it's gone, go. And we were like, yeah. And he goes, no, I've got dead wives that I have to write to. And
you're right. You run and wait till you see it get hit. You run away, you wait to see it get hit.
No, you put a camera guy out who's 100 meters away, right?
Yeah, you got to have the guy with the iPhone and be like, and then you jump up and say, yay. You're right. You're exactly right.
Yeah. Some of these guys, some of the tanks are on your bearing. Their barrel just happens to be in the line of sight, and they see the backflash. And by the time that missile is away in the tube, some of these gunners were putting them out. We're putting a round down, and they're passing each other. And yeah, you might kill the tank, but the 105, 100, whatever smoothbore is going to kill you, because you're sitting there going, oh, did it hit? And then the guy showed us a video of a hit that killed the gunner. We were like, we're dropping that mother and running.
Well, I mean, even when you shoot an AT-4, what do you say? Backblast area all clear, right? You don't want anybody behind you. Even that, at any listen, you're dealing with high ammunitions on your shoulder, and things that can do undastardly things to very large other weapons. So you better believe that thing is dangerous. You drop it, you run, and then you reap the sows afterwards, and then you cheer when you shoot. Whether it's a Stinger or a Javelin or an AT-4. Or anything else that has this capability of taking down not only a rocket but an aircraft or anything. You run from it after you shoot it, and then you figure it out later.
Yeah. Well, lesson learned in blood.
Yes, indeed.
All right. We have a question from Joseph. We have a question from Joseph as well. Joseph.
Thank you, Axel. So first off, I'd ask our listeners, please do retweet the space. Let people know we've got a great all-star panel here. We've got Matthew Van Dyke, we've got James Vasquez, we've got Malcolm Nance. We really appreciate all of them being here together. It's great to have them all in dialogue, able to talk to each other. So I guess since we're on the topic of tanks, I remember kind of earlier in the war there was this kind of idea of hunting tanks, right? And we kind of talked about it with a few people that, and I was just wondering if since we're on the topic, if you guys could maybe elaborate on it a little bit. I mean, it involves sort of a lot of waiting, I've heard, kind of hiding out, keeping an eye out, and then of course, I assume as you discussed, you fire the weapon and get away. And then the other thing that's kind of mentioned is the sort of logistics of having enough anti-tank weaponry available to take care of it, right? So, I mean, you have to carry a bunch of that stuff. So I'm just wondering if you guys could maybe talk a little bit about just the process of actually hunting the tanks, getting in place, getting ready to actually engage the target. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. If you don't mind, I'll start on this one.
Go ahead.
All right. So, when I was in when I first started, what there was no shortage of was javelins. So that is crazy. So now, what does that mean? That means that I had a boatload of javelins. And we didn't have stingers back then. We didn't have anything else, but javelins were plentiful. So if you ever see my first generation videos that I put out there, it was basically me taking out tanks with a bunch of javelins. The reason why we're even having this conversation today is because I put a video out there. I took out 7 tanks in one day. Now, when I say I didn't do it personally. It was a team, but we took out 7 tanks in one day. All right, and that was with javelins. So we were going to a different mission, and the mission was, essentially we had a small team that were going to a house that we knew that were occupied by Russians. And I already had a whole plan, how we were going to smoke that house out. And we got flagged down by a bunch of guys. A bunch of guys said, look, we're getting pinned down by all these tanks. Can you help us? So we were like, literally, this is first generation stuff. A white Toyota. This is before we started getting cars painted and having, 4x4s. And, we were, working like pikers. And, guys didn't have all the necessary things that they needed. So we were like, well, yeah, we're gonna have 2 cars full of javelin rockets. And so you'll see in those videos that like I'm literally jumping over fences, and we're taking out tanks, and then we're also engaging with ground fire. It was epic. It was a 6-hour battle. From something that I was just like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna come to this house. I'll throw a grenade to the window. Anybody who comes out, just kind of mow them down, and mission over. So it turned out to be like this big thing, and that's what I started. I first put out out there, but javelins are critical. Stingers are critical. I'm almost forgetting what the question I am answering is, but
how the tank hunting actually consumes the time of the teams.
Talking about
as you just said, it's a team effort.
Situations where we've we have drones flying over, and then we identify in like some woodlines. In one particular case, we called it Fish Island because it looked like a fish. And then we have a drone flying over, and we see, and we know these tanks are there, and then we grab these drones out. Sometimes it's a wasteland because and Malcolm, correct me if I'm wrong. I think these are $50,000 rockets every time you light one of these things off, right?
86,000.
86,000. That's 50,000
Yes.
computer and probably another
Oh,
20
you don't
36,000 with
PLU
the
is price.
whatever the case is. They're expensive rockets too. So we started realizing that all these Russian tanks have they have a lot of soft spots. As a matter of fact, you don't even have to find a soft spot sometimes. You can disable them, very quickly with just an AT-4. Now, what's an AT-4? It's an AT-4 rocket that is, I think it's a Swedish weapon, Malcolm?
Well, the original AT-4, yeah, it was Swedish.
Yeah. So weapons. So we stopped, these, and this is crazy. We only utilize them now for like the most important, targets, because we started realizing that these AT-4s, these Swedish made weapons, have become now, an annihilating system for these Russian tanks that we thought that we were going to need these javelins for, but there's so many soft spots there, you can just light them up. So we started saving our javelins for more high value targets, if you will.
I'll tell you, there's a big difference between you in the early war and us later in the war in how we hunted tanks. Because you were there in, the big Kyiv push, and you were in northeast of Kyiv in the defense of Kyiv with multiple battalion task groups. So it was like we called it a javelin festival, right? Whereas our mission.
I don't want to sound like a dick, but I did take out 19 tanks.
All right, you sound like a dick now. I hate you. But I just wanted one, baby. I went to school. I went to law school. Gerd taught us everything: javelin, NLAW, IEDs, Stinger, standard. For everybody in our teams, whereas the regular Legion battalion doesn't. There's an individual man who might be trained in that. But in the Kharkiv offensive, largest offensive against the Russian counter offensive against the Russian army since World War II. It was different, okay, because we were on the attack, and our tank hunting teams were T-72s, right? They were Polish T-72. So we were mobile most of the time. In fact, because of the nature of where we were, most of the time we had a Charlie team. That's what we called them. Our C teams were the anti-tank hunter teams. We always carried four at least javelins. Like I said, everyone carried 1 to 2 bull spikes, which were used for a very light armor or light anti-personnel. They're 72 millimeter rockets, but 4 javs. And we had at one point 3 NLAWs, and we lost some NLAWs when the Russians ambushed us, and we went over a hill and we had contact at 25 meters. And we had to leave everything.
That's lost a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. They blew up one of my nods. They set fire to the trucks. They didn't want to go through the backpacks. And my grenade launcher. So these weapons have their capability based on where you can use them the best. Early in the war, Javelin Festival, NLAW Festival. Later in the war, we had a mission. We were 10 kilometers behind Russian lines. We had to clear a 5-kilometer area to link up so that a regular battalion could do an assault across a river that we had just cleared, and then would come up and link up with us. Well, we woke up the next morning after clearing this place, it's a 20-man unit, and we're ensconced somewhere, and we wake up, and between us and that mechanized infantry battalion was a T-72 and a BMP. It was like, where's the Charlie team? Where's the Javelin? And we realized we're not going to use the javelin here, right? We use that javelin. We kill one of those things. The rest of those Russians we don't see are around us. We're literally surrounded.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's
no,
what
they had flowed around us so that, you know, we're on foot. So fortunately, the Russian T-72 moved a little bit further north and got into a cross river tank duel, and it created a gap for us. And another unit killed the BMP BTR-80. And it
well, I was
created
going to say that's when you back up. When you run out of javelins, you just back up, and then you gotta out yourself out of there.
The point was we couldn't use the javelin. It was like we were all dying to have that T-72 watch its top plop. But, you know, the rest of the battalion task group was there somewhere. And we managed to walk between the raindrops and hold a former VDV command post until the mechanized infantry, actually in Cossack armored vehicles, finally came and linked up with us and expanded the envelope that we could collapse back into and go back across the river, which was unhappy. It was an unhealthy mission. One of those missions where it was not our job to shoot. It was our job to call it in, you know.
By the way, you can make the javelins. You can institute them to be individualistic, and it doesn't always have to be, you know, a mechanized target. So, one thing I want to say about javelins are great, right? But the computers are expensive. So, you know, if anybody knows anything about a javelin, it's a two-part component system which enables a rocket to launch. So the rocket is the tube is throwawayable, and then you take the computer and then you keep moving. And then you can use that computer several times. That computer,
the clue and the backboard are like
the clue. Yeah. Okay. So you know what you're talking about. So it's called the clue. You're exactly right. So that clue that you use is that even has a shelf life. And what do I mean by that? That there's a lot of working parts with it, but it's a very effective weapon. But once you lose the clue, and you know what happens with guys over here, all right, throwing this clue on their back, and they're trooping through the woods, and they're rolling around in the ground. Those clues get damaged very easily. So it seems to be now that we are suffering for clues. We have rockets. We need more clues. So that's something that we're going to have to work on in the future as well over here. I have to literally call all the clue, and they're like, no, we're running low on clues as well.
This is a logistics problem that I blame.
Not a logistics problem; it's a supply problem.
Well, yeah, a supply problem from the luxury of very early in the war having all these Javelin launch units and the control launch unit. And one of the battalions, not our battalion, when I arrived in mid-year last year, were like, oh, yeah, we have 15 Javs. And I was like, awesome, you guys are going to be killing. And they were like, yeah, but we lost both clues. And I was like, what? The clue is the weapon. The
clue is the weapon. The rocket is a byproduct of the clue.
They didn't care. Their attitude was, oh, well, that's not important.
Well, you still have the rockets. We're going to throw it at them?
Oh. So now I had piles of rockets. And you think they would give them away or loan them to other units? Nope.
Listen, you know how many times I've been asked for a clue in the last 2 months? Can I get a clue? That's the problem.
Were platinum covered gold plated diamonds. Because people didn't handle them well early in the war, and they didn't understand.
Well, they didn't take care of them. It's like having a Rolex and getting into a fight and don't understand that you have a Rolex on your hand. You're like,
Yeah.
your shit gets smashed, and you're like, oh, well, it's just a watch. But it's not. It's the meat and potatoes of everything that you're doing right now.
Yep, absolutely. Next
So,
question.
gives a whole new meaning to being clueless. Having said this, we have a
we are
couple of
getting
people coming
clueless.
up,
Yeah,
and let
it's
me
fun.
just. Alrighty, we have Jörn, one of our colleagues from Norway. 1 second, I'll just try to get him back up. In the meantime, Malcolm, in terms of all these supply issues and the likes, do you see, given the fact that you've had so many discussions now when stateside, do you see that there is a better integration now? We have a 1-star in Kyiv now. We have a significant evolution in how Transcom is operating. Do you see that these logistics issues are now being resolved in a better and format, or is it still the same?
Well, I mean, again, I want to explain how it goes. It goes to either money that goes to the Ukrainian government or materials that are shipped over by the United States through Germany or allocated through NATO allies. It goes to the big machine. There is no giant Indiana Jones warehouse with this equipment. Okay. Once it comes into Ukraine, it gets broken down into subunits and gets quickly forwarded out to the units that need it the most, right? But you also see an allocation of weapon systems. Recently, Mark 19 started showing up. M2 50 cal machine guns started showing up. We were like, yay! And then we realized no Mark 19 belt-fed grenades. No 50 caliber belt fed, was following up with them. So, it's uncoupled or decoupled, I should say, from the way our logistics would run. But I think the Ukrainians were more interested in when they would arrive, distribute them out to the units immediately, even if you don't have the ammunition, and then the ammunition supply train will work its way first through the frontest of the front line regular army units. And even though the Legion is 2 battalions attached to a regular army brigade and a regular army theater of operations, it wasn't until just before the offensive, when or counteroffensive, I should say, when real ammunition started showing up, like real ammunition. And we were like very impressed. I have myself sleeping on it, or sort of playing around, sleeping on a bed of 22 anti-tank rockets and 10 AT-4s and 6 NLAWs and 20 bull spikes and 6 javelins. And that all magically appeared one day. So when it's needed, it goes out to where it needs to be. It is not consistent throughout the Army because they are going by the units that need it the most.
Understandable. All right. So I can see that Jörn is still requesting. In the meantime, George has his hand up. George, shoot. George? What is it with these people from Philadelphia, Malcolm? I don't know.
He's eating a cheesesteak.
I'm having a little difficulty here, Malcolm. I'm in one of our Philadelphia dead spots, which is like half the city.
Hey, I don't know if James knows it, but there's a Philly cheesesteak place in Lviv.
I didn't even know that.
If you can tell me where it is, I would be so happy.
It's called Philly Steaks. Remember where we had beers? About 10 meters up from there.
Oh, that's in Lviv, not in. I'm never near Lviv. Oh, Lviv is like, on the hub of never anything happening. Yes.
Maybe we can get him in touch with Chef Zhenya, and Chef Zhenya can recommend someone who knows how to make a good cheesesteak, Axel.
I'll give it a try. I'll have a word with Zhenya later. Don't worry.
That's it. That's what I'm doing post-war. I'm opening up a cheesesteak shop in Kyiv.
I need to find a cheesesteak place in Bakhmut because that's where I'm going next.
Yeah, you open one, bro.
All right, gentlemen.
I'm
On
not
that
opening
happy
it in
cheese
Bakhmut.
note,
That's probably going to be my best bet if I want a good Phillies DJ. I mean, seriously. There's no cheesesteak places over there.
all righty. Okay, we have a question from Bjorn
Hey
and one
guys,
from
I see
Daryl, and
Daryl's
then we'll
got his
move on.
hand up. Daryl, you
Yeah.
want to go ahead and ask your question, brother?
All right, Malcolm, you talk about the units getting the gear. Is it something to where there are certain units that are getting more contact than others because of the fact that either they got good leadership, they have excelled in their work, or is it just that the luck of the draw that they get pulled, their card gets pulled more often?
Yeah, it's the units that are performing. You guys have to understand, when I was here in the pre-war and I went out with the Ukrainian army, there are combat units. Every combat unit in the Ukrainian army that was active duty was on the line at D-14. 14 days before the invasion, they were fully on the line, fully manned up, maximum weapons, maximum equipment. They have not come off the line. They rotate people off the line. They rotate elements off the line. Occasionally, they pull units off the line, train them, rearm them, and then send them back to the line. But there are units there, like there are multiple special forces units, multiple special operations task groups, the parachute regiment, the Marine regiment. All of these guys are holding sections of this war, and they're getting new replacements. But for the most part, they're still shooting with the same commanders every day for the better part of 10 months. So they perform because they are the performers, right? So they get, when you see the Ukrainian special forces rocking Ukrop rifles, which is their version of the M4, or their version of the AR platform weapon, or M4s, or that bullpup that they use, and having panoramic quad night vision goggles, which we all know are $42,000 each. Yeah, they deserve it. That stuff comes straight from U.S. Special Operations Command in liaisons and relationships that they had in the pre-war, that is allocated to them on the basis of the fact that they're killing mugs, right? And have been since day one. So they get the good stuff. Everyone got an MRAD. Everyone gets good ammunition for the most part. But there are always going to be shortfalls if you are not part of the immediate line that's doing stuff.
Those are MRADs with the 5.556, right?
No, 3.338 Lapua. And they have a very good Ukrainian-made match 338 Lapua round. We had, when I left, we had 60 of them. That doesn't sound like a lot, but for a
we had just
precision
got a boatload
rifle.
before I left last time, and I saw the boxes, and I was like so happy to see them.
Yeah, they're gold.
How did you like the Cossack? You mentioned you saw one during the Kharkiv offensive, and people picked you up there.
Yeah, I didn't ride in it, but I had to walk back 8 kilometers behind enemy lines. I was not happy. They could have drove me out. They loaded it up with ammunition. They could have brought me with them, all of us. So I like the Cossack. It's a Ukrainian-built light armored vehicle. It's more, okay, if any of you have seen a SWAT truck, the Bearcat, it's like a slightly narrower Bearcat. It's not as mine resistant as any of our MRAPs. I don't think it has a V-shaped hull, but hey, it's armored and people shoot at it. I did see one get disabled, but when a BMP's putting 30 millimeter into you, you're going to get disabled, but it saved everybody. But I mean, I just wish we had one. So we captured it. We captured a BTR-80. I have a great photo of me having a SAD because it wasn't running, and they wouldn't let us keep it. And a BMP, they wouldn't let us keep it. Mech infantry got it.
Did you see any of the German dingoes going into theater, or did they come too late for you?
No, and that again, when those units come, they come as a body and they go as a body to a designated mechanized infantry unit. So you won't see them spread out. The only thing I saw spread out were Gepard anti-aircraft guns, all of which were pulled back. I didn't mention this before, but in late October, we were getting the hint that the Russians were going to do this freeze us out campaign because of what Russian news media was saying. And when I was heading back to do a training evolution in Kyiv, I saw 6 of the Gepards on transports hauling butt away from Kharkiv and towards Kiev. And I was like, something special's going on. I think they proved their worth because we're right on the border. And they just decided that we had enough surface-to-air missiles and Stingers to handle the air-to-air or ground-to-air threat, but that Kyiv would be needing those Gepards. And it turns out that's exactly what happened. Gepards are eating up the Shahed 136 and 132 drones.
What a nifty little gift, huh?
That thing works. Have you seen the video where they were internal? The beautiful thing is they only put out a few rounds. I don't think they shoot more than 10 rounds per burst.
Yeah, you need short bursts, exactly.
Short
Very
bursts.
controlled.
Eat Shaheds. I know one battery shot down 7 in a row, and then they went and had tea. I mean, it's like, why even launch those damn things? They just, they early on when the first couple of days they were surprised, but later on they're just bullet bait.
We have tons of questions coming up. Jörn.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for a very interesting discussion, everyone. Malcolm, very interesting listening to you explain how the war has changed through different phases. You predicted the Russian influence in the 2016 election, so I'm going to ask you to tell the future again. It seems like both on the casualty numbers and the fact that they are shipping T-55s to the front, that the Russians are running out of both tanks and infantry fighting vehicles and stuff. If that happens, if they become very low on that and mainly just have infantry and artillery, how does that change the war? Does it make it harder, easier, just different? What happens then? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a very good question. T-55s, man. Oh my God. This just gives me flashbacks. I rode in an Iraqi T-55 once, just for joyriding. It's just, they're desperate. What we're finding out is that we all know, I've made some pretty big predictions that didn't get a lot of airtime and actually were pretty controversial early on. I was the first person in U.S. news media to say out loud and publicly proud, Kyiv would not fall to the Russians. It will never fall to the Russians, and the Russians will fail. And that was made at D-3. That was 3 days before the invasion. And later on, when it happened, people were, wouldn't give me credit for it. Here's another big a prediction I made. That I said this at D+8 when I was on my first day of the Legion. Just the way Russia was fighting, I could predict where they were going to go. I could predict what they were going to bring. And if I was predicting it, General Sersky, General Zalushi were predicting it as well. And the Ukrainian army was slaughtering Russians when James was out there wiping units out, wiping tanks out. And I said, I can feel the op tempo of this war. Russia is going to lose this war. And granted, there were a few things because I worked at GUR that I was aware of that I will keep to myself, but just the nature of how things were blowing up around the country. Ukraine had the heart to win this war, the fight to take Russia on. And in fact, I kept saying on air that Ukrainians want them. They want to fight now. Now it's about sharpening their knives and slitting your throat at night. There won't be an insurgency. This is going to be a stand-up fight, and Russia will lose. And wow, the people in the States, I worked for MSNBC, were like, whoa, how could you even say that? The Pentagon says this, the CIA says that. And I go, they're not on the ground. I see it. I feel it. It's here. These guys can't be beat. So now, in June, I made a prediction when I spoke before Davos in a live feed that by September, there would most likely be a massive counterattack because Russia would not be able to resist anymore along the line. They would lose all of their offensive capability would dissipate by September. And not only would I make that prediction, I had to bet my life on that prediction because I was at the pointy edge of that offensive as part of the reconnaissance task force. And it was true. They just had, not only did they have an ability not to carry out an offensive operation, they had no ability to resist us when we carried out the operation. The tempo of this war is being dictated by the Ukrainians, not by the Russians. And the Ukrainians are wargaming this out honestly. When we sit down and, they use computers at Fort Leavenworth and Indiantown Gap, and they do their RTCs, right, rehearsals and, of combat, the computer, if you don't lie to it, it won't lie to you. And I suspect that the Kremlin lies a lot to itself. So to them, they're always winning because no one's going to tell the bald guy in the Kremlin with the 80-foot table that they're losing and that he's going to be humiliated. No one's going to tell him that. So you have a circumstance where you have a Hitler's bunker scenario, right? If you've ever seen Downfall, the movie Downfall, where, Hitler just cannot believe he's literally sitting in a bunker. There's artillery smashing all around the city, and he does not believe he's losing the war. That's Putin. And the only thing that I hope is that either he changes command with his own led change of command ceremony, or that somebody changes command for him. So that leads me to the next prediction, which is what I think you're asking. Everyone here is saying, and I'm about to write this up for a Substack article. If you're not following me on Twitter, you can follow me on Twitter at Malcolm Nance, and you can get access to this article that should come out tonight. But it's my predictions for the Ukrainian army for 2023. And I have some very bold predictions. I believe there's going to be a limited winter offensive because the reason for that is that we have good cold weather gear. And it's a happy army. Okay, all those Santa Claus videos don't show that we're a woke army, and this is a very woke army. It's an army that's happy to be in the field and happy to be going at their enemies. Yes, we take losses. I just lost, our battalion just lost 3 men less than a week ago, and it breaks our heart. But we're ready to fight, and we're ready to avenge them. It's the heart of this battle is the heart of this battle. We have heart. I came to Ukraine to fight, not for adventure. It's because I could not look in the mirror and know what I know with the skills that I had, the resources that I had. Like I said, I had hundreds of pieces of equipment from contracts in Iraq, Libya, Syria that I just brought over with me and outfitted an entire GER platoon, Legion platoon and 1st Battalion and now 3rd Battalion, and I know things. I know a lot of things. So And I fought, I fight, and now I'm back here, resupplying them and working at what is likely to be at the Reznikov-Zelensky level at some point to help both sides. But everything that we do in Ukraine has lethal effect. None of this is for show. I'm in a frontline combat battalion, and I'm happy that my brothers are there, my brothers and sisters. We have one woman, and bringing it to the Russians. The Russians are not happy to be there, and that is our job, to make them unhappy to be there, to make them want to go home. And that's why the Ukrainians are going to win. So we will do a limited winter offensive. But, I hear people saying the Russians will do a spring offensive. Not unless we do one first. Okay? That line is poised to crumble in many places. They just don't know where they're going to get punched, right? Are they going to get punched in the groin? I mean, the Kharkiv operation was a knuckle punch to the temple, right? It literally blanked them out in the north because they were guarding the south, thinking we were going to come for Kherson. But once we blanked them out to where they're stumbling and bleeding and can't see, we came and we kicked them in the nuts in Kherson. That was always going to happen. And then we let them place their emphasis in believing they could win in Bakhmut. Does that sound familiar? We did that in Severodonetsk. A fighting withdrawal to make them believe. They lost thousands of men on those lines. And guess what? They're going to lose it. They're going to lose those cities. We will be back in Severodonetsk before summer. I think that this war could functionally be over, and that we could be on the outskirts of the isthmus that leads to Crimea. I think we are definitely going to be on the west bank of Kherson. I think the possibility of enveloping Russian forces and breaking through in Luhansk, that's going to happen. They're going to lose Luhansk. That's a bold statement, but I know quite a bit about it. But
you're in good company, Malcolm. You're in good company. There's a couple of people who are right on the money with you there.
Yeah, they don't know it, but they're going to lose. They might know it, which is why they put Wagner up where we are, and put in those dragon's teeth, thinking that that's going to stop things. The only thing that's going to stop is no one. It just means we're going to have sappers blow holes through that. They're mining a lot. Our first two deaths were to landmines. The next were to artillery. But we've never lost a gun battle. We have never had a person killed through gunfire in 6 months, nonstop combat operations on or behind Russian lines. What does that tell you? They don't want to shoot. They want to bombard. They just cannot win a stand-up fight. And I suspect that if multiple brigades work their way through, and the concentration of power, we are now almost at artillery parity with HIMARS, and we'll get more and more rockets, then I think that they could lose Luhansk. And at that point, the only thing that could possibly happen is that Putin loses his mind. I'll tell you guys, it isn't a secret. I've mentioned this before. We've been carrying ChemBio gear since August. That's the earliest that they thought the Russians will lose their mind and will hit us with chemicals. And we have good-ass gas masks, too. We have Avons. So, they can try, but that's not going to stop what happens here. And I think that if we close on Luhansk, or if the line collapses at some point, and it looks like Donetsk and Luhansk can be lost, that's the only thing that could extend this war. If Russia goes chemical or does something crazy like pretend nuke Zaporizhia nuclear power plant and blame it on the Ukrainians. So but like I said, we could be on the cusp of winning this war this year.
There you go. We'll have lots more questions if you don't mind, all of you. Chris.
I got a question. Can we give a little shout out to the fundraiser? 3rd Battalion ain't going to do this without the gear it needs. If you're listening, please go to tapstri.org. That's tapestry.org. You'll see a big Terror Asymmetrics project. You'll see a big donate button there. Click that. It'll take you to PayPal. Drop $25 in it, right? If every one of you does that, we'll have our ATVs in no time. And again, every person that donates, I have your personal email address. At some point this year, we're going to send you little rewards, which may be 3rd Battalion patches or Legion and 3rd Battalion stickers or something like that. So you can show your support for the International Legion. I promise that, because they're going to be cool too, and you're not going to be able to get them on eBay.
Alan's on vacation, Malcolm. I'm very sorry.
Why is that?
Oh, just he did a great job always mentioning Tapestry when you came on.
Well, I like answering questions, so go ahead.
All right, so we had Chris. Chris is next. Chris, you have a question for Malcolm and one for Matthew?
Hi, Axel. Thank you. Thanks, gents, for all the fantastic information. A couple of quick things, and I think you might have touched on this. I was looking at Mesa Gifford's Twitter the other day, and he's trying to get a new hashtag trending, which is hashtag victory package for Ukraine. So I don't know how widely known that hashtag is, but I wondered if you could speak to that at all. And I think you may have touched on it, but if you could speak to that. And then the other thing, which I was just going to say to you, was I read some article, in some sort of like reputable newspaper or something like that, and they were saying, and this was about the big convoy coming into Kiev right at the beginning. They said, obviously javelins were really important, but actually it was the very, very accurate Ukrainian artillery that took a lot of that convoy and other stuff out.
Yeah.
So if you could comment on that as well, please.
Well, first, let me give a shout out to Mesa Gifford. He's with the 131st down. They're a sort of an independent reconnaissance organization. I just made contact with him for the first time this week. The Legion is a very different animal. We have very, very strict OPSEC, especially in 3rd Battalion. We are not allowed to put up any combat footage whatsoever. And I mean, my stuff, I did a video, that What Now Bitches video clip 1 month after the war, and it drove Russian state media crazy. And I immediately got my wee slapped because the Russians have been quite adept at bombarding units. So, even when I finally put video up on my Substack, and I've been asked by some other people, because, I always get this, where's your combat footage? I don't want to kill my fellow soldiers, okay? I don't want to kill, James broke the Russian army, so OPSEC secured. So our unit is actually still on that line, and I'm not putting out anything that will help the Russians, because they know my name. My name was briefed to Vladimir Putin the day after I came out on international TV to say that I had left news media and had gone back in the armed forces and had joined the Legion. So Mesa does great video. I love that stuff from the South. He's in the Kherson region. And so, if you guys could go check his Twitter feed out, he needs stuff too. They're independent of the Legion, but they're same needs, right? Help a brother out. But for right now, I want you to go to tapestry.org, TAPSTRI, and donate to the 3rd Battalion Legion's Combat Support Fund to get us ATVs, because everyone's going to need them here this spring. We're going to be mobile. And let me make a little comment before I go back and answer the other part of your question. The first real ATVs I saw this year in the field were actually not being used by the Special Operations Forces, even though I was attached to the Special Operations Task Force, which included their Spetsnaz, their real SSO units, guys who had been commandos for years. And it was the road marshals for the invasion. I swear to God, someday I'm going to show you some of the road march video of the tanks mustering for the invasion. 12 hours of nonstop armor movement. And it really felt like D-Day. But at every major intersection were these little ATVs, road marshaling the roads. And they would have a pickup truck acting as an MP element. By the way, real MPs with patches that say MP, right? It was very impressive. And that's where I first saw these things. I was like, wow, this is smart. I mean, the Ukrainians had their act together for the counteroffensive in Kharkiv and Kherson, which is why we beat the Russians. We have our act together. What was the second part of your question? Does anybody remember?
Sorry, Malcolm, I'm here. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my fingers to work there. Yeah, so there was the first bit was the hashtag that he was putting out, which I'm guessing get, and then the second part was just about the use of Ukrainian artillery in that first push on Kiev. So obviously that
Let me talk about the 40-kilometer highway, because I talked about this. That happened really soon after the start of the war. And I mentioned this stuff on air a couple of times the day before I joined the Legion. I drove that road in the pre-war. I went through every major roadway in Ukraine, but we also went to all the northern border checkposts and drove down them. And that road would normally continue on towards Zhytomyr, which is like 100 kilometers east of Kyiv. And we kept thinking the Russians are going to drive down this way. They're going to head towards Zhytomyr, and they're likely going to turn left, southeast, along this single track road towards Hostomel, right? And the reason I went down there is my friend who was driving, my Ukrainian friend, was a student pilot, and he had gone to aviation school. There's a strip down along that road that is not the Antonov Airport at Hostomel, right? We knew as soon as I saw Antonov Airport, we went there, we drove around, we did the tour of the airport, we saw the Miriam. As soon as I saw that, I was like, they're going to jump on this airport. There is going to be a combat jump into this airport. And I also predicted they would attempt to take Boryspil Airport southeast of Kyiv. And it apparently, the two IL-76s that were shot down, which they have now found some of the wreckage in July, were supposed to do a combat assault into that airport and seize it and create a land point where Ukrainian forces could fly in or drive in and try to take it. That did not work. So, but that 40-kilometer highway, right? I drove that road. Okay, I want you to think of a single track piece of tarmac that is just barely wider than your car, that's surrounded with trees on both sides, and that once you go off that tarmac, you're in mud, heavy mud. That was the road that what they were on. And once I saw some of the drone footage in the video, I thought, are they kidding me? Did they actually stupidly? I said, that's not a logistics road. It's a graveyard. And when they were saying, oh, there's imagery of all these trucks on that road. No, those trucks were being slaughtered. And what they did was probably, and I know Ukrainian artillery was murderously effective at Hostomel Airport and all around, because the Ukrainians had those things pre-registered. They're fighting on their own ground. Of course they had that there. So they stopped all the tanks with javelins and ambushes And then they started bombarding and walking artillery up that road. And so while everyone was looking at that one satellite image, I was thinking, these guys are just being murdered. There's nowhere to go off that road. All you could do is try to get into the trees. Oh my God. And everyone was going, oh, Kiev is going to be destroyed. And I was literally begging people to say, look, that convoy is dead. They are dead men walking. They don't even know they're dead. And sure enough, they dispersed into the trees, but they were dead men walking. Virtually none of them got back to Belarus.
Hey, Malcolm, do you remember that road, how thick the forests were, even without the leaves?
Yeah.
The thickets in there?
Yeah. Oh, this is how these guys were being ambushed every night. It was like an NLAW festival in there. I mean, all you had to do was you could go south of them anywhere, park your car, have tea, march north, and you'd hit the damn road. Right? And you're the Indians now, and all they're doing is sitting there waiting to be slaughtered. I mean, if any of you have seen the Indian ambush scene from Last of the Mohicans, that's what that road's typified to me, right? Just guys getting scalped. And the reason it dispersed was because they got off the road. It was thick. It's pretty thick. You could move a truck in there with great difficulty, but not for long. And it just, it dissipated. But none of those guys really survived the war. None of them.
Yeah, there was incredible stupidity on there, and not
works for me.
Recon. Yeah, no recon, no nothing. Just damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. And remember, I called it the killer 40-kilometer convoy, right?
Yep. Hey, can I point out something as an old Navy man? When that statement, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, was made, the first ship of that line blew up, broke in half, sank with all hands. Same thing with the Russian army. It's like, okay, you want to go for it, let's go for it. The Ukrainians took it to them. I was involved in the intelligence side of that activity, of that period, so I wasn't in that battle. But boy, by God, I watched the hell out of it, and it was not healthy. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, Malcolm, we got a question here from Daryl. Daryl, you want to go ahead?
Daryl.
Yeah. Okay, Malcolm. When we were talking about the war last night, the dead that the Russians are, what their numbers are right now, and we said, in the first part of the war, the dead number, their KIAs crept up from, to about 50,000. I guess it was in August, and then we said, the next 50 happened in 5 months.
Yep.
A number of 6,000 within 1 week, from December 21st to yesterday, they lost 6,000. And this goes to the question of your prediction. Is your prediction just based on current weaponry, or is it based on the possibility of weapons getting there? Because with the numbers that we are seeing, if they continue with the 6,000 or so number every week, in 25 weeks, the Russians will lose approximately 150,000 more than what they've already lost. And I'm not saying that's a guaranteed number, but if with the weaponry that the Ukrainians are getting now, able to keep those numbers at some level near that, do you think is your prediction just based on what the Ukrainians currently have with troop strength, equipment, and promised arms that the arms that they currently are using?
Yeah. My prediction's based on whatever the conditions will be at that time. I literally watched the Ukrainian army in the Northeast plus up over a period of time. When we started bringing in the assault brigades, they arrived very quickly. And the best part is that there was a lot of operational deception going on. I don't want to get into it any further than that. Besides the fact there was strategic deception of the news being that Kharkiv would do an offensive, but Kherson was going to be the big offensive. So none of that stuff happened, right? So let me rephrase that. The way the Russians thought it would happen did not happen. What happened was we jumped up, punched them in the face, and then kicked them in the nuts, and then punched them in the abdomen, and then let them punch, back, at the abdomen over and over and over again down in the Donetsk to exhaust themselves. And then, at the same time, we have HIMARS kidney punching them. So, we're going to have a lot more capacity by spring. And I think that whatever, more soldiers will be trained, guys are being pulled off the line to get more training. I think the Ukrainians are going to regret, or not the Ukrainians, the Russians are going to regret that they wasted any time. I don't care what what people say about what's coming from Russia. They don't have the combat offensive capability anymore. All right. The op tempo of the war is against them. If they gather anywhere, we kill them. If they muster up ammunition, we destroy it. When they, if they're anywhere outside of the Russian border, they just can't survive. So, at some point in this winter, these units are going to start cracking. By the way, the Ukrainians are doing constant reconnaissance in force. So anywhere that the Russians can break, we're going to know about it.
Hey, Malcolm, really quick, since we got you and Matthew on here, and I don't know if, somebody that's on Twitter all the time, he's been on the space, some marathon sessions, it's Thomas Steiner, and, I love his hatred of the Russians. I think it's on par with mine. But he has commented now that in the last couple of days we've seen, Makivka, and then I forget the name of the town south of Kherson, buildings with 4, 5, 6, 700 Russians get blasted with HIMARS, and he made a post saying, "Hey, look." The Russians realize that they can't keep their guys out there without winter gear, freezing to death overnight, sitting in a shell hole or a shell scrape. And they're congregating them now in buildings just so they can get blown to smithereens by HIMARS. Can you and Matthew comment on obviously the preparation between the Ukrainians and the Russians is, night and day. I know that the Scandinavian countries, Baltic countries, Canada has been providing the Ukrainians with cold weather gear. But can you guys, maybe Matthew too, emphasize how cold weather training, which obviously the Russians don't have, who's stupid enough to fall asleep in a shell hole with no overhead cover or whatever, in the middle of the night when it gets down to -3. Can you guys expound on how the Ukrainians are being trained to cope with that? Because, you might be able to live in a cold weather country, but it doesn't mean that you know how to fight in the cold weather. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, my unit is doing OJT. I'll tell you right now. Fortunately, we have Ukrainian Special Forces officers as our team officers, and we have adequate material. We have adequate clothing. We are in positions where we can have fires. Our forward positions, we are only on the line when we're out to do killing work, or reconnaissance work. Then we fall back to secure positions where we can get warm, get fed, and get ready for the next operation. The Russians don't have that. Yes, there are many parts of our line that are in trenches, particularly in the south and in the center. But up in the north, it's more of a mobility battle. Remember, we're doing reconnaissance in force, so we're going out, piercing, touching them, seeing where they hurt, seeing where we can get through, where we can't, going back. But yeah, all of us we've had snow since the end of November. So I would say that my guys right now are relatively experienced in winter warfare at this point.
Matthew, how are you guys? How are you when you're teaching these guys now that you know they're going to go out there, especially in January and February? It's going to be the coldest months.
Well, fortunately, since we're training them in country, we're training them how they're going to fight. So they're training in cold, they're training in wet, they're training in snow. They seem to be fairly well equipped, though, for that. We actually haven't had too much difficulty, not too many complaints. They're ready for it. I mean, it's their country, it's where they live, and Ukraine has a history of fighting winter warfare. It's been more mild just very recently, but we went through a period Malcolm's referencing with the snow that just wouldn't stop. And that also coincided with when there were a lot of electricity problems in Kyiv from airstrikes. Got pretty miserable. But this is part of why Ukraine really needs to push an offensive this winter. They're much better equipped than Russians for winter. The ground's hard. They can still move. I really think that what victory is defined of in this war, whether it's going back to 2014 borders or going back to pre-2014, really depends a lot on what happens in the next 2 or 3 months. I think Ukraine really needs to get moving on a winter offensive while they have this advantage, because it's the weakest Russia will ever be. Russia's not equipped for winter. Their morale's already low, which is going to be taxed even more by it being so cold here. And it's really a opportune time to really gain some ground before the Russians are able to dig in and get their mobilized soldiers to the front.
Let me make a quick point. This is not the Soviet army of 1944. Okay? This is not the North Korean army. These are not people who are constantly sitting the Russian side, that are constantly fighting in cold weather and doing this stuff. These Mobniks, these mobilized troops are, used to being in relatively warm surroundings and being at home and having a wood fire. Also, they're down there with virtually nothing, no equipment. I don't know if you guys saw on Twitter, I posted a picture of my guy, Dead Zed. It's a boxing dummy that I have with all of some of the captured Russian equipment that I have. And he has Gore-Tex parka. Well, I got this stuff in the end of October. These guys should have been plussing up. I had winter gear at the end of October. And these guys have one Gore-Tex rain parka, their body armor, a combat shirt, a VDV shirt, and a helmet. That's it. But I got some of their, what do they call it, lobster claw gloves from last winter. But you notice I have their lobster claw gloves. So that my guys right now, and when I go back on the line, they all want to go on offensive. They got a taste of victory and liberation now. So they want to be in this fight, and they want to be in this fight seriously. So I don't think nothing will stop them if a real offensive comes through. I think the Russians will just crack again.
Well, I think you'll be happy to hear that. Looks like the weather next week is going to get significantly more colder. So Marshal Winter will be entering the battle space. On that note, I see Joseph, you got your hand up. You've been waiting for a while, brother. You want to go ahead and ask?
Yeah, thanks, George. So first off, I would implore our listeners, if you do have a question, we have a great panel right now. We have Malcolm Nance and Matthew Van Dyke. So if any of our listeners have any questions, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of our screen. Also, please do retweet the space. Thanks, guys. Malcolm, do you have something you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, if you guys can jump on over to Tapestry, tapstri.org, and hit that donate button, donate something, 25, 50, $100, whatever you want to do. If you want to have the bragging rights that you are logistically supporting the 3rd Battalion Legion's Combat Support Fund. That's the Special Operations Battalion. You can do that, and eventually I will send you some patches and stickers so that you can actually show your friends that you're participating in the fight. It's one thing to talk, it's another thing to discuss. It's a completely different animal to really support these units that need the support. So go ahead and do that. 20 of you have done it already. Thanks, guys. And I'll stay here and answer your questions for another hour.
Thank you, Malcolm. I was going to do it, but I didn't want to get the spelling wrong. I think I got it at tapstri.org. Is that correct?
Right.
Beautiful. Okay. My question actually though is to Matthew Van Dyke. Matthew, I had a question from a listener. The question was if you've gotten specific feedback that from people that you've trained about anything that they put into action that saved their lives or the lives of others. If you could maybe discuss that a little bit.
Sure. A good example is there was a medic we trained who was with the 47th Separate Assault Battalion, which is now the 47th Separate Assault Brigade. And we trained the entire battalion just a few days before they deployed. We deployed with them to the Bakhmut area. And it was a weapons platoon, and their first time out, they got hit with artillery, and then they get hit by small arms fire. And this medic, who we had a feeling he was going to be really good at soldiering and being a medic. He ended up, I think he tied 2 tourniquets, dragged 1 soldier to safety, saved 1 man's life, and actually he had dragged 8 or 9 men from his unit. Pretty much everybody had been hit by shrapnel. And at the same time, had his rifle up and was exchanging fire in between doing all this. A real hero. His name's Sergey. That's one of our proudest moments. And then we were still up there deployed when they came back in, and got to hear the story firsthand. But I mean, that's really the thing. When you train, you can be a force multiplier, and there's plenty of other stories like that don't even get back to us because you don't hear all of them. That was one we happened to be up at the front with them, so we heard it. But that's really what we aim for. When we train, you never know. You train one medic, he saves many lives, and is a combat medic. He's in combat, so he was actually fighting while doing that. That's the most attractive story. We routinely hear back when they come back from deployment that our methods work, but they're not even our methods. I mean, this is tactics and techniques that were developed over the course of a long time of knowing what works and what doesn't work. So, the feedback's been good. I can't imagine what some of these guys would be facing if they went in and we hadn't been available to train them right before their deployment. Even just their confidence level and their morale is significantly higher when they get actual training that they recognize to NATO standards, from Western instructors right before they go on deployment. It makes a huge difference to them.
Thank you.
All right, good. Alrighty. There's more of our regulars on with us. Shovel Girl.
Hey guys, good afternoon, good evening. Matthew, are you in Ukraine still? Were you able to go home for the holidays?
No, the entire team decided that we're going to stay in Kyiv. We stayed here for Christmas. We actually had James Vasquez over for Christmas Eve dinner. We decided, our fate is here, and we're standing with people of Ukraine and any things that they had to suffer through with missile strikes, power outages, freezing weather, anything in winter, that we were going to stay and go through it with them. So we all remained here.
Well, hopefully you got some good hot meals. I wanted to say, George, Ukraine is just generous by sharing heat with the Russians and Makivka, and that, the Russians are freezing in their trenches. They're freezing in their buildings. We're just sharing the warmth. So, and Malcolm, I spoke to you last time. I donated some money to Tapestry.
Yay!
Awesome. ATV, medevac. Maybe you can name one shovel girl, but
Shovel
I
girl.
don't have a whole lot of money.
I'll put it on one of the med packs. You're the Marine, right?
No, I'm the archaeologist. Shovels and dense woods, those are my
I
specialties.
got you.
You guys were. Go ahead.
Archaeologist.
Your son is an archaeologist?
Yeah, he's a Paris Sorbonne graduate, then went to University of Southern Denmark for maritime archaeology. He dived in the North Sea.
Oh, he's an underwater. God, that's a whole nother level. That's pretty amazing. And plus, like, the North Sea, the level of preservation in the water there is just incredible. So, but that's not my jam.
Okay,
I'm a shovel girl on land. I wanted to ask both you and James, I guess, stepped away, but we had Chef Zhenya on, was it yesterday? And he was talking about logistics and food supply. And I wanted to ask y'all, do you guys arrange acquisition of food for your teams, or is it looped into the Ukrainian Ukrainian logistics?
Yeah, let me answer that at the regular Army level. We are looped into Ukrainian logistics, and we get food from the civilian kitchens that provide it. For a while there, we were getting it from World Central Kitchen. It's very basic, very, very basic. It's usually like boiled chicken and or sometimes, very rarely, meatballs, but mainly boiled chicken, potatoes, and rice, or boiled chicken noodles and potatoes or something like that. But we get that consistently. What we've done is in 3rd Battalion, we have a combat supplemental logistics guy. What he does is he gets all the in-betweens. So, for example, energy drinks, which we have found is a critical combat tool. We don't have Red Bull or Rippets in Ukraine, but we do have Hell and other energy drinks which supplement for food on some of our missions. But in fact, I've established a pipeline from France where we have these tray meal ready to eats, which are very delicious, very good, that we're getting for €1.75 each. That's about a $2 per meal, and that's enough for one guy for 2 days. Granted, it's one meal. It might be beef bourguignon or French or Spanish paella, but we are getting 2,000 of those. 1,000 of those a month shipped out to our battalion, and we're gonna, that's for 60 some odd guys. That's 2 meals a day. But mostly when we're on mission, we have 1 meal a day, and we just break it up over a long period of time. But that's how, and we cannot be resupplied out in the field when we're on our forward deployment. A lot of the Ukrainian neighbors bring us food, but we can only take the essentials there. So I'm actually trying to work. I'm going to be contacting Mountain House. I don't know if you know Mountain House Foods. Oh my God, their food is so delicious.
Is that in the
It's
US,
in the
or
US.
in
Their
Europe?
freeze-dried foods are so good. It's like they freeze-dried a real meal and just dropped it in a bag. They're delicious. And we want to try to get for our combat meals so that when our guys are actually in the field, that they have dehydrated meals like, LERP rations, for those of you who knows what those are. Mountain House makes those. They're very, very light, and they can carry 2 or 3 meals as opposed to the 2 power bars and 1 can of energy drink that they may take, and a piece of bread. So that's just the nature of where our units do their missions. Another thing is we eat Russia's lunch, literally. Okay, so a lot of places we find the Russians leave behind their meals, and their special forces meal is way better than the regular Russian army ration. Way better, double the size, better food. Crackers still suck, but we literally can resupply ourselves by living off Russian food. Their coffee sucks though.
And does when you say you order from France, is that through Tapestry that you're funding
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, we've had people ask us if they could donate into pools. And so in the future, when we get back from this mission from Poland, we're going to be working with a new organization called the International Legion Foundation that Tapestry is standing up. Tapestry is now a 501c3 charity, and the International Legion Foundation will be under Tapestry, which means from now on, all your donations are tax-free. And we're going to have lunch for the Legion. And if you don't want to buy medevac kits or combat support things, you can press that button and donate to the monthly food supply.
Sorry about that weird music, Malcolm. It's just a Twitter thing. It happens like very rarely. We apologize.
It's the aliens.
I know, right? The first time it happened, I was so confused.
Yeah. All right.
What about Matthew? What do you guys do with your group?
If we're training, we eat whatever the trainees have. They're usually very happy to have us try whatever their cook's making up in borscht. But yeah, I mean, we when we're not on a training site, we're just getting our own food. But on the training site, we whatever they have to eat is what we eat.
So Chef Zhenya, it sounds like he's the place to be if you want to eat out in the field, his kitchen, and that a lot of the rest of them are very lacking. He also
His
seemed
food.
to.
I heard that yesterday. I just salivated. They're cooking food.
Oh yeah, but then you contrast it with the 3 sausages still in plastic, and it's hard to get any lower than that. But it sounded like he's looking for, just so everybody in this group knows, he's looking for logistics help on resourcing more food supplies for the Ukrainian army. It sounds like there's just a big disconnect. It's definitely not forefront in their minds,
right.
Obviously.
The problem with this war, and I mention this quite often, the problem with this war is that to fight it, for the supply chain, for example, you want to bring in sausages that are not made in Ukraine or crackers, whatever, that come from Poland, it's 18 hours by car at 60 miles per hour, end to end across Ukraine. That's nonstop. If you were to drive for 16 hours, the last hour, or I say 18 hours, the last hour to 45 minutes of that drive would be where the war is. Everything else, the war is not there. The point is, it's not coming by train. If you don't have your own trucks, your own clearance, your own import-export, or your own NGO, it's a long-ass drive from Romania, Slovakia, and Poland. Very long.
Well, thanks, Malcolm. And Matthew, I tried to work on those ballistic glasses. Basically, my problem is the in between, getting from here to there, and also I contacted Maria, and it's not forefront and on what they want to work on right now. But I just want you to know I haven't forgotten about it.
Oh, who needs ballistic glasses? Just iPro?
Matthew, for the folks he's training.
Oh, how many? That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean it varies, and it varies on the needs of the group. Surprised that we even have to hand out any iPro for our training.
Yeah.
That the soldiers don't already have it with them. It's a pretty basic item now that saves your eyes in artillery war pretty quick.
Well, like I said, we're coming Saturday. This stuff is available in Poland, so why don't you talk to me offline and we'll see if I can get you some.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
I'll hit up one of my donors.
Well, thanks so much for what you guys are doing, and I always enjoy hearing from y'all. So take care.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Let's do
real quick. I just want to mention I'm going to throw up in the nest a link both to tapestry.org and Matthew Van Dyke's organization, Sons of Liberty International. Please do check out both organizations. They're both great. And thanks. Sorry, Malcolm, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say we can do a rapid round. That would be great. And because I will talk for an hour if you ask one question.
And I just want to say tonight, give to Tapestry. I'm here to support Malcolm tonight. I gave to Tapestry myself during this Maria Reported episode. So really focus on that tonight. Malcolm needs his ATVs. He's got to get them over here soon before spring. So yeah, give to them tonight.
Yeah. ATVs are $7,000 each, in case you guys are wondering. So if you donate a whole ATV, I'll put your name on it. And then I'll ride around. But thanks. I appreciate it, Matt. And we'll hook you up with some iPro.
All right, we have a couple of people who had requested the mic, Dom, Dutch, and Jessic. If you want to raise your hand and let us know if you have a question, otherwise we'll cycle you out for other people who also are requesting.
Hello? You there?
Yeah, we're here.
We can hear you. Yes, Dom. You have a question for Malcolm and for Matthew?
Yeah. Do you see any signs of like the Russians just bad morale? I keep seeing these posts about no money and the people back home. They're upset, and I'm wondering if that's trickling down to the guys on the line.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, there's bad morale. I don't know whether their families' woes are trickling down as much as we would like to believe they are. I know right now they're going to pull off all their phones off the line because of that hit that took place in Mariivka the other day. Russian state TV is reporting that the Ukrainians identified clusters of cell phones. And you know what that means? Now you can take the cell phones away from every soldier and forbid them to call home. Yeah. Which will further reduce their morale. Look, we bombed Berlin with 1,000 bomber raids, which each bomber carrying 16 bombs, and that didn't break their morale. So it's very hard to do that. The only thing that can break their morale is the belief of the Russian people that what they're doing is not worthwhile. And the only thing that I think that could really do that is a mass surrender of Russian forces. And I'm not sure that that's in the offing anytime soon.
So the terrain was soft when they invaded. They shouldn't have invaded at that time of year at any rate. Like you were talking about the corridor and it only being one lane. What about now? I mean, could they launch a counter?
I always answer this way because, every once in a while we get these wise guy, pro-Russia guys who come onto our timeline. A lot of paid trolls from sub-Saharan Africa and Asia come on Twitter and they're like, you're supporting the Nazis. Russia will crush you. And I said, yeah, them and what army? We destroyed their army. They are holding on by their nails. I heard a very funny thing this morning on Morning Joe saying that, the Russian army is being displaced by PMC Wagner. No, they're not. No, they're not. Wagner is getting all the best equipment because these guys are motivated to be there because you're getting paid $8,000 to $10,000 a month, not the $300 to $500 a month the regular Vatnik's getting. And, Wagner uses those troops. If Wagner is the future of the Russian army is going to be a lot smaller than it is today. And we're just going to have to kill our way through them to get to them because we've taken Wagner on. I've taken the VDV on. And when you hit them, they seem hard until they're dead. And then they ain't so hard. So, I've literally eaten their lunch, the good one. So, I don't think that Russia has much combat capability in it. The only places they're attacking is those officers who've been given an order to attack on the cost of their lives. And now that Bakhmut is breaking up, it did exactly what it was supposed to do, to create a second Severodonetsk, an anvil in which Russia was to smash their own brains out using their own forces. But now the big question is, now where will the sneaky Ukrainians attack, right? Once Russia has now lost hundreds and hundreds of men in Bakhmut. Well, doesn't matter where Russia thinks it's going. When you have a combination of National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Defense Intelligence Agency, Army Intelligence and Security Command, and Ukrainian, intelligence all putting their heads together and going, hey, what are those big stacks of crates at this 10-digit grid coordinate that goes right into your HIMARS, and before you can put your coffee cup down and refill it, it's already being blown up. So that's how the system works. The Russians don't even want to think about fighting a NATO force. We're the Ukrainians without the Chervona Kalina song, right? We just got the better toys that are beyond lethal. We have, when Ukraine gets ATACMS, this is going to be a different war.
Well, I was just thinking that it's more operational security than anything that's really shooting them in the foot. They don't seem to have any.
Well, yeah, but see, this is what people fail to understand. There is a way to track all their trucks. There's a lot of intelligence out there that Ukraine is very good at, including little old ladies looking out the window going, trucks just went by, and contacting them on their little app where you can report stuff. And the Ukrainians are fast because they've been fighting the Russians since 2014. So, and then when they compare that, when, they lift up the bat phone and somebody in Potomac, Maryland, who's running satellites goes, oh, yeah, that's an ammo dump. And they go, well, where would you hit it if you were going to hit it? Well, if you drop to this grid coordinate, it'll blow up everything. Well, okay. And that's why we had this discussion, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, about the new computer system that was coming in for the HIMARS. It will be like the Ukrainians don't have to do anything. They'll have a terminal in Kyiv. Kyiv authorizes all of the attacks. It is centralized. The HIMARS is a surgeon's scalpel. It is one they do not want to go dull. So whenever that thing shoots, there are no fire for effect with HIMARS. That one individual rocket is doing a very specific lethal effect. And as you saw in Mariivka, they flattened an entire building by hitting the ammo and hitting the building. Ukraine's got engineers, and they know how to make a building pancake on itself. But the Americans are the ones who will go, yeah, but if you move it over one more 10th of a degree digit, that entire Western Wall will collapse on the inside. They were like, okay, thanks, America, bye. Boom. Things happen.
I'll let somebody else have a go. I enjoy seeing you on Stephanie Miller's show, and you take care of yourself.
I'm back home on leave, and but like I said, we got to do this logistic run into Poland to get our battalion is now going back on the line again, and got to get them those cold weather gloves and heated nut warmers or things like that.
Yeah, I know. I'm Canadian, and we sent a lot of cold weather gear. So
our senior, did you see the thank you video from the Ukrainian army to Canada?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's hilarious! Thank you for the long underwear. That was my favorite. They've got social media down. One of our senior officers, not officers, but sergeants, is a Canadian officer, EOD officer, and he's proven to be brilliant in our cold weather support. And he knows all about, what to do when hypothermia strikes. Thank you, everybody on this report who's contributed before here. I am sending 25 Blizzard hypothermia bags that are in. They're going to be 3 per medical kit. So if anyone's wounded, we will be wrapping those guys in self-heating aluminum foiled bags, right? Which was paid for out of money from Miria report.
I don't know. I still have my mummy bag from years ago.
Oh, well, this is aluminum. This is for casualties and capture blood. And also, we also have 25 hand carried stretchers. So whoever gets wounded is going back warm, baby. They're gonna have heating pads all throughout these blankets, these Blizzard shield kits.
All right. Good luck to you, and keep your head down.
All right. We have 6 minutes for the next question. We will have gone 3 hours into my half-hour discussion.
You're doing that Philadelphia marathon there, Malcolm.
That's fun.
Malcolm, really quick, with the cold coming and the way we've seen that the Russians are completely unprepared, what are the chances we get lucky and their forces just collapse?
Yeah,
because they just can't do it anymore.
It's not a question of can't do it anymore. It's a question of, do I want to do this bullshit anymore? Pardon, I know we're not supposed to use bad language. It's, do they want to do this anymore? And you have to shape their psychology to that effect to get them to want to just give up. And I thought it was brilliant. Minister Reznikov made a video to the Russian forces about how, what are you here for? That the entire gist of the video was, what are you doing here? Do you know why you're here? You don't, do you? All right. Well, no Nazis here. You're just wasting your time. Right. And so I think that could be emphasized. I think that could be amplified. And I think it could have a combat neutralizing effect. We'll see about that. I'm talking to people in government, but the Russians just need to be given an option to walk home, to get a hot meal, right? Take your rifles with you, and if anybody gets in your way, shoot them. That's how the Russian Revolution started, right? Everybody walked home.
Exactly. We can only hope.
Yeah. Next question.
I think you seem to have exhausted the questions.
What?
I have one last one, I guess.
All right.
Malcolm, there have been a lot of very decisive strikes against Russian barracks in the last couple of days. Of course, the most prominent one right now is Makivka, but it seems there have been at least a few more that are kind of going public now.
Yeah.
And they seem quite severe. Even the Russians are quite upset about it all. I'm wondering, what's your take? I mean, we've seen Gimlers do a lot of damage before, but, I mean, it seems like the buildings are being leveled. Do you think that we see kind of two competing theories on the internet, right? One is that the Ukrainians have structural knowledge of the buildings that's intimate enough where they can hit a really precise Gimler strike where it needs to go for it to fail. And the other is that the Russians just be storing ammo in the basement like dummies. And so I'm just wondering, what's your take? Do you have any thoughts on all this? It's kind of a big item in the news right now. So anything you want to discuss about it, go ahead.
Yeah, I touched on it about 10 minutes ago. The answer to your question is yes. The Ukrainians do have knowledge of the structures. Look, when I was in Iraq let's focus on Iraq here. Iraq was a country of engineers. And when Al-Qaeda and ISIS would do these suicide bomb truck attacks, they would actually do the numbers. They would crunch the numbers on what would it take to knock the building down. And some of these, what we call SSVIEDs, super strike V-beds, 4,000, 5,000 pound tractor trailer driven or dump truck driven truck bombs. Engineers went through them, Iraqi ISIS engineers or Al-Qaeda engineers, and calculated what would the blast effect need to be. However, they don't have the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency married with Defense Intelligence Agency, right? Looking at these things, giving recommendations in near real time and going, hey, like I said, if you move your intended strike over 1 more meter, we believe, outside the wall versus inside the wall, right? Here's where we see structural beams. We believe that our rocket will blow down 3 supporting beams to the 1 or 2 from outside. And the Ukrainians are like, oh yeah, thanks, bye. and here's the grid that will give you that precise effect. Look, I will tell you something. I suspect, I'm an old intelligence guy. I've been doing this for a very long time. Despite the fact that I was in the Navy, all I worked for the most part was ground warfare intelligence with the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. We're very joint when it comes to killing things ashore. And this is the sort of thing that we don't have people in Ukraine doing this. You don't have to be in Ukraine. You could get a recommendation request, have that scrubbed, and you can send back a better 10-digit grid, down to the, to the centimeter of where you want that rocket to hit with the calculated blast effect that we know is in that rocket on a structure of that size. And then you hit it 2 and 3, give them all 6 missiles, baby, right? Or if they say, hey, can you look at that image there and tell me what you see? And some, mid-watch analyst over at Defense Intelligence Agency is there with his imagery team, and he goes, hey, that's a lot of ammo. And the Ukrainians are like, yeah, give us a minute. And then they fly a Bayraktar or one of their persistent aerial surveillance systems that they have over there, and they see it too, or they go to SBU, and SBU mobilizes a little old lady, right? I'm just using that as an example. I don't know if there's little old ladies there. And their human intelligence goes, yeah, they've been bringing trucks in there all day. And they've been watching it on their persistence video surveillance systems. And they go, let's hit the ammo dump. No one gets out alive. First one hits the ammo dump, and then the next 5 bracket the ammo dump. And everything goes down simultaneously. And 400 men die. This is the second time we've had a 300-plus man effect. And when the Russians tell you it's 62, then 400 or 500 is most likely. The entire building got hit in the middle of the night. So it killed the watch outside and everybody in the building. Hope that answers.
Thank you, Malcolm.
All right. Guys, I have to sky out of here. But what I'd like you to do is keep the conversation going. I'm going to come up again tomorrow for at least an hour and about the same time, and just answer some of the questions that you guys have. And my favorite, no one's asked my favorite question yet, that some yahoos, these airsofters on the internet keep asking me. It's like, why is your uniform so clean? It's because I got more than one. Guess what else we have? Washing machines. We don't have to loot them from anybody's house. So plenty of washing machines. My battalion headquarters has 3. So, and laundries and dry cleaning. But anywho's, I want to thank all of you for listening to me today. If you guys wonder why I like to talk, I'm an old spy. We never got to talk outside of our spaces. So, it's fun to impart knowledge and to make you better participants in the Miria Aid program, the Miria Report, and to get out there on Twitter, Facebook, and whatever, and come up with facts. And, to hear from experts like Chuck Farr and Jim. I didn't know James killed that many times. Damn, I hate him now. I used to like him. But I set my goals to be a tank ace when I arrived here, and I did not meet that goal. But Vatniks, that's another story. So, but if you can help the Third International Legion's Combat Support Fund, please just go there right now. Donate $50, $25, whatever you can. I love seeing $5. That's commitment, because you know why? That is 2 French rations. So, everything counts. I really appreciate your support.
Very much appreciated. Thank you very much for joining us, Malcolm. Absolutely, great. And please do us a favor. Next time around, bring a little bit more time. Puny 3 hours, please.
You're gonna get, when I'm in Poland, I got nothing to do next week but sit around and yak. So
we'll be ready with questions. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Thanks, Malcolm.
I'm going to head out as well.
Matthew, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you
very much.
Great questions as always. I really appreciate coming on, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Everybody give Matthew a follow. He's doing good work in Ukraine.
All right, gentle people, let's hit it. Erland, I am just retweeting your soldier card.
Yeah, I struggled to get up earlier, but I guess we're gonna have Malcolm on next time. I promised to send him the soldier card
tomorrow.
Yeah. So it took 3 weeks longer than I anticipated, but it's out. Fortunately, the winter didn't kick in either. But soldier card is out, and waiting for a translation into Ukrainian as well. And a little bit longer extended version of the soldier card is also in Colonel Spencer's mini manual already. So and that's been there for a while. But anyways, I'm very pleased to hear when I hear James and Malcolm talking about layered clothing, it warms my heart. These guys, they know what they're doing. And especially Malcolm was, he was emphasizing some of these real struggles when you sweat, and that's I like to hear that. George, how was that in Iraq? Because the night is cold, isn't
it? It's the temperature swing. Well, just so you can understand, Erland. So here's the thing. They sold us a bag of goods that were rotten to the core. We got there in December, and all it did in January and February was rain. I mean, every bloody day. The temperature never got above in the 50s. Cloudy. It would rain during the day, and at night, the clouds would move away. Well, you know what that means. There is nothing to keep the heat in. And the desert would just get really cold. I'm talking about, we wore our N3, Daryl's on here. I know he knows what I'm talking about. I think it's the N3B parka, the fishtail parkas. We were wearing those and still shivering at night. It was ridiculous. We used to do 2 hours of guard duty, and I hated every minute of it. It was horrible. Yes, it is cold in the desert in January and in February at night in northern Saudi Arabia near the Iraqi border. No, anybody tell you different. It was horrible.
What did you have as undergarments back then? Because I heard some rumors that it was a lot of cotton textile.
You hit the nail on the head. Okay, so typically what you had was your T-shirt, your undershirt, right? Which was a T-shirt, cotton T-shirt, your boxers, whatever. You had your was this back in the day when we had the BDUs, our thick cotton, almost like it was almost like a canvas material, but it was a thick cotton BDU jacket and your pants, okay? And then what a lot of guys would do is, you're wearing your fishtail parka, but a lot of guys on their legs, and me included, we'd wear these rubberized pants. We also had a jacket with a hood on it. It was wet weather gear. It was rubberized material, and you wore that, especially at night, because it kind of kept you warm, right? And you were warm kind of during the day too, because everything was sloshy wet. The worst was you had to bathe, right? And there were no hot showers. We tried that, and the showers were actually freezing cold. I hate the cold water ever since. So you would just try to heat up a small, get about a gallon or two of water boiling and put it in a bucket, in a big wash bin that we wash our clothes in. You sit in it and take like what they call a bird bath. It was absolutely dreadful. I'll never go camping again, and I've hated living in a tent ever since.
Hey, George.
Yes,
hey, George.
Sir.
Did anybody come wake up in the morning and you looked at the uniform and it was all black because they had done something? Like you took their NBC outfit and put it on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of guys, I forgot about that, Daryl. Yeah, a lot of guys wore their chemical suit because we had extra ones. The one that we were training in, right? Because that was the one that you kind of just kept it in a regular bag. You didn't count what they called a mop gear bag. You had an extra suit, and guys would wear that because it was thicker to keep warm. But if you got wet in it or sweat in it, then everything underneath it, because the charcoal would seep through, that was right. Yeah, everything would be black. And washing clothes, you would wash them in this big tub, right? Big tub of water, right? And you'd hang it up, and it's raining, and if the rain stopped, the wind would quickly come and just would turn everything into shit. Once it got to March and April and it started getting warm, dust was all over the place. As soon as you washed the uniform, it would just be covered in sand, and you were washing it just to get the stench out. It wasn't to get the sand out, because the sand would just cover the whole uniform as soon as you hung it up. So, yeah. Living in the desert for 6 months, what an experience.
But you had quite a big logistics apparatus there, right? And did they wash your clothes?
Oh, do you know what? No, let me tell you something, Erland. And I wanted to mention that when Malcolm was on here, because there has been a huge, and I mean huge, myth. All right? I'm not saying that the logistics was bad in Desert Storm, but it wasn't as smooth as people made it out to be. All right? My unit, obviously being a frontline unit, we were in green BDUs until we went into the neutral zone 4 days before the ground offensive started, okay? We were like getting stuff to the units that really needed it was really touch and go back then. There was a lot of issues, and some of it was because we had mobilized a lot of the National Guard units, and we quickly found out that a lot of those National Guard units might have not been keeping up with their training, let's put it that way. So there was a lot of issues with logistics, Erland. The Germans had sent these mobile shower vans. They were beautiful, but I didn't get to see those till I got back to Saudi Arabia, like back almost at the port. A lot of the units that saw those decided to keep them for themselves. So a lot of the frontline guys, the guys in the rear, it was funny. Riyadh, they're walking around with, the chocolate chip desert camo uniforms, and we're on the front line with, the green stuff from Germany. So there was not as smooth as people made it out to be, but it was ironed out eventually.
You know what? We had in our brigade a shower complex that originated from the Gulf War, and that thing was actually quite handy. It was an inflatable big tent with several compartments. So you had like a wardrobe compartment where you could change your clothes, and then you had a couple of shower booths. I think you could fit 40 men in the different shower booths in that thing. I don't know which country it came from though, but that was actually quite good, and it was still working in 2010.
Yeah, the German one we had was it was like a 40-foot trailer, and the sides expanded out, and then they hooked this giant water bladder to it, and of course it had its own way to heat the water and also pressurize it, its own generator, and that thing was amazing. It was like a human car wash. You started on one end, and it was just tons and tons of shower nozzles, and they had soap dispensers, and you just soaked up and kept moving. By the time you got out, you were somewhat squeaky clean. The first shower I had gotten in 5 months.
Kärcher makes them.
Who makes them, Axel?
Kärcher, the same company who does high pressure systems.
Well, let me tell you, I wanted to give those guys a kiss, whoever sent them, because that was the first shower I had gotten in 5 months. Now, when I got back to the barracks, Axel, when we finally got back in Germany, I took a green scratch pad just to try to get rid of all the sand I kept finding. It was horrible. So, yeah, it's tough when you're out there. I can only imagine what these guys in the Ukrainian army are going through. I know they're doing a lot better off than the Russians, but, having, the ability to get yourself clean and switch out the clean clothes, people that have never been in that situation, let me tell you, it's a huge boost of morale when you can do it.
But George, you know what the big advantage of the Ukrainian army is? It's that they are in their homeland, and there are a lot of babushkas that probably will help them wash their clothes and give them a hot cup of tea and a hot shower if they really need to. The Russians, on the other hand, they're not getting any clothes change, and I don't think shower is anywhere near their dreams.
And I wouldn't drink tea from a babushka in Ukraine. You never know what Granny's going to put into it, right? Remember, they were lacing some of their pierogies and giving them to the Russians. So, yeah, if I were a Russian, I'd stay away from the Ukrainian kitchen.
The interesting thing, though, George, is that before they go in, they like to knock out all of the water. They like to knock out all the electricity. So when they get there, they don't anyway.
Idiots, right?
They take out the creature comforts that they themselves are going to need.
That's exactly, because people have been, remember one of the theories, Daryl, is that, people are saying, they're trying to capture Bakhmut so they can get into so they can have refuge and, somewhere to stay through the winter. Not if they've knocked everything out, right? Like you just mentioned, what's the point?
What are they going to do? Light fires in the middle of Granny's living room?
Daryl, they have done that. Those idiots have done that, right? They have done that. So, they're going to do what they did in Makivka. They're going to find some building that's not half destroyed, and they're all going to congregate in there. And 48 hours later, the Ukrainians will get word from the locals that the idiots are here, and they'll just get blasted if they ever take Bakhmut, which I doubt is going to happen. I think they're all going to freeze to death by the end of next weekend.
Hey George, by chance, were you on the advanced party, or were you on the main surge that came in Iraq?
No, or you talking about Desert Storm or 2003?
Whichever one.
No, in Desert Storm, I was with the main with the main body. Mariuta was the first one to cross to punch through the berms and the minefields, but then another element went ahead of us, and then we followed.
Okay. Now I was just wondering, you there when they were offloading the ships and stuff with the initial gear that came in. So that's why I was asking, because that was the stuff I was working.
Yeah, when we got, they sent us to, remember, Dubai was nothing back then. Remember, we were at the port of Dubai. There was nothing there.
I didn't get to Dubai and that area until '93, and I stayed through '98.
Yeah, no, this is in 19, like we got there in December, beginning of December 1990. Then we had to wait for some of our crew serve weapons that were coming in with on some Sealand vans, and then we took a convoy to get to our initial area, which is along the Tapline Road, and then from there we moved into like right outside the neutral zone. And but when the war was over, I got me and we're at about another. There's about 24 of us, right? 3 squads. We got stuck behind, guarding a platoon of mechanics and guys with the recovery vehicles that were recovering all the broken down stuff and everything that had been like left in place during the advance by 7th Corps. So we were out there for from first week of March all the way to the end of April, about 7 weeks.
Okay, yeah. I remember being in Port Said, and then also going up into the port in Kuwait. That's where I was doing a lot of my offloading in between shuttling equipment being between the two, because after the first Gulf War, he decided he wanted to raise his head again, and we were there in '93 and '94 when he did that. So I was just wondering, had you been on any of those parties that were there then? But
no. But by that time in '92, I got sent to Bragg. I had to go to jump school. And then I was assigned to 18th Airborne Corps. I was in the headquarters there, and that was there till '93. Went to Somalia and came back, and then got out and then got called back up in 2003.
All right. But those black uniforms, you had to laugh because you knew what they were doing.
Yeah, because they were wearing them. Yeah, man, it was cold. It was ridiculously cold at night. And it was because of the huge temperature swing.
I'm gonna tell you what. I did not even think that it rained there. We used to get a lot of fog, a lot of, you'd have the dust storms that came up, and on the ocean you could see the dust settling on the water, and stuff like that from these dust storms. But when I was in country and it started raining, you like, what the frick? It's raining, and it was like, okay, I guess it does rain here.
And that was the crazy part, because it rained nonstop for bloody 2 months. And that's why when people are talking about the conditions, especially this last month in Ukraine, Daryl, I don't love the cold, but I'd rather it be cold and dry you know, where the snow, I can brush the snow off, than be sloshy and wet, because that is the worst feeling. The worst feeling was we can't get dry.
And that damn dust would turn to almost slime.
Exactly. It was like talcum powder. It got through all the seals on all the vehicles, pretty much ruined everything. But we've been going on about that. Let's tell people, hey, we're on here. This is a Mirror Report. We're giving you guys 24-hour coverage of the crazy Russian invasion of Ukraine. These guys have been live since February, since the war started. Please retweet the space. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, because that's what we do here. We're trying to be polite to each other. Raise your hand, and we'll, bring you up, and we'll ask for you to ask your question. But right now, I see Erlen's got his hand up. Erlen, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, Ben is here as well now, but he's the one who relayed the message that the Russian MOD now has officially increased the number of the dead from the Makivka strike to 89. George and Ben, multiply that by 10, and then probably you're closer to the real number, right?
Exactly. The factor of 10. That's what you have to. Yeah, I'm sure, because look, guys, that building was absolutely obliterated. Obliterated. There was nothing like left. So, HIMARS might have done the initial damage, but to me it looked like an internal explosion too. So they must have been storing something in there that they thought Ukrainians wouldn't find out about, and that just added misery to their situation.
But I think CJ and David, you're down there. Can't you come up and explain again how a big number of or a good number of Gimlers actually could have taken that building down? Because you had a really good explanation for that, and I know a lot of people wonder what it could have been. And listening to David, I understood, and also CJ was on at the same time, I understood that it could have been done just by GMLRS.
Maybe I won't doubt their expertise. While we're waiting for David to come up, I see Marcus is on here. Good evening.
Good evening. I thought I would bring you the information of booms that have been reported today.
Oh, I love Big Pow Boom.
Well, we have Russia. Let's start with Russia. So, Rostov. The air defense has been active in the Rostov area. There is a report that they shot down 2 drones, but we don't know how true this is. In Kursk in Russia, air defense is active. Explosions were heard, but there's been no reports of hits, but there were definitely videos of active air defense working there. When I say working, I mean active. And in, I can just about say this, Jankoy, Crimea, Telegram reports of active air defense and explosions, but I mean, that's Telegram, so you never know. But that's what I've got so far. And I can just about pronounce all of those, luckily.
Marcus, a quick question. A Russian engineer has been found dead on a ship in India. Would you suspect foul play or not, considering a little bit of context, that he is the 3rd Russian found dead in India in as many weeks? What would you say? What are your spidey senses telling you?
Well, this guy as well. This guy found on the boat, was it? Wasn't that also in a very small area compared to where the other two fellas, they died in the same hotel, didn't they? Or at least one died on the pavement, apparently. And then, this isn't very far away from that location. And it just seems that it's very unhealthy to be Russian in India at the moment.
Yeah, you don't know. Maybe some strange chemical reaction, something. We don't know. Thank you, by the way, for being so humble in your analysis. No, a lot of people would jump on the occasion to suspect foul play, say that it's probably the GRU or something along the line, the mafia maybe. But you're being very, very modest in your interpretation. We don't know. We don't know. George, how do you do, my friend?
Yay, I'm doing pretty good. He didn't fall out of another window, did he? Was it a shoddy construction in India? What the heck's going on with those window frames?
Oh, no. He was found dead on the ship, as what one is.
Oh, the slip and fall. Yes, that's what happened. He shouldn't have been eating that banana peel. He, very sloppy, left it on the deck and then forgot about it and slipped on it in the middle of the night. That's what happened.
Yeah, 2 banana peels, including one in the back of the head.
Yeah, I don't know how you insert a banana peel in the back of his head, but that's how they found the body. So let's in all
George,
seriousness.
George, if you have a
Yes.
second, I need to tell something to Daryl. Do you mind?
Okay. No, I don't want. Yes, really quick. If anybody on that's up here as a speaker, take a stab at what is going on with all these guys being knocked the heck off. Is Putin, cleaning house, or is he scared that these guys are going to come back and try to off him? He's just absolutely nuts.
Hey, George, I'm suspecting it may not be Putin.
You think it's somebody else?
I think it may be somebody else. That's either Wagner, who may be going a little bit rogue on this, or it may be Putin. But I'm thinking it's somebody that's trying to consolidate their power.
Yeah, obviously, either someone's trying to tie up loose ends or consolidate their power. Something's going on. There are so many high-profile guys meeting, quote unquote accidents here.
I'd like to know how close these guys were to Putin to begin with, because if they were in his circle, then it's somebody that's in the circle that's looking at who the players are that are next to Putin that are siding with him rather than going with the flow.
Well, I don't know what circle it is, but there's a lot of guys having a lot of sleepless nights right now, right, Daryl?
They definitely are not. They're having a hard sleep. At least at the end of the night. At least at the end of their night, it's a little bit hard. The pillow gets a little hard for them. More
Yeah,
like
well,
sidewalk.
Erlen, you gotta. I see your hands back up, my man.
Yeah, I wondered if someone knew if there is a nice spreadsheet somewhere with all the oligarchs that fell downstairs or out of windows since the start of the war, because it's slowly getting up. It's quite a lot of people, and it would have been interesting to watch who they are or were. What kind of job they had, what connection they had to Putin, and just take an overview. So if anyone has a nice spreadsheet about that, that would be handy.
Well,
Yes, it
hey,
would.
Erlen. Yeah, Erlen. One of the things, all these guys are in particular, most of them are in charge of some sector. You had the one because most of these guys had, they were over one particular industrial segment, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe these are the guys that were responsible for the lack of supplies, the lack of preparedness of the army. It may be that these are the guys that were in charge of that, and they fleeced, and so they're just getting these guys back right now. But that's the only thing that's tying them together. They were in charge of some particular segment.
You know, it took
I'm
less than 30 seconds before I got a spreadsheet sent in the DMs. Just saying.
well done. Daryl, just to be clear, the guy who died today was actually an engineer on a ship, I think another ship. So unless it was the worst engineer in the history of the world, I don't think he had much of an impact on the Russian war effort. But the other guy,
Well, I don't think.
the other guy was
But yeah,
the other guy was an MP.
an engineer died on the ship, though.
He was an MP,
Hey,
and
Ben, an engineer died on the ship. Nope.
sorry, Daryl. The other guy was an MP and a sausage tycoon.
Well, let me say this: the guy that's on the ship, he may have drank himself to death. So that could just fall under an industrial slash, regular Russian incident. It's just that he just happened to die on a boat to India. Because we know that, people, if they're unhealthy and on ships, you don't have people that can really save you, because a lot of those crews on those ships, on foreign ships, I'll mind you, because on most of our ships, the second mate is usually pretty good at the CPR thing, etc. But on foreign flag ships, they may not have somebody that's qualified. So if they get into trouble, they either have to helo them off, or they just die, and nobody's really got the skills to save them.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, one day the Russians will realize that it's more dangerous to go on holiday than it is to join the army. On this bombshell, Jorn, welcome on board.
Hello, everyone. Well, those banana peels. So you know what they say about them: 3 in the head, and they're dead. I want to talk about all these dead people, but first of all, shout out to Alan, and I see that your winter clothing cards are now done. Fantastic work. We all try to do some stuff that point history in the right direction, but you have actually done very concrete things that will actually save lives. So hat tip to you, and very well done. That's very, very impressive to get those kind of things over the finish line. I thought a bit about all these dead Russians all around Europe and elsewhere on the planet, and we ask ourselves, why aren't anyone challenging Putin, and why is there no opposition? And this might be it. Many of them are abroad and might have contacted someone within the exile opposition or something, or said something in one direction or been critical. And we know the Russians have a tradition of infiltrating their own opposition. So it would be very easy to find out that and take them out. But another actor that might be out there, and I'm not saying that they're behind the majority of this at all, maybe just a small percentage, but I think they have done some. I with the Ukrainians being so good at everything else, I must assume that they have their intelligence service have some very skilled foreign operatives as well. So they might have taken out some key people that they would like to have disappear. That might have some key feature in the Russian power apparatus or foreign service. So that might be some of them, but I think, like been alluded to here, that most of them is probably people that said the wrong thing about Putin or something.
Ooh, you mean there's maybe a race between the different services, both within Russia and outside, to know who's going to kill the most and who's going to open the most windows, if you see what I mean?
Yeah, but you can imagine if there's someone that's quite skilled and opens a few doors for the Russians, or get them money, or are smuggling diamonds or microchips or whatever, that is actually of some importance for the war effort, that the Ukrainians would be able to take them out like this. And I'm not saying that that's a frequent occasion, but I would imagine that some of these people that end up dead could be that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially at some point, we saw quite a lot of engineers and managers that decided to commit seppuku in their swimming pool or something along those lines. So yeah.
Yeah, but just one thing I would underline, that I'm absolutely 100% certain that these guys that have reportedly suicided their whole family and stuff, that's definitely the Russians themselves. That's the kind of barbarity that we know where it comes from, and it's probably a signal from Moscow as well. If you cross us, we won't just kill you; we'll kill your whole family.
I'm sorry, I was distracted for a second, and then I came back to the conversation, and all I heard was Jorn walking and telling me that he was going to kill me and my whole family. This is the beginning of a very bad night.
Yeah, well, I get in these moods sometimes.
Don't annoy the Norwegians. Andy.
Yeah, everyone's brought up a lot of good points about the dangers of India for Russians, and their efforts in diamonds and other things that they're trying to smuggle and so forth that makes them a target. But you're forgetting a very important one, is the dangers of mayonnaise withdrawal. India is not a country that consumes a lot of mayonnaise. It might be hard for them to source. As we've learned, Ukrainians are very adaptable. We can wean ourselves off mayonnaise. We're okay. We will survive. We will endure. I personally am not a big fan of mayonnaise to begin with. It causes a lot of fights in my family. But the Russians, if you've ever been to Moscow, there are more mayonnaise commercials than you've ever seen in your life. They will play the same commercial over and over. I remember in 2003, I spent 5 weeks in Moscow, which felt like 12 years in hell, visiting distant relatives, and they had the same mayonnaise commercial on loop over and over. It played like maybe 7 times a day, 7 times an hour, and they showed how you could put it on breakfast foods, lunch, dinner, everything. They put it on vegetables. You go to the food courts where they do like the Mongolian style barbecue, which is usually like Asian style sauces. They had a whole section for mayonnaise, where people were putting mayonnaise in stir fry and a lot of other abominations, which smarter analysts would likely see as a precursor of what was to come, because this was early in Putin's reign, and the proliferation of mayonnaise is clearly an indicator of future genocides and so forth. You raise a generation on mayonnaise and low-grade textbooks and so forth. This is what you produce in this army of, kolyas and vadiks and so forth that are overweight, sweaty alcoholics.
Andy,
I mean, does
Andy,
Bondui produce mayonnaise?
no, Andy, we need to stop here. I'm sorry. I know it must have been a tragic moment for you. This is clearly kidnapping, and I'd hate to be forcing you to relive those moments. So thank you for sharing, and please let's put it on the wrap. Get better. We're always here.
My man said
Thank you, man.
abomination.
No idea what
Man, he said
yeah.
abomination.
I have no idea who's talking. Oh, George.
I'm lost. I'm lost, man. I'm sorry, but when he said abomination, I lost it. Oh my god, that's. Anyway, I want to thank everybody who came on here and asked questions when Malcolm Nance and James Vasquez was on. That was pretty cool. Thanks for your input. And thank you, Ben, for coming in as a backup. Most appreciated. Unfortunately, I have the things that responsible parents have to do, and there's a little monster that's waiting at pool that I have to go pick up. So I'll be trying to listen in, but thank you very much, and I'll get back on as soon as I can. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, George. And if the little monster is all black, covered in tar, we know why. We know what happened to him.
Exactly.
Thanks, George. And just to be absolutely clear, I'm not the backup. You're the beginning of the show, but I am the main show. Anyway, completely screwed up this one. Monkers, tell me, somebody else has fallen on a banana and impaled himself.
No. However, I am bringing up something that the Wall Street Journal have printed today about the Ukrainians creating a command and control system quite similar to the American one, but much faster and much cheaper than the Pentagon, who apparently spent decades developing their system. Obviously, the Ukrainian system is not as comprehensive, but it does what they need it to do, and it shows that they can improvise and be extremely creative when they need to. I forgot the word that I was meaning for there. But yeah, the fact that they've developed this in such a short time, and it's doing what it needs to do. It's called the Ukrainian Delta system. And I just thought it was worth bringing to your attention that they're blooming amazing. I thought CJ might have something to say about it.
Yeah, I read that article today during my lunch break where I do that for a living in terms of managing digital systems. And I'm just hoping maybe perhaps some people in the good audience could clarify what on earth that article was talking about. Because I think there's obviously a lot of incredible things the Ukrainians are doing, but the army systems that they were referencing have not been used for 30 or 40 years. I really was quite confused by what they were going for. So I think comparing it to America is just a little bit odd, but instead Ukraine is doing with a lot of commercial off-the-shelf options or COTS options that really just goes to show you how innovative and how structured their system is. But yeah, the comparisons to the American military in that article were very confusing to me. But maybe I'm too in it right now.
Well, I'm just receiving a little information that the original system is based upon something that they bought from the British. So I don't know, but that seems like maybe they got something that was, built and then they had to adjust it to their needs. perhaps.
I thought one of the incredible parts about that article, though, was kind of explaining what the problem is. The problem is, just on their own side of the battlefield, at any given sector of the front, they have 500 drones that they have to watch the feeds for, control, make sure they don't hit their friendly drones, make sure they don't hit enemy drones, deconflict airspace, manage cyber warfare, manage electronic warfare. It's a very complicated set of tasks for anyone to do. And that's, of course, when you're not being shelled relentlessly and struck by missiles. So, again, I'm not trying to take anything away from what the Ukrainians are able to accomplish, but I'm not exactly sure. The stories seem to reference some things that I think maybe I had missed out on, some earlier stories. So I'll be definitely digging back through to see what those were, because there seems to be some great innovation here that the Ukrainians have cracked the nut on, and I think that means more good things to follow.
I have no doubt.
Okay, I'm flabbergasted. You mean that there is one guy at some point who knows that where are all the Ukrainian drones flying at any moment?
So that's the incredible thing, right? The idea is in a certain, geographical sector of the battlefield, there's 500 different drones, everything from, loitering munitions to, ISR or intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance drones to TB2s. It's not necessarily one person controlling it. That's kind of what the system helps out. A lot of it is automated, and that's what makes it, so interesting that, basically Ukraine is relying on computers to do some of this work. But with any of these things, it's always a balance between having that human touch, the computer taking some of the work, but really just having a good situational understanding of what's going on. But no, not necessarily one person managing 500 drones. That would be definitely a headache, I think.
Okay, I'm mildly less worried about the appearance of a single dictator controlling the whole world from his small apartment in Shanghai. All right, quite a few hands. John, you wanted to contribute to this?
Yeah, this just reminds me of something someone in my close circle who has experience from Afghanistan told me after watching a U.S. soldier around 20 years old handling 3 layers of air support, drones, attack aircraft, and heavy bombers further up. And he told me that the efficiency of how the Americans did these things was something that no one else in the West could do. And the Norwegians have trained a lot on this, but you can't learn those skills just through training. So he said that it was only the Americans that had done this enough, that had enough resources, were in enough life situations to really be excellent at these things. And I think that probably applies to Ukraine as well. They have, through 10.5 months of combat, gained experiences that no one else in the West has, because we haven't had this kind of conflict in a long time. And that also drives innovation. So, of course, after this war, they have found out a lot of new tricks that we need to learn from them afterwards that only they can do. And this might be just one of them.
Absolutely. And the fact that ultimately the Ukrainians don't have infinite amount of money means that they have to do it in a smart and relatively economical way, which means that it's going to be all the easier to adapt and adopt by other future other NATO countries. Because that's one of the problems with American systems is that, they're great, but no one else can afford them. On this, there's quite a few hands. We'll go for Chris first and Paulie then. And I'll keep Daryl for last because I do have a few questions for him. Chris, welcome on board, sir.
Hi, Ben. Oh, wait a minute. Can you... Okay.
Try again.
Yeah, I think it should be okay now, Ben. Just swap in headphones.
Yep, perfect. You're extremely loud and very clear as well, but extremely loud.
Okay, I'll move it away a bit. So I haven't read the article that was being referred to about the system that the Ukrainians have got. So I don't know where I can see that, but I'd like to read that. But it sounded like that the British, involved software might be what they call the GIS-ARTA or GIS-ARTA system, which is also known as the Uber of artillery, which was indeed a joint venture with the British and the Ukrainians, and I think with some involvement with the Americans as well. So I can send some details to somebody on that if they're interested. So I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds like that's probably where the system that Mockers was describing originated.
CJ, what say you about this?
Well, it's in the Nest now if you're interested. Again, it's a pretty new article here, so I know a lot of you haven't got a chance to read it yet, but since it's about my job, I, of course, read it immediately, and then, unfortunately was a bit confused by it. So I'm familiar with the systems that are in there. I don't think that's really the issue, but in order to provide clarity and understanding for how it affects the war, I'm a little bit confused on the compare.
If I could just add in there as well, CJ, and while you're there, I was reading something I thought was quite interesting the other day. Have you heard about Palantir involvement in Ukraine? The software company Palantir. I think it's pronounced Palantir.
Yes, I have. Palantir is started as a medical technology company, and I believe Colorado, referencing, of course, the all-seeing Palantirs from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and now it is the future of automated warfare. I've used it myself. It's extremely incredible what it can do with technology, AI, and a bunch of other things. And there is a lot of open source versions that our partners use. So in NATO and in Afghanistan, when I was there before the country fell to the Taliban, they were also using it actually pretty successfully, despite the battlefield outcomes. They were able to track about 20,000 different battlefield engagements over the course of a month on the map, and really provide some good situational awareness for their commanders, despite the pretty negative situation they were in. So I could only imagine in the hands of Ukrainians, it would be a pretty powerful asset as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether you knew, CJ, but the CEO of, thanks for the pronunciation, Palantir was, I think, apparently the first CEO of a private company to go and meet with Zelensky. And he's got this formula that he's promoting, which is hybrid war, i.e. software plus low-grade munitions plus heroism, i.e. Ukraine, outperforms conventional war, i.e. Russia.
Yeah, and basically, for the people that are a little bit confused of what we're talking about here, it's basically a set of systems that are browser based or downloadable, and what it does is through software, it helps people in the military make decisions faster by synthesizing information. So if you don't have this technology and you're looking at you have a drone and you have an artillery system, you have to do a lot of manual work and you have to figure out a lot of math in between, and basically, long story short, this helps clarify things, we'll say, and provide better situational awareness for the commanders on the ground. So it democratizes basically military capabilities, which take decades of training and experience to build up, and can bring them down to, well, I guess the highest bidder in this case, or in the case of the CEO, giving the service pretty freely to Ukraine. So again, a powerful thing for people to have, even if it is open source and unclassified. It's still pretty helpful, better than just spending all your day on TikTok, I guess, if you have your computer out.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Chris. Okay, a lot of hands, and CJ, if you have a minute at some point, I'd love to ask you a question. But for the moment, we'll go to Polly. Welcome on board, Polly.
Yeah, good evening, man. How are you doing?
Not too shabby.
All right. Yeah, so
my question and comment relate to artillery and Ukraine and U.S. artillery. So I guess this goes to CJ, if that's all right.
I'm sure Ben can do it if it's about Caesar.
Yeah. So this the artillery located in the Broome cabinet.
No, when
All
it's
right. So
artillery, no, Polly, you have a very strong accent. When it's artillery, it's called a boom cabinet.
yeah, Broome cabinet. All right. Yeah. So back to the business. If I remember correctly, at least at some point the U.S. artillery and maybe the British artillery also, they had a lot of problems on the like supporting fire and on the problem that if on the front lines the troops needed either air support or artillery support. The command system was so complex that the actual support would be on the front line late. I don't know what is the situation now, CJ. Can you give me some kind of non-classified like heads up, and how would you maybe compare to Ukraine? Because I think in Ukraine they are actually conducting this quite well with the artillery,
So
according to my knowledge.
yeah, so I've seen a couple people spread this, and they're not military, so I'm not sure where it came from, but it is definitely relevant to Ukraine. So, what there's two things to think about, right? What you're talking about is sort of the firing solution, fire direction process, right? Which is the physical time and communications required to make any sort of indirect fire mission happen, whether that's a tank, a artillery piece, a mortar, a HIMARS missile, an airstrike, right? And that for the Americans has always been extremely quick, whether it's because we've got long range communications or digital, very, very quick. Same with Ukraine, same sometimes with Russia and many other countries. So that's not the limiting factor. What people were confusing this with in Afghanistan was what's called TEA, or Target Engagement Authority. So the reason why a lot of strikes took a longer amount of time is because the very severe and strong controls against using artillery in populated areas or near the border or near farmland or near water. And so what this meant was you had to go through a pretty extensive list of checks, and you would sometimes, have to approve it through a higher officer. At the very end, you'd have to approve through a general, right? I mean, you have to wake people up for stuff. That is what takes a lot of time. So in the relevancy for this war, Ukraine has artillery that's both direct support and general support. So direct support is the smaller guns you see at the line, and it's not really clear exactly who's approving that, but the lower you set the approval level, the quicker it can happen. The downside is the less control you have, and the more that can go wrong because you may not have all the information as a lower ranking person. With obviously the higher tier assets and the longer range things, you obviously want to strike a more middle ground of using that, because you don't want, for example, a soldier in Bakhmut that's in a trench, right? His main concern is getting shot at from someone 100 meters away. If he had control of HIMARS, he would probably just use that to take out, the 10 Russians across the way. Whereas if you leave that control up at the highest level, then that's how you get a strike against a conscript barracks and kill 600, right? So it's kind of a balance, and that relates to the Target Engagement Authority, and that could take anything from no time to a lot of time. But typically when people are talking about America and other NATO countries that have very strong protections against damaging civilian infrastructure, that's why it takes so long. Hopefully that kind of helps explain the difference between those two problems.
Yeah, I guess this was a really good answer regarding the possible problem regarding the civilian targets. But let's say we have the approval, we have new candidates, and we know it's a hostile area. There's no civilians. So, what is the time from the initial contact to execution in U.S. artillery at the moment? Normally,
Yeah, I mean,
like
so
on
yeah,
average.
the standard is a minute, right? So that's insanely fast. That's obviously that's what we train to. Doesn't always happen, but really, in order to get that fast, you have to basically have great situational awareness. So you need to know where everyone is. You need to know where all of your aircraft are. And so if you really want to shoot at that doctrinal time of a minute or 2 minutes, then you need to have a lot of things go right. And that's why building that situational awareness and all those digital systems that were referenced in that article are so important, because you could shoot that fast, but it would be very, very dangerous to do so. So the more situational awareness and understanding you have of where everyone is, the quicker you can shoot, because all you have to look at is, oh, that's past the fire sport coordination line. There's no friendlies that way. Good to go. And you're only adding on 5 seconds onto the process as opposed to hours to go find someone and wake them up.
Thank you, CJ. That was perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulie. Thank you, CJ. John, Johan, please go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't read the article yet, but I can guess to why you got confused by it, CJ, and that's because I worked a lot with public relations and spoken to a lot of journalists, and I imagine that the journalist was told something that it didn't quite understand, and there were some examples and stuff that were just bunched together and wrote something that's close to the ballpark of what was told to the journalist. And then you end up with an article like that referenced something that was maybe mentioned as a reference in a US system from way before or something like that, and they think that it's very crucial or something. It happens literally all the time with journalists that are not very close to these kinds of systems when they suddenly write an article about it. Thanks.
Good points. Fair points. Chris, welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. CJ, I'm just curious, a few months back you're talking about how much, in terms of numbers and volume, Russia was shelling, how much artillery they're shelling Ukraine with. Do you have an updated number on that, the daily numbers? And if it's a lot lower, do you have any idea why? Is it lack of maintenance on their guns? Is it lack of artillery? Is it a change in tactics by Russia? I was curious on, I just remember when you told me, 3 months ago, you were saying astronomical numbers of shells that they were firing at Ukraine cities. I'm just wondering if that's come down or that's maintained. Thanks.
Yeah, so as of a month ago, it was down to 20,000 a day, so almost a third of the 60,000 maximum. Why exactly? I think it's really anyone's guess, but I think it's more of a problem of getting at that final mile to the guns, as opposed to they've purely run out of ammo, but that's coming, and that's coming probably in March or April.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's 60,000. It's even 20,000 seems astronomical. So yeah, hopefully they can't keep that up.
Well, and the update there is we found out since that time, at most Russia can make, since after they doubled production, about 8,000 rounds a day, which is a lot. It's making 8,000 rounds a day when the U.S. before the war was only making, for example, about 500 a day. They ended up getting to be about 15,000 a month. You know, that is a pretty huge deficit. But as I kind of saw about a week ago, the first rounds that from Ukraine that were made in Ukraine made it to the front and were starting to be used. Of course, Rheinmetall in Germany looking to update production highly, and then also, of course, the U.S. and U.K. increasing production. It's going in a favorable direction for Ukraine, you could say, after over 1 million rounds have been given so far.
Yeah, it's great perspective. Thanks, CJ.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Chris. Marcus, your hand is back up. Tell me it's good news.
It is good news. Well, it's news that I've seen 2 separate videos of now, so I'm quite happy that it's something I can bring to you. So in Belgorod, apparently there was something hit today, and it appears to have been an ammunition warehouse, judging by the secondary explosions. Of course, the eyewitnesses said it was a military base, and the official report that came out was that it was an unused outbuilding So yeah, those secondary explosions of ammo are obviously nothing at all, just a figment of your imagination.
And we are full of imagination, aren't we? Hello, Bayanada. What do you say if CJ comes up first and tells us if he believes that an empty building can have sympathetic explosions?
Yeah, that's a good question. And Domin raised a really interesting point there, because if you look at the construction of schools in the Soviet times and how the architecture is, it's not that stable built. And we had a big conference room. In German we call it Aula. I don't know how it's called in English. I will find it out. But it was on the top floor, and there were like, I think, six fundaments which were holding it, and under this you had a free room where you could play. So if there hits a rocket or them, hopefully nobody is there. And the whole construction and architecture, I don't think it's very viable and survivable of this attack. So I don't think there were so much secondary explosions and ammunition stored. So yeah, but hey, it's Russians. The cousin of the general had an idea. Let's just bring them all there for 1 or 2 nights, and yeah, let's celebrate them New Year's Eve really good. And you see, it worked out.
Okay, thank you, Bayanana. CJ, do you think that what happened in Mavinka is the fact that they celebrated New Year's Eve a bit too very good?
Well, the people nearby watching the TV in their, New Year's Eve best certainly were having a great time until the missiles came down. If you're saying if it's an accident, I really don't think so, just because both Russians and Ukrainians have said it was about 6 missiles. So pretty clear, I think, that it was a HIMARS strike. I think they're still digging out the wreckage. We saw an updated video today, and also even from the Russian state media, updates on the number of casualties, which has risen, with the official account, I think, being somewhere in the 80s now, and then the unofficial account held by the families somewhere in the 200s. So really a bad time. But I just want to take a quick moment to point out that while everyone's eyes were on Makiivka, which was an incredible strike, I mean, there has been way more important strikes that have happened in the last 24 hours, specifically in Tomak, Kherson, and one other place that I'm unfortunately cannot remember. Hopefully Mockers or someone can help with. But these strikes also in occupied Ukraine actually killed not only Wagner, but a lot of high-ranking people that were on the front for a long period of time. I mean, 600 conscripts, if that's really what was destroyed at Makiivka, would be, a couple human waves at Bakhmut that means that they're not in the fight, which will save Ukrainian lives. So definitely, important in the long run. But in the longer run, even than that, taking out all these headquarters of all of these sort of hardened units, that's not something that you can replace with conscripts. Whereas the conscripts, well, they're going to bring in more conscripts to backfill them. So, it does help. But again, there's been so many strikes in occupied Ukraine. Some believe, and I think I might be in the crowd, that it's because the weather has been so warm and they have not been able to, Ukraine hasn't been able to advance because of the muddy ground. But with the next week, with temperatures in the east, being freezing for more than 4 or 5 days. And, funny enough, in the occupied areas where the Russian soldiers are, it's going to be somewhere down to negative 20 degrees Celsius for 4 days. So it's on the front lines, it won't be as bad, but for the Russians in the rear, it's going to be a nightmare of a time. And now all these buildings have been destroyed. They really don't want to be anywhere near that. So it's going to be much worse for them.
Oh no. Okay, thank you. Bayanana, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point quickly out. No, it's not an accident. I mean, it was obviously a missile. But the question is, was there ammunition stored? Was there a big storage? I don't think so. It was a great HIMARS strike. They hit it good. They used as much rockets or missiles as they needed, and it was a great thing. good hit, good target. But CJ, you are right. It's the whole and the big picture of all of this, and I'm really excited to see what will happening to the Russians if we go below -degrees for a couple of days, and especially what happens if the ground freezes for good and deeply.
Yeah, that's going to be probably a change of pace. Muckers, more brooms.
No, it was in reply to what
Damn
TJ
it.
was asking.
Muckers, I want more brooms.
Well, just checking through my notes, I have the Russian ammunition depot in occupied Svatove. That was hit. And I have Russian positions being targeted in occupied Kovka.
Yeah, so the last thing I'll say is the one you referenced first in Svatove in Luhansk, incredibly was a pretty small depot, but still maybe a couple hundred, if not 1,000, artillery or large rocket rounds destroyed. But miraculously, somewhat, or by good planning, it was destroyed by a drone dropping a 40 millimeter grenade or something slightly bigger. So a pretty cheap way to knock out, thousands and thousands of dollars, but more importantly, a lot of deadly munitions that could hurt Ukrainians both on the front lines and in the rear. So a real economical use of force, and kind of incredible that Russians are still dumb enough to put artillery, ammo, and other things that close to the front in drone range, let alone in HIMARS range at this point in the war.
Yeah, I'll just quickly come back on that to say that video is especially excellent. It just goes up like a rocket. It's incredible. There was something else, but I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye, CJ. And in the meantime, Chris, you had a question, I assume, for CJ, but please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, it was for CJ, but maybe somebody else can answer it that might have some knowledge. I'm just curious on, obviously, Russia struggles with everything, so that's obviously one issue. But are HIMARS specifically difficult to defend against? Is it the sheer number of rockets that are fired? Is it the speed of them, or is there something that makes them special? Or again, is it just
well, here I have to quote the great Domin to tell you that no, actually, those rockets are very easy to defend against. You just need to raise your hand up when they arrive towards you and see what happens. Usually, no one has ever complained. More seriously, yes, no, they're fairly difficult to target when they're in flight. The Russian anti-air assets have often tried to destroy them, and out of the probably thousands and potentially even tens of thousands that have been fired over the past 6 months, only potentially 3 or 4 were claimed to have been shot down. So that gives you an idea of how difficult they are. I think several radar people have said that they're very small, so as a result, extremely difficult to target precisely for a missile that would go against them. And they're extremely powerful. They hit hard and they hit very precisely. So again, as a result, very, very difficult to protect yourself against them. There's basically only 2 ways of avoiding them. The first one is to be dispersed enough that you don't offer a single large target sufficient to induce the sort of to induce a strike, because if it's only 3 or 4 guys, they're not going to send a rocket to go at you. And the second one is to be on the move. If you're driving at 20-25 kilometers an hour at least, and you're having a path that is unpredictable enough, and the speed that is unpredictable enough, the rocket cannot hit you. That is the one limitation of the HIMARS, and the version of the HIMARS that we have today is that they cannot be guided to the target, not easily at least, once they've been fired. The solutions exist. They could be sent. You could have drones flying over and retargeting the rockets in flight. But I don't think that this asset has been given to the Ukrainians quite yet. That's the best I can do. Does someone want to join me and increase the question? Oh, Bayanada, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, the point with the HIMARS is it's not really a ballistic drone, missile, but it has some traits of it because it flies very high up. It's hard to detect when it's high up there. The path is hard to predict because it's GPS guided, and if they come down on you, they will come down really fast and really in a really 90-degree angle. So it's really hard to detect them and shoot at them, because when they are arranged to be detected on the way down to the target, the last mile basically, literally speaking, not really just a mile, but the last miles, it's just a few seconds until they arrive. So that's the problem. The Russian air defense is not capable to defend against this, and that's also a really important topic about the Chinese, because they use really much Russian technology, and yeah, it's not a super modern system. It's from the 1980s, 1990s, if I remember correctly, when it was concepted. So yeah, but a great system, really important. Chris, if you have a follow-up, please, and if not, Ben, I have some economic questions for you, maybe.
Yeah, no, that was great, guys. Great detailed answers. Thanks.
Shoot, Bayanada. I love finish my day on a few questions like that.
All right. Just need to translate a word. So, we were talking about Bonduelle, and Ben, do you want to give us a short rundown? What's happening with Bonduelle? What's the whole thing?
So the quick recap: French company Bonduelle has, as it turned out, not a subsidiary but a business unit. So it's directly controlled by the center in France. It's a company, famous company, an old company, dates from the 1850s, that does canned goods. So mostly vegetables and fruits. Typically, they would be associated with sweet corn or with peas, this sort of things. And they went to Russia. They developed in Russia. They actually are one of the leaders in Russia. Amusingly, in France, they're considered very mid-range, if not even lower than this. Whereas in Russia, they're considered as almost high-end, and definitely the sort of things that you would not consider out of place on a New Year's Eve banquet or something along those lines, with mayonnaise, of course. So anyway, this company, Bonduelle, has decided to stay in Russia using the very, very weak argument that they are providing essential service, food, and that if they were to move away, the whole of Russia would collapse. Well, we all see how absolutely stupid this argument is. I don't think that even a country like Russia needs peas and sweet corn to survive. That vodka is more than enough. But more importantly, we know, for instance, that back in 2014, 2015, the Kremlin edicted a number of laws that, in effect, banned foreign imports. Well, sorry, the banned Russian companies from importing food from Europe. So they were not afraid to prevent the Russians from eating fruits and veg. So there's no reason why any European company should be afraid of. So anyway, they decided to stay. They've been staying in Russia after the 2014 invasion, after the 2022 invasion. They absolutely stayed. And that would be bad enough, but at least they wouldn't be on our radar so much, except that they decided to take an initiative that was very, not very smart, let's put it this way. They sent parcels to the Russian soldiers, which were wishing them a rapid and prompt victory. So what you have is a French company, the branch of a French company, sending parcels, food, support, resources to an army that is not only committing genocide at the moment, but also being used against the interest of the nation that this company is hailing from. So this is absolute scandal. I've been speaking with a lawyer today who was saying that it is probably absolutely illegal. So they're exposing themselves they're exposing themselves to extremely high fines. And just to add insult to injury, the CEO that they decided to take for this business unit in Russia was trained in the FSB University, and there's strong suspicion that she was an FSB agent for several years, if not decades, before joining the company. So that's what happened. This is an absolute scandal. Interestingly, quite a few people, especially NAFO, picked up on it, did a lot of noise, and thankfully, a lot of attention has been paid to it, both by French TV, French press, and even German, Dutch, Italian, Spanish, European press in general. It's
Latvian press.
Latvian press, all right, Latvian press as well. It's a massive scandal, and hopefully it will be enough of a scandal that the company Bonduelle will be in a position to do absolutely nothing but to withdraw from Russia. This is ultimately what is important, not the scandal in itself, but the withdrawal of European companies away from Russia. We need this to happen. We need this to happen very fast. If you can spare a few retweets, hashtag boycott Bonduelle or hashtag Bonduelle out of Russia, that would be extremely appreciated. We need to push it for another news cycle. That would be excellent. They would absolutely force them to react. For the moment, all they said was, "It's not us," like almost literally word by word. Their crisis management is absolutely terrible, and with a bit of luck, that will force them to withdraw, and that could even become a precedent and force other French and European companies to withdraw from Russia. And inshallah, it's going to work.
All right, Ben. So we've discussed today some points about this topic. But an important point is about the media initiative and about the new news cycle. And the point, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but Bonduelle stopped their operations in March 2022 in Ukraine, but they continued their operations in Russia. So we have now here the point that they continue the operations in Russia. Why they do it, which reason might be behind this, well, we will discuss it a little bit. But Ben, let's talk about Bonduelle and market penetration. For example, in Germany, Bonduelle has a really high market penetration. If you want to buy corn, canned corn, or not fruit, but canned vegetables. You buy Bonduelle or you buy another company. Edeka has their own Gut und Günstig. These companies go to bigger companies like Bonduelle or subsidiaries of them and ask them, hey, we would buy maybe a lower grade product of you. You know, the beans, which are a little bit more bent and all what's B grade. And you can it for us, put our name on it. We will put our name on it and we will sell it. So that means many products in Germany are actually produced by Bonduelle. So the question is, will you use Bonduelle products? Will you use cheaper products instead to maybe have some effect as a consumer so that Bonduelle didn't get so much revenue from their actually high-priced products? How do we tackle this, Ben? Have you an idea?
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. Boycotts, I know in theory, but I have never organized one. I don't even think I've ever participated in one actively. So no, I don't really have an idea. How would you do
it? All right. So I personally, if I go into a shop and I see corn cans, I wouldn't buy Bonduelle. But if I know all the other products are also Bonduelle, I can buy the low grade product, and Bonduelle, the main company, is making fewer money. But I personally say, I don't need canned vegetables. So I can completely say, I don't buy canned vegetables. But I'm personally a friend of making a little bit noise online. The question is, Ben, who do we have? Which whom we can talk? We were thinking about, you can talk to companies, to the big sellers, for example, like Rewe and Kaufland and Edeka, which also had advertising all about this. You can donate for Ukraine, just round up. If you pay $3.74, you say, all right, it's $4. The rest goes to Ukraine. Great. This was a great idea. There are other things, like we have a recycling system in Germany. If you buy plastic bottles, you have to bring them back to the store, and you get a little bit money back for this. You can donate this, for example. There are possibilities. Other stores and sellers have said, oh no, we stop selling Russian products. So they know it's in their brand. Their brand don't want to be associated with Russia. So maybe this is a possibility where some people can say, oh, maybe you write letters. Oh, you're only selling products from Bonduelle and Bonduelle subsidiaries. Are there no alternatives? They are still feeding the Russian market. And that's another point. It's not only about feeding Russian soldiers directly. It's Russia don't have a food crisis. They're a food exporter. They export food. Like you said, Ben, they don't will die if they don't get our canned corn or our canned vegetables. It's some kind of a luxury product for them because everyone has a garden there, and it's nobody will die if we stop sending food into Russia, stop selling food. So with this kind of companies, the sellers, the big distributors, maybe logistic companies which are bringing the stuff somewhere, and also the advertising companies. The advertising companies which are making these kind of prospects, which are making online advertisement, they themselves have a brand. And if you start to attack this brand and say, hey, you make advertising for Rewe, Kaufland, or other companies, your local companies, your local stores which are selling this, and you say, hey, why do you promote a company which is selling products which are still in the Russian market and which are supporting Russian soldiers? That's not good. You're also making advertising for Coca-Cola. You're also making advertising for any other kind of brand which maybe not wants to be associated with this. And this is a point. There are so many vectors and so many positions where we can attack these kind of companies. And it's not only Bonduelle, it's over 1,000 companies which have still operations in Russia. Some of them are scaling back, some of them not. The question is, where do we start to attack? Do we start to attack them badly? Do we start to talk with them and say, hey, if you really have a humanitarian idea in your mind and you really say, oh, we do it because we have an excuse, it's about feeding Russian children, or I don't know. If you say it's an ethical reason and you don't donate to Ukraine, you don't help Ukraine, isn't that a paradox? So there are so many attack points and attack vectors, and I think it's important that we talk about it. Ben, do you have any thoughts about this?
Do I have any thoughts about it? Yeah, I think I'm going to be plain and honest. The problem of boycott is that it's a long-term effort, and I'm afraid that this is not what we're facing. Usually, those efforts, they take well-organized associations to develop, and before they have an impact, it takes a very, very long time. Even NAFO, if you think about it, 80,000 of them. That's great, but it's 80,000 of the whole West. The impact that they may have by walking away from Bonduelle is going to be limited. Even if they bring in 10% each of them, and they all convince the 10 persons to walk away from Bonduelle, it is not going to work. I really think that if we want to have an impact, it's convincing McDonald's, Burger King, KFC to walk away from Bonduelle because they have something to lose. I think that what you are saying about advertisement, I'm not exactly sure to understand how it would work, but this is the sort of short, immediate effect because other companies also can conglomerate and have massive effect. That's what I think the impact can be. Not so much in us walking away where we could do it.
Ben, I don't. I mean, we talk about activism here sometimes, and the point is you only have maybe 10,000 activists, but your impression is you have like 100,000 activists. That's a sampling bias. So, and I think it's not about really to making it end and say I boycott their products, but it's about hurting the brand and making, basically having awareness about this brand. Companies spend so much money for their brand to look good, and it would be so easy to get this on. That's just my idea. But you're absolutely right. McDonald's, Burger King, and like I said, advertisers. We have a really big company in Germany, W&W, it's called. They make advertising for everything. They have advertising really in every branch, every printed advertising, every online advertising, and I think we have maybe to focus on this kind of center points, and there's so many possibilities. I don't mean we stop buying these products. You can just send letters, you can send emails. Or why are you sending prospects with Bonduelle? I don't want these prospects. You don't need to send me a prospect. You know, it's in Germany. It's really often that you get free newspapers into yeah, basically your mailbox, and there is from your shops and what's the local prices and maybe some coupons, and you know what I'm talking about. And if you just call these companies which print this and say them, oh, I don't want to get any newspapers anymore if there's Bonduelle advertised in, and they're really relying on this business, you can have an effect. It's just we need to identify which are the local players, which are the big players, and Ben with McDonald's, Burger King, and this is a good idea. It's right.
Thank you. Yeah, everyone, if you can write a hashtag boycott Bonduelle and tag McDonald's, Burger King, and KFC into it. Maybe add the if you're not American, you can always add the McDonald's and Burger King of your own country, and that would they would probably have a very rapid and very impactful effect, hopefully. But I think Daryl is good at this sort of thing. The man was in the military. He can fix a tank. He can probably destroy a company, don't you think?
I would love to hear how Daryl is destroying a company.
It's a secret. He won't tell us. Too bad. Too bad. I would have liked to learn.
All right, all right, Ben.
Good job.
I just have a quick another question. Someone mentioned that, for example, Bonduelle is getting some of the stuff out of Russia for their products because they have international companies. Do you know anything about this? I mean, how many do they locally source and produce in Russia?
Almost, as far as I know, and as far as I understood, almost all their everything they sell in Russia is actually produced in Russia. They've really developed this. Part of what they back in the before 2014, they had a new processing plant in Ukraine where they were selling some of their Russian products. But of course, this is finished. And then those products they tend to as well send them to Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia. So they do export from Russia, but it's fairly limited, and it's not towards the West.
So, but then they're in for the money.
Oh no, they really like to share carrots. That's their thing. Carrots they want. Okay, we lost by that.
No, I'm here. I'm absolutely here. It's just there are no humanitarian reasons. There are no reasons with the ethic background on something like this. It's ethical background. Russia is already their own food. They are just selling it there and getting the profit margin, and they don't even donating the profit margin to Ukraine. I mean, how bad is this?
Okay. Yeah, no, it's shameful, but okay, we cannot say that we're surprised. In the meantime, there's a couple of hands. Let's go to the hands.
Ben, please.
And
I
we will
just
come
was
back on
waiting.
how to bring down the USS sorry, USS Bonduelle. Rika, welcome aboard.
Hello. I haven't been here for a long time, but now I was just listening, and I wanted to say that about this French company. So, NAFO, what we could do is that we could start a small project where we would go to their public social media pages writing about this, because that is the thing what they are really hating. I have this economic background and business background, and as Bionade was saying, so what is the worst for the company is to lose its brand and media risk and brand risks. So they are so big for a company of this size, as they are huge in France, where I have been living also. So this is something which would be very easy to do. And I mean, I don't think that that kind of campaign could take more than a couple of days for them to act. Of course, they can block people from there, but quite many NAVO members, for example, so they are using several accounts. So that wouldn't be that big of a problem. And it doesn't have to be any kind of a rude. It is enough to say that what is going on in Russia, and that you are like hoping for Russia to win. Hello? Are you serious? That is enough. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Rika. Sorry for the hot mic. I had not realized. Yeah, you're perfectly right. We need to push them. And as Bionade and you are saying, their brand risk is phenomenal. It's actually weird that they decided to take it. Daryl, you're blue again. That's very strange. Just quick tryout. Daryl, can you speak? Can someone hear Daryl?
No, sir.
Nope.
Okay, Daryl, I had a lot of problem connecting, so I think you're in for switching off and coming back. Meanwhile, I will have the honor, the pleasure, and the immense privilege to speak to Joseph.
Well, Ben, I mean, you bumped me earlier. Is now we're suddenly cool? No, I'm just kidding, Ben. First off, Ben, I mean, is a Happy Meal really happy if it's funding Russian genocide? I think that's my first question. But my second but my second question is, Ben, you retweeted something recently. It's a summary of Russia's wild ride of a year by Alexandra Prokopenko. So it's like a thread. It's got some observations in it. I just want maybe could you summarize that for our listeners? Like, why did you retweet that? I mean, obviously you think it's significant. And I'll throw it up in the nest, right?
Oh yeah, thanks. Well, the first reason why I did it is that Alexandra Prokopenko is actually quite good. She's okay. So full disclosure, she's a Russian economist who used to work for the Central Bank of Russia. So take from this what you will. She has left Russia, and she is now a very strong but extremely articulate and I have to say very smart critic of both the regime and the state of the Russian economy. So she's well worth I don't want to say listening to in the sense that you should take everything she says as at face value, but she is well worth at least listening to know what she's saying.
So sorry, real quick, Ben. Above Ben's head is the aforementioned tweet that Ben is currently discussing. Sorry, go ahead, Ben. It's in the nest.
Thanks. So her main point is actually quite well put. What she's saying is that the Russian economy of the past 10 years, at the very, very least, has not been doing very, very well. Economists tend to like to create sort of counterfactuals and say, okay, if everything had been going just well, what would have happened? what is the best case scenario for this economy without changing too much, and how much could they have grown by. So, for instance, you could say that next year, if everything goes well, the United States will grow by 5%. Of course, it doesn't mean that there won't be, I don't know, a massive hurricane, riot, some issue or another, a problem with oil production, anything that could bring down the growth in the United States, and you would compare it to that potential. And so the potential of Russia over the past few years has been fairly limited, 3% max, which is not much considering that we're talking about a country that is fairly poor in many levels, that has quite a lot of space to catch up with the countries that are the more advanced. And usually this is a very comfortable position to be in because you can just copy and go forward, and you don't have to forge forward and invent new things. Just copying is fine. And so usually that brings a lot of growth, and despite that, Russia does not have a very high growth potential. And what is interesting is that she's saying that this high growth potential was not fulfilled by a very, very large margin. And that very large margin is that Russia actually, their GDP declined by roughly 3%. So the total loss of Russia is not 3%, but it's 6% because they should have grown a little bit more. But then she goes forward and she's looking towards 2023 as well as years later. And what she points out is the fact that over those years, over the past year, rather, one of the most important factors is that a lot of people exited the Russian workforce. Those people who exited the Russian workforce tend to be those who left the country. They tend to be those who went into the army, as well as those who died. And finally, there's also simply a question of demographic, with about every year, due to the fact that there's more old people than young people in Russia, 500,000 Russians are leaving there's a net deficit of 500,000 workers from the workforce. So there's 500,000 more people who leave the workforce than enter the workforce. And all this is creating a lot of pressure. It's becoming very difficult to find specialists in a lot of sectors. And this is creating tensions and limits. If you need someone for a position and you don't manage to get that person, that means that you won't be able to grow your business quite as fast as you would have hoped for. And if your business is not growing, and if the business next door is not growing, even if the business next door is not growing, it means worse thing. Your economy is not going to be growing very fast. And so what Alexandra comes up with is quite devastating. What she's saying is that even in the best case scenario, and Russia comes back to, and there's a peace agreement that is signed tomorrow. There is no more sanctions, no more nothing. Russia's growth prospect for the coming few years that she predicts is 0.5%. 0.5% growth, basically no growth. She sees no growth in Russia for the coming few years. This is devastating in many ways. One of them is, well, it's always bad not to grow in that respect, but also that means that what the Russians could have hoped for, which would be a fast return of companies that have left, or a replacement of the companies that have left by new companies, is probably not going to happen. Because if you're a Chinese company and you have to invest your money, your resources, which are necessarily limited, where are you going to invest them? In Russia, where the market is growing exceedingly slowly, or are you going to invest it in Africa, maybe in India if you can, in those places where the market is growing extremely fast? Well, the solution is fairly simple. You're going to invest it in places where there is a massive growth potential. You're going to go to Vietnam. You're going to go to Indonesia. that's the sort of places you're going to be looking at, and the probability of going to Russia for expansion is exceedingly limited. And thank you very much, Joseph, for bringing this series of tweets, because ultimately the ability of Russia to grow is highly correlated with its ability to rebuild an army. And of course, with rebuilding an army, there's the ability to threaten Ukraine again down the road in 10 years, in 20 years, in 30 years. If they don't grow, they won't have the budget to build a new army. And if they don't have the budget to build a new army, they're going to sit pretty for the coming few generations. And that's excellent news. So this might sound like a lot of maybe, and some mathematics in it, but it could be absolutely crucial and very, very important. So thank you very much, Joseph, for bringing this up.
Thank you, Ben. We got some hands. I got to get going for a little while. I'll be back later.
Okay.
And go to bed.
Yeah, I think I should. Marcus, good news again. Thank you.
Yeah, always good news from me. Well, good news not for this chap. The Makivka strike on January the 1st, unfortunately, or whatever, claimed the life of Russian Lieutenant Colonel Bachurin. Yeah, he has been confirmed as brown bread by the Russian MOD. He was the deputy commander of the regiment. Just thought I'd like to, bring that little celebration of life to you.
That's disappointing. I was hoping for full colonel, but we'll make do with the Latin colonel.
Sad, not sad. Good evening, Ben.
Daryl, he's back.
Yeah, I finally got connected.
Yeah, connection is very difficult today. There seems to be a lot of glitches. If you're having problem reaching us, that's for once it's not us being petty. It's really the system that is not letting you through. All right, it's almost the top of the hour. And Daryl, what is going to happen at the top of the hour, do you think?
At the top of the hour, we have Chuck Farrell coming in for the bullet points. There has been a lot of things that have been going boom and fires and things of that nature all over the place. And Chuck is going to come in and suss it out for us. And let's see what happens. And hopefully we make it around the map when Chuck gets here. We seem to get off track a bit, but we made it the last time, other than the one HIMARS strike, but we made it around. So let's see if we can do it tonight.
Thank you, Daryl. For the reference, I was against the bullet point title. I wanted the segment to be called Chuck and All, but it was not accepted. Never mind.
What? Chuck and what?
Chuck and All.
Chuck and All.
There'd be Chuck and All, us all.
Oh, Chuck it all. Okay, gotcha.
I heard that, Ben. Hi, you guys. Hi, Ben. Hi, Daryl. Hi, everybody.
Hello, Chuck.
Hello, Chuck.
I'm laughing because there is no Chuck and Awe around here where I am. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that we can at least try to get the whole way around the map, because the first couple of weeks there we get stuck in Bakhmut, just like the Russians and the Ukrainians are right now. We get stuck in Bakhmut. So I'm hoping that we keep going and make it.
We will, Daryl. You just I'm the one who wanders afield. You just get me back on the right track. I think a Marine knows how to control that sailor, doesn't he?
Well, I'm not going to control the sailor, but I will be here to make sure that we keep we don't get too far afield anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's always fun.
Well, I hope it.
But it's always fun.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
yeah, it is. I hope you had a good New Year, Daryl, and enjoyed yourself thoroughly.
That I did. And you actually came in and did an early bullet points on Sunday, which was.
Oop, I think we lost you, Daryl.
Oh, there we go.
Lordy.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I know we had an early bullet points on Sunday. And, for everybody that didn't know, Chuck came in, you came in about 1,300 or so? 1,200, 1,300, somewhere in there?
Yeah, I think so. Malcolm left me holding the bag a little bit, but he was in today. I was slaying dragons. But when I slay dragons, it's about a 50-50 chance that the dragon's going to win. And today was mostly Dragon 1, Chuck 0, but I made it here.
All right. So, folks, if you would, we're going to be starting bullet points here momentarily. Please retweet the space. Let everybody know he's here. We're getting ready to get started, get our boots tied up, and get ready to march around the field here.
Can do, Daryl. Where you want to go? You want to hit it north to south, or what's
Kherson? Here we go.
Tickling your fancy? Which one? Kherson?
Kherson, here we go.
Okay. Of course, you caught me with that screen not open, but I got it open now.
Wait a minute. Dealer's choice. Where did you have the map at?
No, I got it. I got it now. So we had an interesting night around the New Year's. Of course, the world's attention was fixed, and rightly so, on the number of Russian missiles streaming towards civilian targets in Ukraine. Of course, Kyiv was struck, Mykolaiv, other places. I think Kherson even caught a couple. But while this was happening, Ukraine itself was able to deliver a little payback. We will get to the strike in Donetsk in due time as we work our way north. But there was a very effective precision strike south of Kherson in a place called Chulakova. It is a little town that is about maybe 10 or 15 miles south of Holopristan. The initial Ukrainian official report on that strike was 500 Russian casualties. And just applying the regular casualty math, folks, that is usually 3 wounded for every 1 killed. So we are looking at, again, scores of Russian dead and hundreds of Russian wounded. And we talk about this all the time. The Russians are compelled to shoot at targets that live at grid coordinates and don't move. They shoot at cities. The only even semi-legitimate target addressed by the Russians are power generation stations and, of course, power transmission facilities. The Ukrainians, however, because their intelligence is so much better, they can shoot at targets that have their ultimate viability tied to a time of the day. And what happened in Chulakova was that approximately 300 or 400 Russian soldiers are billeted in one compound. This strike occurred at night. That ensured that maximum number of Russians were within the compound with the doors closed at night. This attack probably consisted of at least 3 or probably 4 HIMARS missiles. We have seen that many missiles impacting within 25, 50, or 100 square meters will just completely destroy the building. So that's what happened south of Kherson around New Year's. Then maybe the second favorite Ukrainian target in all of their occupied country is the town of Tokmak. And again, local sources reported that on January 3rd, a precision strike engaged another Russian barracks in Tokmak. I don't have the casualty numbers on that. But again, if Ukraine is going to waste either Excalibur rounds or HIMARS rounds on a target, it's going to have to be lucrative. So I would expect also scores of casualties from Tokmak as well. Other than that, in Kherson, there has been some slight progress. Ukrainian forces operating across the Dnipro River into the river delta, the Dnipro River Delta, which is west of Kherson. There are a number of small islands in the channel there. The little village of Veliki Potominkin is there. This is variously reported. The Ukrainians report that they're in control of this portion. The Russians claim that the Ukrainians have been ejected. I think the nod goes to the Ukrainians, but this is also a bit of territory that is marshy, it's low, it's swampy, it's not necessarily very populated, and kind of who possesses it isn't really all that relevant. The most significant activity in the Kherson sector, unfortunately, every time we report on this, is Russia's continuing revenge shelling, both of the urban area of Kherson, from which Ukrainian authorities are asking civilians to remove themselves, but virtually every city from Duchane, Lvove, north of Novokharkova, all of these little towns get a daily dose of Russian artillery. And again, the military utility of shelling these towns is just about nil. This is principally Russia just trying to kill and destroy as many towns as they can get their sights on.
So, with that said, so the Russians are really just not able to move very much with this, right? They are trying their best to, make this happen, but the Ukrainians are just beating them back. Why are we just sitting in the, I'm just losing my words here, Chuck, for what I'm trying to explain, how this is it just infuriates to see that they are doing everything they can to win this, and it just keeps like the Russians don't know when to go home.
Yeah, the principal thing that the Russians do daily is shell the entire length of the front from Kupiansk in the north all the way to Kherson in the south. I'm looking at the strike reports right now, and there pretty much isn't a stretch of longer than about 5 or 6 kilometers that the Russians didn't shell over the last 24 hours. And that's just about normal. One of the things they, again, they are targeting places of no military utility. They shell just grid coordinates, and remarkably, the Russian intelligence is not good enough to find lucrative Ukrainian targets. They grope around, and Daryl, as we well know, reconnaissance by fire, hoping to hit something, but they don't know where Ukrainian troops are quartered. They don't know where their ammunition storages are. They don't know where their fuel is stored, and they don't know where the troops are billeted. So again, but what they do know is the location of villages, farms, crossroads, those sorts of things, and that's what they shell. And the upshot of that is they are pretty much destroying everything that is within artillery range of the entire front. And as horrible that is, that has been their MO for pretty much the whole war. Ever since the tide turned, this is their tactic.
Chuck, I'm sitting up here trying to get my map up. My map
You know
keep.
what? I only beat you because I got them all up
I
already.
see that. My darn computer is not acting right here, and I'm trying to get my map up
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
can have it
It's
on the other side of me to look while you're talking.
it's okay. You caught me with the wrong end of the front updated. So you want to let's see. Let's maybe we can go north to south. There's the big three to talk about it. If you'd like to get that map up, Daryl, I will. I could sing some Neil Young while we wait. So I think what we have had some stuff going on in what is variably reported as the Izium axis, but we all know it as the battle of the twin sort of battles of Savatove and Kremenna. This is at the northern end of the line of contact. As we all know, Savatove is connected by the P66 highway, which goes south to Kremenna. And the fates of these two Russian-occupied cities, they are dependent about 45 or 50 kilometers to their rear is the Russian-occupied city of Starbolinsk, which would normally be where you would expect the Russians to have positioned a considerable reserve force. Hopefully, if you are a Russian, hopefully that force is in position to meet any advances that the Ukrainians would make against either Savatove or Kremenna. But as we've talked about, the triangles of roads connecting these two cities, north and south, Savatove to Kremenna is connected pretty much directly by the P66 highway rail line that is about 10 kilometers to the east of it. But the road from Starbolinsk to Kremenna is not an equilateral leg of this triangle. It meanders all over the place. And what that means is troops moving to reinforce Kremenna or to supply it spend a lot more time on the road, driving in directions that don't necessarily bring them closer to Kremenna. And this time they're under the observation of Ukrainian UAVs, Ukrainian partisans, and Russian vehicles and troops trying to reinforce Kremenna along that line of communication and supply. They tend to get hammered by the time they get into the area of operation because they've been under observation for a longer period of time. The Ukrainians know when they're getting close on the T1302 highway. And as we talked before, the Russians can basically hit places, geographical places. The Ukrainians have the ability to hit geographical places and hit them when they are occupied by Russian troops or ammunition or supplies or command centers, as we've seen earlier.
Chuck, I got a question
Yeah.
for you. There's a railroad that runs that route as well. What's the problem with the railroad that's in between Kremenna and Svatove?
I don't know if there's rolling stock on that. There could be, but here's one of the reasons why I don't think it is. As we get closer to Kremenna, the Ukrainians have pushed across the P66 highway at a place called Pichane. They are across the highway there. The forward edge of the battle line goes back and forth. But the latest battle plot puts the Ukrainian armed forces right up to the railroad line. It's certainly within rifle range, and even the lowly but effective RPG-7 can knock out a locomotive at 400 yards. So I've got a hunch that the railroad is not figuring into the Russian supply plans at this point.
So
But there's been,
it looks like they're cutting them off pretty good now. So Kremenna is from the north is a no-go route for them.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's the way that's going. The northwest of Savatove over the last 3 or 4 days, actually sort of before New Year, at least 5 or 6 company-sized assaults trying to push west. There was a little village called Kuzminka is right on the line there. That has gone back and forth. We do know that the Ukrainian Karteria Battalion is engaged there heavily. They're fighting an elite Russian unit, 22nd Guard Spetsnaz Brigade, which was brought in for about the 5th and 6th one of these attacks because they have all been pushed back with mounting losses for the Russians. And the Russians also made the mistake of driving of T-90 tanks and parading them and announcing to the world that they were going to be joining the fight north of Savatove. And they met their end there north of Savatove. At least 2 of them have been destroyed.
Not a good look for them.
Not good look.
They wanted the world to see what they wanted to bring in, and the Ukrainians are telling them, thank you. Thank you for coming. But let me ask you a question. You're saying these are fresh Spetsnaz. Have they seen any other action?
You know what? I don't know. But again, something that's listed as a brigade at this time of the war in a Russian unit is probably down to maybe a battalion. I think the fact that they were thrown into this after these failed attacks, I think somebody finally told them, look, you look good in those berets and striped shirts, but let's see what you can do. There is a Russian salient that is, again, that's just a bulge that sticks out west of Savatove. Palatkivka is the little village that they've managed to hold on to. But again, we have an example of the Ukrainians are always willing to give ground to the Russians when advancing won't really do them any good. And in this case, advancing directly west from Savatove, you run into the Zarablets River and a reservoir right there. So possessing that little salient, as the Russians do, is all well and good, but they are boxed into the north by a river valley. They face the reservoir in front of them, which they're not able to cross, and the river to the south, and that's also dominated by high ground, which the Ukrainians occupy. So it's not looking so good. If you were the colonel who got told by Moscow to break out of Savatove to the north, I think you may get recalled to Moscow for consultations, if you know what I mean, Daryl.
Yeah, you kind of putting your troops in the bowl because as they move up to Novolivsky and south, it's pretty much surrounded by the hills, and they're sitting in a nice bowl if there's any artillery or otherwise above them at that point.
Yeah, it's not. Again, we're in that season where of course the winter has been extraordinarily mild. The ground is not yet frozen, and that is going to present problems to big army moving anywhere. But it also presents problems to the Russians. And they've got a couple of little roads that they've got to use. T-1302 going to Kremenna from Starbolinsk. It isn't really a very big road. There's also the T-1307, which feeds into Savatove as an alternate to the bigger H-26. It's not really that big a road. And in this kind of weather, I would just ask anybody who's listening, if you've ever been to Michigan and you've seen the kind of potholes you get on a paved road in Michigan, you can imagine what these roads are like. There is no Russian road maintenance, no public works. Their engineering troops are not up to keeping these routes open, and they're chewing them up. And that decreases the logistics flow into the battles area. And when, not if, but when Savatove or Kremenna is encircled and the Russians are compelled into a maneuver operation, those roads are not going to serve them well.
Those roads look like they're in like cuts where it would almost be like a drainage for the surrounding hills and forests. They may be raised a little bit, but they are going to be just slime, until it freezes over, and then you're not looking at something that's going to be much passable, because if it's anything like the other roads that were described, these are just like single lane roads.
Yeah, and they're, and you picked it out exactly, Daryl. And when you've got these that go through this narrow valley of a course, you've got Russian forces. They're trying to deliver armor and sort of big army to the front here. And again, the big army for them isn't anything larger than a company-sized attack. But these roads are overlooked, and even a special operations force, a couple of guys, one squad with anti-tank missiles can, or even just rocket-propelled grenades, can close off one of these roads. And in this series of little battles here going on north of Savatov, we've seen amazing, scrappy, eager Ukrainian field commanders with the initiative in the series of battles that took place on New Year's Day and the day after. Smaller Ukrainian units were meeting Russian units head on, stopping them, turning south, taking on the second thrust, returning north, and cutting off the retreat of the first thrust. I mean, wow. How are you going to fight a guy like that? It was really impressive. And again, these Ukrainian forces were only at parity or smaller than the attacking Russian forces.
Well, it's not necessarily parity when the troops in those tanks, if they don't know how to operate it, if the men are not motivated, and they just don't understand why they are there. I mean, the Ukrainians have pushed it down to the individual soldier, the mission. If they're doing it by NATO standards, he understands what he needs to do. And if those Russian troops come in and you have a commander that just says, go that way, you don't understand why you're going that way. You just know that I'm following the track in front of me, or I'm following the guy in front of me. He may know what is going on. They can get lost in what's going on, especially at night, in dismal conditions. Once the weather turns foul and visibility gets low, they're going to have problems trying to stay oriented to where the oriented battle is.
Yeah, and the other thing is the whole technique of Russian warfighting, and these guys were ordered forward to a particular village, to a grid reference, ordered to take that. And typically, a Russian battle plan does not allow for any improvisation. Anyone on the forward edge of the battle area taking advantage of an enemy mistake. And because that isn't the way they fight the war, they are more hidebound and predictable. And as I pointed out, that previous Ukrainian unit, I don't know if those guys are presidential unit citation, but they certainly should, because they were not just fighting harder, they were fighting smarter. And And that's the way the war's been going.
Hey, Chuck, let me ask you a question. Do you think these soldiers on the Russian side are actually getting orienteering, where they understand the road and the things that are around them, so that they know if I go this way, I am going to get stuck. I'm going to get in the muck. I am going to just go up a dirt road to nowhere. Do you think they're getting that kind of orientation of where's their go and no go?
You know what, Daryl? I'd ask you this. I mean, you are an old leatherneck. How long did it take you before you really felt like you had land navigation down?
It takes a minute.
It takes a
It
bit.
takes a minute.
It does.
You have to understand topography. You have to understand, the geography of everything. And then you need to understand how to understand where you are on the map, reference points and key landmarks and things of that nature, so that you can orient yourself on the map. Then understand the distance you need to go and the conditions you are going to be in when you get there.
Yeah, and so you had the best training that NATO had to offer. But to get to that point where you knew that you could be counted on in the middle of the night to get yourself on the right road, pointed in the right direction, on the right hilltop, busting brush all the way, I think that's something. It took me a long time. It took me until I thought I was an absolute master of it. It takes a long time, and none of these guys, none of the 300,000 Mobniks who were delivered to the front, look, they didn't get that kind of training. I mean, they just didn't. And it was this big liability of the Soviet army that we were always taught that from major on down, you probably couldn't count on anybody to read a map. And they weren't given maps because they were worried about people, getting a compass and heading west. These are legacy problems for the Russian army, and it's really showing.
Yeah, I was surprised. I remember at the beginning of the war, the Ukrainians they changed the signs on the roads, and it messed up some of the position. It messed up the Russians as they were coming into town, and they were thinking they were going down this road, that road, and the Ukrainians had went in and changed the signs on the road.
And you know what? If you are a young lieutenant and you're not really sure where you started from, let alone where you're going, and you get to that crossroad and you got your compass and you're looking out and the sign says go left, and you maybe thought you were going to go right, 89% of the time, if you're a knucklehead, you're going to follow the sign. And it works. There's a bunch of these, Daryl, all these little tricks to land navigation. One of them is the map, the terrain itself changes. You look at the date of the map, the course of rivers changes, houses get built, houses get wrecked down, roads get rebuilt. You know what? One of the things I always look for in land navigation, I think I mentioned this last time, I look for graveyards, because people don't move graveyards. And if you can find one, you know where you are, at least in that neighborhood.
Never thought about the graveyard thing, but yeah, you're right. That's one of those points that's not going to move.
Daryl, looks like Erlen's got his hand up. You want to take one from him?
Yeah, we got Erlen and Bionade. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck, because I wanted to speak a little bit about navigation. And, human beings, we navigate in mainly in two different fashions. So you have, and one is either dominant or the other. In most people's head, basically you're navigating, like you said, Chuck, on road signs or things you recognize, like natural monuments, like a mountain, or stuff that you can see on the map. that are point of interest, right? But there is another way, and that is the 3D space navigation inside your head. That is kind of, most people just call it a sense of direction. You know, you probably heard it many times. I don't have a sense of direction, and that is because some people have more abilities to navigate in 3D spaces and understand where they are without even knowing the area, just because they looked upon the map first and they can kind of track the movement in their head. And if you don't have that, you're going to have a lot of problems learning how to read a map quickly. And trust me, I taught this to many people, and it's really difficult to understand how to teach it properly to people who don't have this natural talent of navigating in the 3D space in your head. I think 99% of all fighter pilots that get through the needle eye of selection, they probably have a very good 3D navigation sense, if that made anything a bit clearer.
Well, I can tell you this. Well, go ahead, Chuck.
I was just going to say, you know, in the United States, you might go surfing on the weekend or snowboarding or just sit around the house. In Norway, folks, they get together in big gangs. They get compasses and topo maps, and they go crashing through the woods all over Norway. And this is what they do for recreation. And Erlen, tell me wrong about that.
No, you're like, of course, not everyone does that, but it's true. There is this hiking culture, and several NGOs, like big organization, which you are a member of, where you can come join different hikes, or you can share different cabins, which you get a key to, that work with thousands of different cabins around. And to get to these places, you often, you know, you go there with a compass and a map. If you're taught this by early age, it comes very natural to you. But if you never saw it, you grew up in a big city, and especially the generation that navigated with Google Maps, they will have a hard time navigating on paper charts, because you need to always understand and navigate inside your head while you're not reading the map, because you know, Chuck, you can't walk around with the map in your hand. You stop sometimes and check it, right? So the people who grew up with phones, with Google Maps, they have a disadvantage.
And then there was, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gerald.
No. Go ahead, Chuck.
Well, you know, there's the other thing is the Norwegians on these orienteering courses, they do it for time. So they are busting, you know, they're busting through the woods, and it's amazing to watch them. And you know, and added to all this stuff, when you're in combat, your life literally depends on knowing where you are. You don't want to blunder into the enemy, and you don't want to wander onto a spot that's about to get hammered by artillery. And a lot of times, of course, in combat, things are not quiet and calm and collected. And if you are in an infantry fight in a forest at night, it's about like being in a discotheque in terms of how far you can see, what exactly you can, what exactly you can hear, and the disorientation of the blinking lights, and then someone kicking you in the butt and telling you have to move to point B, and it's very easy to forget where that is or what direction it is.
There's a reason why you have a very thorough briefing about the area, with good maps, with typography, with landmarks, and you learn often, you know, you lay out pictures of the landmarks, because on the map they're not necessarily there, and you make your own small landmarks, and you should go through this in your head when it's something of a regular, you're used to it, then it goes fast and you memorize the area of interest in your head. But in the beginning, when people learn this thing, it takes forever. And people, especially kids of today, they have very big disadvantage because of having the phone being an extension of your hand. It doesn't make these traits easier to teach to people. So yeah, and one thing is a homeland, Chuck and Daryl.
Yeah,
the Ukrainians are on their homeland. It's so important.
that's right. I mean, it's like where you're from. If you've been there long enough, you know where the stars are going to be, because that's another important point to this, especially at night. You know what the sky looks like. For if you are from there, you're going to know. Okay, the Big Dipper is down to the south of me, or up above me, or and these are things as a kid. I remember. You remember where the Dipper is in the sky in the summertime, in the wintertime. You knew where the sun rose in the summertime and in the wintertime. And, yeah, I was one of those, Chuck, close your mouth. I was a little NJRTC nut, learned a little bit of celestial navigation in high school. But
That's Daryl. That wasn't easy, was it? It almost got me kicked out of Officer Candidate School.
we got rudimentary in high school because it wasn't the full course, but you learned enough, But you learn how to use a sextant and things like that. For folks, you don't need that necessarily, but learning how to use it and the stars, it helps you orient at night. And that's the other
But
key,
not only that,
because
though.
some people, you got one leg shorter than another, and you could walk almost in a damn circle if you don't pay attention to the sky and other landmarks, other visual marks in the sky, or the light or whatever at night. A lot of people don't realize that you could walk and sometimes you see people, they going down the sidewalk and they kind of veer to one side of the sidewalk, and you wonder why, and then they'll course correct, and you look at them like, are they drunk? And some people, that's just a natural thing, that one leg is just slightly shorter than the other, and they drift. And if you don't orient yourself properly, you will almost run into a circle.
But Daryl, that's one of those things that, because you learned that as a young person, your skill of navigation in the 3D space is probably better than with most people, because you learned it when you're so young, and that is a very important skill. That's why special ops people like Chuck also learn how to navigate after the stars. Pulling out a map in the middle of the night, it doesn't make your ops go smoother, right?
No. One of the things you have to do, right? And you guys know this. I mean, you study the map. You study the map so well that you can essentially draw it out in your head, right? That's one of the things. And one thing I will say, in defense of the iPhone folks, when I was in Afghanistan, I had a Pashto Urdu translator on my phone. I had a GPS system. I had TAC maps loaded for all the places that I was, and everything that we're talking about doing with handheld maps, which, by the way, I've never had a handheld map crash on me. But you could do it all from your phone, but it's the same skills that Erland's talking about. Those are the skills that are necessary for you to do that, and it's just basically in your head.
Yep, I can tell you, I'm one of those folks that I'm never lost. With my work, we'll go around mountains and things like that, and I'm steadily orienting myself to where south and north is, because although I may be traveling in a general direction, railroads don't necessarily move exactly straight lines east and west. They will turn north, they'll turn south, although you're in a general direction of east or west. And it's funny because I do it almost naturally. I'm steady reorienting myself just by looking at the river and everything else along my routes.
I'll just add one thing before Bernarda, who is desperately waving, can add something. So you take people from Novokhabarovsk and the other side of Russia, and you put them in Ukraine. They have no reference point and feeling around them where they are naturally. They don't know how the sky looks. They don't know where the sun rises and sets. And also, they don't feel like they know where they are when they close their eyes and they imagine a map. But Ukrainians, even if they don't know the area they are deployed in, they're in their country, so they know the map of their country in their head. So they can visually look, see that inside their head when they are in the new area where they probably, many of them are operating in areas they never went to. So they have an advantage on this.
Yeah, well, you talk about that, the forest change. I go to New York, you got the boreal forest in New York. I go down south, and you have the swamplands and the different deciduous tree, the deciduous trees change from altitude to what.
And the piney woods.
That's right. That's right. Chuck, I'm gonna go back. Here we go. We done went to that tangent. Bernardo, let's go.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks.
You touched so
Thanks
many.
for coming on.
You touched so many important points there. And let's start with the 3D navigation. So most of us navigate in the left and right scheme. Chuck, you know what I want to talk about.
I do.
There are indigenous people which don't use like the left leg and the right leg. They say it's the leg which is in the north-south direction because they have really good gut feeling and they know where the sun is going up, where the sun is going down, where they are. If you ever visited a new city or moved to a new city, you direct it via maps, via routes you know, and this is different from navigating directly with a map, and later if you have experience navigating from your experience. If you have a feeling for compass directions where you are, where you have to go, it's really good. And this is the topic I wanted to talk about. If we look to the all these things about the territory, we talked about topography, geography, everything. There are so many more factors which are not on a basic soldier level important, but on a planning level. For example, how would helicopter attack? How would they use the terrain to hide themselves? How would you use the terrain to be protected, for example, from artillery strikes? If you have mountains and something like this, you can use them. Chuck, Daryl, Erland, what are your thoughts about this kind of moving, how you get a gut feeling to say, oh, it's better to move in this direction because we are in the mountain range, or maybe we have good buildings which are protecting us. What are your points on this kind of topic?
Well, the most basic rule on the battlefield is you don't want to be at all conspicuous at all, right? The best thing to be on the battlefield is invisible. And switching to conspicuous, what do I mean by that? Well, you don't want to be riding in the truck with all the antennas, right? If you're in an infantry squad, you don't want to be the guy walking in front of the radio man. I mean, these are the conspicuous positions. As much as possible, you want to put a terrain feature between you and the enemy. So, of course, that's a hill. It can be a building. It can be a river. It can be a line of trees. But there's a difference that every young cadet, midshipman, young Marine officer learns the difference between cover and concealment. And concealment could be that row of trees. It could be a bunch of bushes. It might be actually a little hill. Cover is something that you can get behind that'll stop a bullet and work on up from there. A bullet, a rocket-propelled grenade, an anti-tank missile, an indirect fire weapon. So if you're behind a little hill and the enemy knows you're there and he has mortars, that isn't really doing you a whole lot of good. But if you're behind that little hill and the enemy has rocket-propelled grenades, that's a little better. They shoot a little flatter and a little more in a straight line. In terms of aviation, again, I am not an aviator, but I am probably a frequent flyer on a lot of tactical helicopters. And the general rule of thumb is you want to be as low as you possibly can get and going as fast as you can possibly get, and having the least amount of your course that is parallel to the line of contact. Meaning, if the battle line is going north and south, you don't want to fly your helicopter north and south. You want to basically be flying it sort of east and west. So you're presenting the smallest target for the shortest amount of time to the enemy. And what we see a lot, the Ukrainians, they vary in the number of combat strike missions they fly a day, but there is a remarkable number of helicopter gunship flights that when they are flying close air support, that's what they do. They don't have a lot of precision strike munitions to fire from their rotary wing aircraft. Hopefully, with Hellfire missiles introduced in greater numbers, that problem will go away. But a typical Ukrainian helicopter airstrike will go something like this as they approach the battle space within 4, 5, 6, even 10 kilometers of the battle space. The Ukrainian helicopters will get down on the deck 50 feet, lower, 20 feet. I've seen some flying at 10 feet. As they approach the line of contact, probably within about a kilometer or so, they will pop their nose up at about 35 degrees and fire off their rockets. These are unguided, so they are just on a parabolic course towards the enemy. Again, because there are so many mad pads on the line of battle, more so on the Ukrainian side, but the Russians have Igla and other Strela mod man-portable anti-aircraft missiles as well. Both the Russian helicopters and the Ukrainian helicopters have to do about the same thing. And what's interesting about having these many man pads on the battlefield, the Russians have much better combat helicopters than the Ukrainians do. The Russians have K-52, which is arguably as good as any combat helicopter on Earth. It has precision strike weapons, but given the air defense posture of the Ukrainians along the line of combat, these aircraft are not being used to their full potential. And typically in an environment where your side enjoys air superiority, for example, in Iraq and in Syria, an American pilot could put his helicopter into a hover and look around through his sensors and decide who to put a Hellfire missile into. Earlier in the war, we saw Russian pilots doing this same thing, hovering in a K-52 and looking out over the battlefield at something to strike. But at least 3 of these helicopters, with the Russians flying in this manner, They were shot down by anti-tank missiles. That, a Ukrainian who was bored and didn't have any Russian tanks to shoot at was presented with this hovering helicopter and was able to take it out. So again, there are the two things about aviation on the battlefield. You don't want to fly parallel to the line of contact, and you don't want to be conspicuous, and you always want to be moving. You don't want to be that guy hovering, looking around, who caught the anti-tank missile because that guy had to walk home.
Yes, very much.
Bionade, your mic is totally off.
Oh, just a quick comment. I just saw a few months ago a comment of
Bionade, it's still bad.
You got to get rid of that mic, Bionade.
Keep going on
it. Try and disconnect the mic. It's really bad. But yeah, I want to add to Chuck.
Wait a minute, Erwin. Let me ask
said
Troy
earlier.
Let me get Troy up here. He's been holding his hand up.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey, I just want to tell you, I always say the same thing. I'm so grateful for this Twitter space. I come here when I get stuck with some of the project we're doing for Ukraine. It's a drone project. I'm not going to, talk about the name or anything. The area that I'm stopped on right now is the U.S. In the U.S., the TSA only allows me to take 100-watt battery. So that's a WH, 100-watt and lower battery to be underneath the plane and carry on. I'm wondering if anyone in the audience has any experience with exporting or sending the lithium batteries outside through TSA. The drone requires a larger than the 100 watts, and I'm just trying to find a workaround, someone who has some experience so that we can get this battery and drone to Ukraine. That's the request.
Have you tried sending it ahead, Troy?
I'm looking into everything. It seems like I can send it on a boat, but that's going to obviously be a major delay. The dream would be just to load it and go. We're looking at potentially the manufacturer who's helping me with the project. We're looking to see if we can engineer the battery into less than 100-watt segments. But since it's kind of a constructed battery, it looks, let's say, sketchy, because they're soldering all the components together. So I know there's a way. I just have to figure it out. And I'm very open to any feedback. If you guys, anyone in the audience, could message me, help me figure this out, it'd be greatly appreciated. We've got an amazing product. And when I have product videos, I'll come on and do more, but I'm not going to talk about that now. The hang up now is the battery.
Troy, I will ask you probably Whiskey. I would ask you to reach out to him because he does a lot of that drone work, and he may have a workaround for you. So when you reach out to him, and he may find something for you. All right.
All right. So there's more than one.
Yeah, he's down there in the gallery. He does this for a living.
Okay, I'm going to stay on Whiskey. If you heard that, if we could connect, I'd truly appreciate it. The project's very far along. We're flight testing, everything's solid. It's just the export of the batteries, the hang up.
Oh,
so
all right,
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you, Troy. And we got Carlos.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm in my car. It's the first time I've done it. I just want to make sure that you can hear me okay.
We got you. Don't crash the car.
Perfect. I pulled over so I could talk to you guys because it's raining like crazy. But I was going to, Chuck, I loved how you talked about the aviation piece. Sounds to me like we just need to get you in rotary wing. And, since there's two people, I think you could fly it no problem. But
I don't know about that.
If nothing else, you could fire off the rockets. But I was going to talk about the orientation or orienteering. And one of the things that I think Erlen had mentioned, and you know that we've done this before, the terrain model, even to this day, I can't even tell you how much a terrain model helps. And the Marines to this day, I mean, I carry yarn and all kinds of little things in my pack to be able to help make those terrain models, because just like you said, you know, you need to have something that everybody can visualize themselves going through the maneuver and knowing all the key pieces of terrain and all the other things. As a JTAC, I also used an iPad like you talked about, having something digital, but of course it was backed up with maps. What the digital mapping allowed you to do, and again, whether it was linked into FATIDS or any of these other data link programs, was to be able to put ACAs in, so like the air control measures, BPs, so the battle positions for the rotary wing, force commander, or the maneuver elements prior to doing a mission, which was always amazing. That's one of the reasons I loved working with rotary wing. You could do that face to face because they could meet you someplace. The rest of it, I love the tactics piece of it. Yes, that's absolutely true. Obviously, they're not working in a permissive environment, but the manpad threat, regardless of that, won't go away, even if they get air dominance, not just in an area, but over the eastern part of Ukraine. That the manpad threat will always remain, which is why we like to be able to fly at medium altitudes, even for helicopters sometimes. I mean, the point is like having the option to fly up there versus now they have no option, right? They have to stay low. And then, of course, you can never discount the fact that hopefully someday we could get that rotary wing in for the Medevac Kazovac piece of things.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that as well. And you know, we've a lot's been made, and God bless the UK for sending over the Sea Kings. But you know they're not ideally adapted for a sort of land use. I mean, I think of the Sea King, very capable airplane, but it's got one door on the starboard side, no door at all. Most of them on both sides. You know, it was right. It was the Sea King, right? It was an ASW helicopter, and but that being said, those are just shortcomings. It's a reliable, tough old bird, and the Ukrainians, they really need it, folks. That golden hour. If you get hit with a bullet, and they can get you to some serious medical help, not somebody like me or even Mike Corman, but a trauma surgeon. If he can get you there in an hour, you're probably going to make it.
Got to follow back on that, Carlos.
Yeah, I guess the other interesting thing about the Sea King that we saw is when they do have some roll-on packages that they could put on. And I'm hoping, again, this is me like as a dream sheet type of thing. I'm hoping they can put on some of those roll-on packages. The thing I'm thinking about in particular is a certain type of radar. Fortunately, I don't have it on me, but it's in my notes at home. But in Afghanistan, they used it to look at rat lines. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and you know, back in the day, I remember we did a lot of work with the Spanish Navy, and they had Sea Kings that were completely tricked out as you know, AEW helicopters. They were absolutely loaded up, and that, you know, that same package with modifications, the modernization you were talking about, I am guessing that would be really suitable. Is that what you think, Carlos?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because again, that portion we were able to use in the air to ground, or they were able to use in the air to ground function, that was really helpful. And we were able to see, well, lots of great things. I'll just say that. I mean, right? I mean, there's some roll-on stuff that I'm hoping can be brought into the battle space, in particular to use on those Sea Kings.
Well, you know, I do know that there are a lot of smart people, prior forms, and what is going to do the greatest good. And getting wounded soldiers back to medical care is extremely important. But having the kind of gear that prevents them from being wounded in the first place, that's also pretty good too.
Chuck,
Erlen, you've got your Daryl. I think Erlen's got his hand up. I'm trying to look down there. I can't see anybody.
Yeah, he's Erlen.
Yeah.
There we go.
So you mentioned earlier about the terrain where you kind of want to navigate into, etc. One of the most important aspects is you never want to navigate yourself into an area where you sometimes you have to risk being seen, but you want to, of course, try to remain unseen. Maybe you're on a great distance, you can kind of anyways go over open terrain, but what you really want to avoid is to come into a situation where you walked first through a line of sight of the enemy, and then you end up in a place where you don't have any way out of it. That's I think you didn't mention that, Chuck, earlier, and that's one of the most important things you kind of got to plan ahead and think about when you navigate in a conflict zone.
I will tell you this, folks, if you're a Navy SEAL, you never go out the way you came in. And there's a lot of little tricks for things that we can do for people who are following us. And generally, after we pull this trick just once, no one really wants to follow us anymore. And again, the good thing is, I mean, we can sit there and talk about these skills, but right now, all of these skills are being imparted to the Ukrainian troops that are undergoing NATO training. In the UK, you've got the best instructors that NATO can offer. Norwegian, Danish, Portuguese, Spanish instructors in all the skills that make up warfighting. They're getting just the best training that they possibly can. And you know, there is the training to make you a competent soldier. And there are, as a lot of the listeners know, there are all these little tricks. The thing about the graveyard, that what Erlen's saying about the three-dimensional, navigation, everything that Carlos knows, all the tricks for a JTAC and a forward air controller to manage aviation strike missions coming in, all those little tricks. And these are things that the Ukrainians are learning and the Russians are finding out when the Ukrainians pull it on them. And that's something I want to see continue.
All right, Chuck, we have drifted and drifted just like a little dinghy out there on the ocean. Let's take it back. Let's move it back to where we were, because I want to finish this. We're going to finish this. So we are moving up. We have gotten to Svatove. Next point.
We have, and we can be heading it back down. I think Kremenna is a routine stop for us. That is, folks, it's on the southern end of the P66 highway. We've had some interesting developments there. And again, although they are, 50, 60 kilometers apart, the two battle spaces of Savatove and Kremenna are linked. They are linked by, of course, the P66 highway, connecting them north to south. Kremenna is a place on the battle line that actually sticks out a bit. We've mentioned this. It is situated in cultivated forest land. To the east, there is a large stretch of forest. To the west, also a stretch of forest. And to the south, the Severodonetsk River, there is forest to the north of that. Over the course of New Year's Day and the 2nd, there was heavy fighting at a little village called Dubrova. which is just about 5 or 6 kilometers south, not south, sort of southwest, west southwest from the western edge of the town of Kremenna. This village changed hands a couple of times during that fighting, which actually got very heavy. Right now, the flag goes down. The Ukrainians seem to be controlling it right now. What the Ukrainians have been able to do is infiltrate those woods south of Kremenna increasingly with special operations forces who were able to push the line of contact and control north of Kremenna, north towards Kremenna, and they were able to get increasingly larger units and more capable units of the Ukrainian ground forces in there. The Russians, as we mentioned, were staging attacks to the northwest of Savtove. The Ukrainians are across the P66 highway to I can't call this a suburb of Kremenna, but a little village called Pischane. It is north on the P66. South of Pischane, the railroad and the highway come very close together, going into Kremenna. The Ukrainians are at Pischane. That puts them within 5 kilometers, 4.5 kilometers of the O series highway, not a highway, a very small road that comes in from the northeast to Kremenna. If that road is cut, and again, being only about 3 kilometers from the forward edge of the battle area, the Ukrainians are likely to cut that soon, inevitably, but soon. That will put Kremenna in a position that it can only be supplied through the roads that transition through the cultivated forest to the east of it. And when I say roads, what I mean are literally sort of logging tracks that are in a grid pattern running north and south and east and west through that forest. That kind of road network is an artilleryman's dream, because it's literally like a checkerboard plan, and all they've got to do is get firing solutions for the intersections, and they can close this off.
And you say those are logging roads, right? So they hit,
right,
so
they
if
are
they can hit into the
logging
tree,
roads.
they hit into the tree line, they can start closing them off just with natural obstacles.
You've got it, Daryl. And there is a type of demolition charge that every commando worth his salt knows. These are abatis charges, and you get on the side of one of these roads, and you rig up 4, 5, 6, 10 trees, and you blow them up. You don't sever them. You can do that if you want to, but the best thing to do is you sort of bend them like bending a reed. You shatter them and bend them over. And we are trained to put those logs across the road in literally a herringbone pattern. So one broken tree is laid on top of another, on top of another, on top of another. And you do that against the flow of traffic, so that when the Russians come to clear that road, they have to bring chainsaws to cut the trees, because even though they've been knocked down, they are simply shattered and still connected to the earth. And of course, while the Russians are dealing with that, Ukrainian artillery is going to be pounding the vehicles that are waiting for the engineers to clear that road. We haven't had a whole lot of progress around Kremenna. The situation we described is about one we talked about on Sunday. But I think what's going to happen in Kremenna eventually, and it's going to be the inevitable Russian method of operation here, as we saw in Liman. They will stay in Kremenna up until the moment they are surrounded on three sides. They will wait until there is only a single road out. And in this case, it's going to be every man for himself through that forest to the east. Those aren't roads, they're logging tracks. The ground is still wet. The more you move a vehicle over it, the bigger the ruts get, the more liquid the mud becomes. So when Cremena is pinched off from the north and the south, there is truly only the woods to the east to try to make your way through, and the P-66 highway. The only way out for the Russians will be to the south, and the Ukrainians are already in operation in those woods, and they are in contact right now north of Bilyhorvika, which is north of Lysychansk, and they are oriented north so that a big Ukrainian breakthrough could either come from the north through Pyshane or up from Bibliokrova across the Severodonetsk, and that would cut the P-66 highway. And then, folks, there is well and truly no way out of Cremena.
And the day is done. They'll be cooked. Hey, it's a very, very critical point that if they can do this, they will have really affected everything from Cremena all the way out to almost Torsky. And that's a pretty good chunk.
Yeah, it is. And if, you know, I don't know where the Ukrainians are likely to have their first success. Remember, those sort of woods would generally, they could favor a stubborn defense, but we don't really see very stubborn conduct on the parts of the Russians. They will stay where they're ordered to stay, but you know, their fight at Liman could not be called a success. And I've got a hunch that with the stuff that's going on north of Savatove, with the number of failed Russian attacks, and with the fact that they've just thrown in the 22nd Guard Spetsnaz Brigade, and the word guard in their title is an honorific, meaning essentially the best units that Russia has are designated guards units. Right now, the 22nd Spetsnaz is not reporting any great successes. As we mentioned, they are the sixth guy up at bat, and they don't have any hits yet. So I don't know what's going to move faster, Cremena or Savatove, but their fates are interlinked, and whichever one of those gives first, it's going to have a big effect on the other.
Well, the one thing about moving to the east of Cremena into the woods, there's no supply route. They could get surrounded. They could just be left there. And eventually they're going to, you just harass them enough. They run out of ammo. And they're really at the mercy of the weather and whether somebody comes in and try to get them out, just root them out, without using not HIMARS, but just artillery. But, with no supply route, what are they going to do? Starve. So
yeah, and Daryl, there's the other thing that goes. It rests on the pillar of morale that we always talk about. If we have seen time and time again that these units do not rally, they don't fall back 5 kilometers and an NCO at a crossroads or major starts pulling them back together and putting them into order. That has not happened in this war. During the Kharkiv offensive, forces were falling back as far as 50 kilometers in 36 hours. That's because they just kept running. And earlier in the war, at the culmination of the Kharkiv offensive, I had a very hard time plotting on the map where the Russians were, because some units ran as far as Starbolinsk. They just took off, and nobody could pull them. There again, we also saw in Kherson what a lot of people call the successful Russian withdrawal. I say you're right. It was pretty damn successful, because units were going 30 kilometers in one night, and they did not maintain battle order. So again, you know, and Daryl, everything you and I know about being in the military and staying together and reporting up and down the chain and unit cohesion, that goes out of the window when the Russians are moving, you know, to the east, and especially fighting an enemy like the Ukrainians that are smart enough to stick to the retreating Russians, like the Viet Cong used to do against the Americans in Vietnam. You stay so close to them that they can't call in artillery against you. You keep pressing them. You stay within 100 or 200 meters of them, and you're also immune from their artillery counter battery fire.
And the fact that there's no mechanized, so they'll be on foot. They will be disoriented. They will have lack of communication, like you say. And the fact that these units are not really units in the way that we form up and, you know, build rapport and have unit cohesion within, you know, even if we're in the same battalion. You may not be in the same company, but at least you know that, hey, you're from the same battalion. Hey, we know the same people. we can meet up, and at least our captain, we know that captain of that particular company, and if we get separated, you can join up until you can reach other men in your company and keep moving. These guys won't have that.
Yeah, and so what I predict is going to happen, and this isn't a prediction. This is what's happened every other time. When Kreminna is pressurized, and again, the local general is not going to give the order to withdraw from this place. Eventually, when his men stop answering the phone and they start heading east, it's going to take some sort of miracle, like the Battle of Bastogne. It's going to take forces pulling together in the forest, working together, working out a plan, and defending themselves. And the Russian army has not done that once in this war. And, you know, in Bastogne, it was paratroopers. They were completely surrounded by a Russian division. And they could and probably should have given up. That's what the numbers said, but they didn't. They held together and they fought. And I am solidly predicting, folks, that is not going to happen if the Russians are flushed out of Kreminna. There is not going to be a Bastogne-like fight in the forest to the east. They won't do it. They're going to run.
Man on the run. Hey, there's a song for every last one of them. I am not going to.
I remember that song.
Yeah. All right. So, Chuck, been a lot of movement back and forth, heading down to Bakhmut. Gains on apparent gains on the Russian side, and some gains on the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, Daryl, it's you know what, we ought to tape this show because we have it a lot. It's you know, there are a couple of things happened today. One of them was, and it's been going on the last 72 hours. The Ukrainian General Staff normally briefs at 0600 local and 1800. So 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. are the normal briefings for the Ukrainian General Staff. And quite understandably, they haven't been making all those briefs. There, of course, is a lot going on. The missile attacks have been among the worst in the war, and the situations we've hit the major contact areas, and we are now at the belly button of misery and arguably the center of gravity of the Russian effort, and that is against Bakhmut. The Russians made a determined effort to the north of the city. They struck at Bakhmutsi. It's out of the urban area. It is simply a village to the north. The Russians came across the T-1302 highway. They actually struck about 1 or 2 kilometers beyond the line of contact. So they actually pushed themselves forward to attack Bakhmutsi. That attack was unsuccessful. They also, slightly to the south of Bakhmutsi, they again pushed across the T-1302. Their targets were the villages of Kransa-Hora and Podhorodny. Those attacks were also pushed back, but noteworthy. And again, I trash talk the Russians quite a bit, but I don't want you to think, look, I do not underestimate the enemy. That you'll have a very short career in the profession of arms if you get into the habit of underestimating your enemy. The fact that the Russians were able to put together attacks that actually left the forward edge of the battle area and attacked these 2 villages tells me the Russians were actually able to put together company-sized efforts. I'm not sure that these were a surprise to the Ukrainians, but these are places that were not right on the battle line. They were about 1 kilometer away, although the village of Podhorodny, that was on the battle line. So again, contact was made in these 3 places. The attacks failed. Russian attacks failed. They were costly, but perhaps a lesson is to be learned there. Should those attacks have broken out, they might have freed up the M03 highway. Again, this is an interstate sort of motorway that goes off to the northwest. One thing that we have seen, though, that the Russians don't seem to have the backup to exploit a breakthrough. We talk about their inability to concentrate a major force on the battlefield. They still can't do that. Their attacks, even when they are achieve at least on their outset, they go a couple of kilometers. They have all seemed to fail. This is over the last week or so. This is everything we talked about happening in Savatove. Everything we talked about happening in Kremenna, everything we're now talking about in Bakhmut, all of these attacks don't seem to last any longer than 12 or 24 hours before they fail. So moving south into the city of Bakhmut itself, remember the H-32 highway goes essentially east and west through the town. Going north and south is a smaller but highway, the T-0513. Right where they meet, the H-32 and the T-0513 is exactly the geographical center of Bakhmut, or nearly so. The Russian attack over the last day here, 3 January, the Russians are trying to regain a toehold in a suburb of Bakhmut that as it goes westward, it is more and more houses, and as it extends to the east, it is more sort of light industrial, things like tire shops, light manufacturing, that sort of thing. This is something that the Russians have repeatedly tried to gain a foothold. It has repeatedly failed. Across the H-32 to the north is a strand of I don't want to call it parkland because it looks pretty miserable now, but it is a hilltop, and back at some pleasant time in the past, it was a park. The Russians have repeatedly tried to register gains there, and they have failed. Moving south, there are two villages. Again, I'm sorry that all these names are probably very familiar to everybody by now. South of Bakhmut, there is the village of Ivangrad and the village of Opetane. Those have gone back and forth in and out of the hands of Ukraine and in and out of the hands of Russia. Right now, Ivangrad is possessed by Ukraine. The line of contact goes through Opetane. It's kind of hard to call who actually has that. Going south down the T1305, it is paralleled roughly by a railroad about 2 kilometers to the west of the highway. Right at the village of Kilshevika, the railroad makes an S-turn to negotiate a hill as it goes south. There is a little pond there called Milvika. That pond has been much fought over. The Russians have on several times managed to cross the railroad tracks and attack Shilivika. They've done it again on 3 January. And again, we're looking at an attack. In this case, it lasted about 8 hours, and the Russians were pushed back across the railroad line. Paralleling the railroad, the T1503, these going north and south, is the Bakhmutka River. It's not really much of a river, but the terrain around it, and of course the water barrier itself, these do a couple of things that support Ukraine. Anything that the Russians try to push west, south of Bakhmut urban center, it has to cross the Bakhmutka River. It has to go up a pretty steep set of hills to the T0513. Then pushing towards the railroad track, again, they have to go up another set of hills. So we've talked about Ukraine allowing Russian attacks to unfold in places where it isn't going to do them any good. And this seems to be the case in Kilshevika, where they came across the railroad. They've done this maybe 5 times in the last 2 weeks. The attack breaks off. And again, everything the Russians pushed forward had to be exposed to Ukrainian artillery 5 or 6 kilometers as it approached or tried to leave the forward edge of the battle area. And that is why Russia is suffering 700, 750, 760 killed in action every day. They are not all killed in Bakhmut, but a lot of them are. This is a really costly fight for the Russians. Again, they're throwing convicts and mobniks into this. They have very little training, and losses in human life, that is not a big consideration for a Russian battlefield commander.
Chuck, looking at that that incursion down into Opetine, what is that force to the left of, to the west of it? Because if they are reaching down into Opetine and they're stretching over to Kashiva, there is, it looks like they would be almost surrounded if that was, T13?
Yeah, the TO513.
Yeah, TO513. That's right.
Yeah, and the Russians have, we talk about all these attacks. Straight up the TO513, occasionally they pull that one as well. And we talked about what you want to do with terrain. Paralleling the TO513 to the east of it, the ground falls steeply towards the river. If you were a Russian ordered to attack north up that highway, you would want to hug that hillside as much as you could to not be observed by Ukrainian artillery spotters and push yourself north. Although in the battle report for 3 Jan for this map, the Russians aren't attacking north, but I'm willing to bet you, Daryl, that tomorrow morning that is what they're going to try. I think they'll try that tomorrow morning. And again, on the battle map, I've got a Ukrainian drone approaching from the north, hovering over that spot, and that is how artillery is dealing with the Russians.
So that force that's to the west is getting dwindled down with the artillery, while hard troops are coming in from the east, coming down that highway, but possibly getting met up on the 513 from Odravivka. Is that where they may be coming from, or from the east?
Here's what I predict for tomorrow. And again, like I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm looking at the points of contact, and there is a Russian right now, and his great idea is to hit him where we haven't hit him for a week, and that is up the highway. Hey diddle diddle up the middle towards Bakhmut. Again, the futility of these sequential company-sized attacks, they're not doing any good. And again, although we had the 3 attacks fail north of the city between Bakhmutsi and Podhodene, I have to think that was somebody's idea of a serious effort. Unlike a lot of the Russian efforts, there's something that I could see as at least an achievable goal and at least a purpose for that attack, which would be to take Kranzahora, push towards the railway line, and get a foothold on the M03 highway. That's that at least on paper, I mean, that could be a good reason. But were you to pull farther back on the map, folks, you'll see that you can't go very far northwest on the M03 until you're at a place where the highway is overlooked by hills. And you don't want to be on a highway overlooked by hills. The same thing on the attacks that are oriented on the H32 access, which is going east and west through the city. Let's say that a massive Russian breakthrough was conformed to the H32 and pushed through the center of Bakhmut. They wouldn't get as far as Chasiv Yar, which is 10 kilometers to the west. And again, the terrain envelops the H32. There's kind of nowhere to go. We're really looking at a city that a dictator put his finger on the map and said, "Take this city." And then I don't know what the final outcome of the Battle of Bakhmut is going to be, but if, like the Battle of Severodonetsk, the Ukrainian purpose is to bleed the Russian army, which is what they did in Severodonetsk, well, they're doing it now in Bakhmut as well.
We're gonna keep trudging. They're just gonna keep eating them up. He's looking at major roads like there's some highway, and when you got tanks and you've torn them up, you blew them up, that you're not going to move very fast along them. And he's probably thinking he has some strike force that can just move at will, and those roads are not where he can do it anymore. Besides being targeted by Ukrainian artillery, those roads are not. Once you start chewing up roads and blowing them up, your wheel vehicle, you may get the tanks across, but your wheel vehicles are going to have a real hard time.
Yeah, and we saw the Battle of of Severodonetsk, that the Ukrainians fell back after that battle, uh, 15 or 20 kilometers, maybe 30 kilometers in some cases. Uh, the Russians were too exhausted to pursue them, or they were units ordered to pursue, but they couldn't answer the bell. And I think the Ukrainians timed their withdrawal to take advantage of that disorganization on the part of the Russians. And again, the Ukrainian army, virtually all of it that was in Severodonetsk, and remember, they lured the Russians into that three-dimensional urban fight by feigning a withdrawal. So the Russians poured into the city thinking they'd taken it, and they wound up fighting for 5 weeks in there, doorknob to doorknob, door to door, floor to floor, block to block, in that city, where the Ukrainians had succeeded in cutting out the one advantage that Russia still has, but can't make good at, and that is the ability, at least on paper, they should have the capability to move large strike forces, brigade task groups, armor and mechanized infantry together, and maneuver at will against the Ukrainians. And on paper, you'd think the Russians can still do that, but they have not been able to pull it off. And the last big successful Russian mechanized thrust was aimed at Kyiv, and we all know how it ended.
Well, it could be a game of maintenance. When you're pushing your equipment this hard for this long, um, things are going to break. They're not going to be able to prosecute after a while. As long as the Ukrainians keep them engaged, they don't have that opportunity to pull back, rest, recoup, get the equipment back in order, whatever, and keep moving. The Ukrainians are changing out equipment, moving it around, and still able to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and one of the things that we've been talking about a little bit, but it's coming to fruition. What the Russians do every day is fire 10,000 more shells. Let's just say thousands upon thousands of artillery shells, all along the line of contact. If they can see a little village from where they are, and it's in range of a 152 millimeter artillery piece, you can bet they're going to do their best to knock down grandma's barn and just sow as much chaos as they possibly can. And again, I'm not an artillery officer, folks, but I can tell you this: if you're shooting hundreds of rounds a day out of your artillery piece, you are just wearing it down. And if you've ever been around an artillery piece when it goes off, or seen that on the video, you can see that great big beast recoiling and rocking up. And these things have a service life. And we've also seen every night a Russian ammunition depot goes up. There was drone footage just today I put up. You could tell by the way it went off. It was one lone Ukrainian UAV at a couple hundred feet. It dropped an armor-piercing grenade onto a truck that was unloading bags of propellant, which are essentially gunpowder, bags full of gunpowder for for Russian artillery. And that one grenade set this entire show off. And it doesn't exactly explode as much as it burns furiously and very quickly. And this went up. Of course, it killed the Russians who were there. But more importantly than doing harm to them was that this was a couple of hundred artillery shells that didn't make it to the front. And I believe here within a couple of months, we're going to meet the convergence of artillery pieces that are worn out and an increased critical ammunition shortage. And again, these Russian ammunition dumps are not hit entirely at random, and they're not hit entirely as targets of opportunity. And we've talked about various and transitory of superiority on the battlefield, right? You can have a local air dominance or local electronic warfare dominance or local artillery dominance. But one of the things that Ukrainian officers watch very carefully is they look for places where the Russians have localized supply problems. What sector of the front do we know that the Russians don't have enough artillery ammunition? And sometimes the intelligence necessary to inform that conclusion is simply that this is the one place on the battlefield that doesn't seem to be getting off its 200 rounds between 6 a.m. and 12. There's all sorts of other ways that you can tell where they're having supply problems and where they're not. And we speak a lot of the coming Ukrainian winter offensive, and believe me, it's coming. But where that's going to fall, one of the things that is going to recommend an axis of advance to the Ukrainian commanders is where are the Russians at least well prepared to receive a big army thrust like this? What are the places on the battlefield where their troops are not exactly disposed correctly? Where, for example, are bigger Russian units? Where are they separated geographically? Where are they not exactly deployed so they may support each other in the face of a Ukrainian attack? And looking at the map and gathering order of battle on the Russians, there are at least half a dozen places where the Russians are not ready for the Ukrainians to come at them.
So we could literally be looking at Ukraine getting the upper hand as this keeps going on, just by the matter of replacements not being available, artillery not being able to be on target, and just the men not being able to execute because of lack of supplies and reinforcements. It's going to be
yeah, but all of the above. But I will tell you this: the Russians are not going to run out of will from the top to win this war. Putin's not going to give up this fight, folks. He has thought this through, and he knows better than anyone else that if he loses this war, he's going to lose his job. And Putin does not see any way out of this. He does not kid himself that he's going to get to go to his villa on the Black Sea with his figure skater mistress. He doesn't think that's going to happen. He's got to win this war. He started it. This was his idea. Not a single thing has gone right. He wanted less NATO. He got 2 more members. He wanted respect on the international stage. He's getting his butt kicked by the nation of Ukraine. He wanted Europe to freeze this winter. People are playing volleyball in Speedos in Spain. It's an extremely mild winter. His idea to force an energy crisis on the West has largely failed. Energy prices are approaching the point at which they were before the invasion. Everything has gone wrong.
Speedos in Spain?
Yeah. I put it up. It was on the BBC. There were people playing volleyball. It looked like summer. And again, look, the winter's coming. I mean, don't kid yourself. Where I am right now, it's a pretty mild winter too. But it'll change. But the Russians, when that winter comes, they're going to have to worry about the ground's frozen, and here come the Ukrainians.
Well, along that thought, Chuck, what goes into the thought process with Russia, knowing that they can't put their men in these facilities to keep them warm, safe, as best they can, vice being in a trench and freezing and just losing them just to the weather. How do you see the weather playing a factor into this?
I'm glad you brought this to the front, Daryl. We have seen over the past 2 weeks, almost every 48 hours, Ukrainian HIMARS attack is hitting a school, a hotel, compound of a trade school, some building where 300, 400 Russian troops are concentrated. And they are extremely lucrative targets for HIMARS. And just as you say, the Russians have got two choices. Well, they've got three, and none of them are very good. They can put all these troops in one place where, frankly, they can keep their finger on them, and they're less likely to simply evaporate and walk away, because Russian desertions, they continue. For example, a Russian National Guard unit was moved in south of Melitopol to round up 200 deserters who were just loose in the countryside. Okay, so the Russian choices are: we can put them all in one area where they're going to get killed by HIMARS. We can send them to the front and tell them to dig in where they're going to freeze to death. Or option 3, we can disperse them throughout towns and villages and put 4 or 5 of them in one house and 4 or 5 of them in another, and move the Ukrainian citizens out and just take out their houses. Well, if you do that, you've got a communications problem with recalling these troops and bringing them to duty. The other thing that the Russians have to worry about is, if you don't keep these guys all together and under observation, people who just came out of prisons, people who never wanted to go to the front, people who have no military training, they've never really been to boot camp where the chain of command is kind of beaten into your skull. They can't spread them out in a town because they'll all just walk away. So this insoluble problem presents an incredible opportunity for the Ukrainians, and they're not missing it. And that is, when the partisans communicate to the Ukrainian military that there are 300 Russian soldiers in this elementary school, it's going to get hit. When they say that the command of the 58th Combined Arms Army is meeting at this resort hotel with 300 Russian soldiers close by, it's going to get hit. And the level of those attacks is increasing. And early in the war, the Ukrainians would get once or twice. They were especially good about picking off high-level staff conferences and targeting generals. But now they're getting pretty good about killing 100 or 200 or 300 Russian soldiers at a time. And what one of these strikes looks like, folks, it's like the Marine Corps bombing in Beirut. You have 100, 200 people in a building, and you hit it, and they all go down. And it's not just the degradation of the combat efficiency of these units that are essentially wiped out in situ all at one stroke. You don't think that Russian soldiers right now, right this minute, are having trouble falling asleep in a building with 200 other Russian soldiers? They're thinking, when does it come for us? And that's a great way to have your enemy thinking.
That's another factor into this whole thing. Once they get to the battlefield, they haven't rested, because unless that news is being kept away from them, which that's hard to believe, because they are getting some news. They are not getting well fed. They're not getting sufficient uniforms for that weather, because If they do start to move them outside, and it's this cold, and they just want to put them away in tents or tell them dig a foxhole, you're talking about putting them out to the pasture, basically. They're not going. They're either going to succumb to the weather, or they're going to succumb to fratricide or something. In some cases, some guys they're going to get their equipment stolen so that they can stay warm. It's going to be like prison culture. Only the fit survive.
Yeah, that's and you've hit it right on the head too, Daryl. It's you've got guys that are not adequately clothed. They don't have good boots. They can't depend now increasingly on not getting the ammunition they need. They're realizing that they're not being led well. And just to go back to Bakhmut here for a second, you think of the planning that went in for the Russians to get a force together to attack across the T-1302 highway with initial battle objectives that were, 1, 2, 3 kilometers across the forward edge of the battle area. These guys go forward, and within 6 to 8 hours, they're all going backwards. And they're going backwards for a bunch of reasons, right? It was impossible to go forward because they were being killed in such numbers. The interesting thing about these attacks that we plotted up at Bakhmutsi, Kran-Sahora, and Porohodone, those attacks were again, they were sequential. They happened one after the other, and they were not crafted so they could be mutually supportive. So it wasn't a fist that struck the Ukrainians. It was 3 fingers spread out in a W, and that is not how you hit somebody. And we see it again and again. And the Russian grunt is going to realize that he is not being led effectively. And that's when you lose an army, right? That's when an army falls apart. When soldiers say to each other, look, these officers don't give a damn, and worse, they don't know what they're doing. And those people are not going to fight. When push comes to shove, they're not going to do it. And we talked about, nobody wants to be the Russian tank driver driving the first tank that breaks the tree line. Nobody wants to do that because they know they're going to be the new reigning champion in the World Turret Toss Championship, because there is not a single main battle tank in the Russian armor fleet that can stand up to an NLAW or a Javelin missile.
Chuck,
They can't.
Chuck, mentioning that, how much of this offensive is being done by tank, vice it being in infantry?
Well, in Bakhmut, because of the terrain, and especially in the southern portion of it, as we were saying, south of Ivangrad on, the terrain is so chaotically churned up. Shattered trees, mud, just a wasteland. Armor, tracked vehicles can't really pass over it. So let's just talk about the south for a second. Again, south of Bakhmut, we're talking about. The Russian plan of attack is, artillery, punishing the Ukrainian lines, and infantry pushing forward. Look, that's a tactic that wasn't working at the end of World War II. It isn't working now, but they keep doing it again and again. I suspect there was some armor involved in the Bakhmutsi and Kran-Sahora assaults, and I think I'll be able to figure that out tomorrow when the Russian casualty reports come out. And everybody, you can get this information too. See how many Russian tanks and armored vehicles are in the plus column for 3 January. I think we're probably going to be looking at maybe 10, maybe 15 armored vehicles destroyed here. That uptick tomorrow morning in the reporting will also show us what the Russians lost in Savatove and what they've lost in Kremenna. And yeah, and again, they've lost thousands of tanks. They've lost thousands of armored vehicles. They've lost hundreds of aircraft. They've lost thousands of artillery pieces. Look, Russia is a big country with a big military, and they've got a lot of stuff left, but they're burning through it. They're burning through it, and it doesn't matter how much gear you have or how great that gear is. If you don't have soldiers who are willing to fight it, then you might as well park it in front of the VFW, right?
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that's going to happen here with this weather turning bad, it's going to get like what they did in the early part of the war. They're going to mount up, get inside those vehicles, and not put watch, not have an overbounding watch on the equipment with infantry. And those kill numbers are going to go up.
And and you're right, Daryl. It's and the other thing that's going on. Look, in this first of the 21st century wars, if you don't have your own UAV overhead looking out for you, it's probably going to be a short night for you. And again, I mean, even just 10 years ago, you had to be Delta Force or SEAL Team 6 to have your own drones overhead, right? Now, it's just your average infantry squad in your average unit, you've got a drone. You've got one, and the fact that it was essentially the Ukrainian army that invented this complete integration with off-the-shelf drones, and now they are so well intermeshed with artillery. With the ability to contribute to the fire control solutions for artillery, starting at a squad level, that's really good. That's the magic kind of stuff that a SEAL squad used to be able to do, but not big army. And now the entire Ukrainian army can do it. And if we're talking about a platoon of Ukrainian infantry, you can bet your butt they've got a Stinger missile or two as well. So, and a Javelin or two as well. So, in defense, that Ukrainian infantry platoon is pretty ferocious. It can handle more stuff thrown at it than a company could just 10 years ago. So, in defense, the Ukrainians are taking all these weapons and turning them to new purposes. Javelin missile and NLAW, NATO never planned to start any wars. So those missiles were essentially defensive in nature, if you will. They were designed to hold off the aggressor forces, which of course was Russia. But what we're going to see in this coming winter offensive, and we saw a little in the Kharkiv offensive a couple of months ago, the integration of these guided missiles down at the lowest tactical level. And the Russians don't seem to remember that they're supposed to screen their armor with infantry, but the Ukrainians have never forgotten that. And as this move comes in this winter offensive, you're going to see those air quotes defensive anti-tank guided missiles. They're going to be used to hunt and kill Russian armor.
We talk about the tip of we talk about the tip of the spear. They're spear chucking.
Absolutely, they're throwing it back at them.
Throwing it.
Does this belong to you? You can have it back.
But these guys are doing amazing things with doing it with equipment that we have that we never even consider it be used in the fashion that it is. It wasn't in our battle plan to exploit even Hummers in the fashion that they are, to be used
Yeah.
to be used as a forward element. The very shiny tip of the spear. In their case, they're assaulting gun positions and whatnot just in the Hummer. They dismount and the Hummer just keeps going forward, and they surround the Hummer with fire and keep rolling and to overwhelm them.
Amazing. Doc, I see you got your hand up. Daryl, you want to talk to Doc?
Yeah, let's go ahead, Doc. Good evening.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. Chuck, how are you tonight?
Hey, Doc, doing good, man.
Good to hear from you again. Hey, listen, so this question isn't too nuanced, but the one thing that Russia is not running out of are lambs to the slaughter, right? They can just keep generating people after people after people, shoving them in these holes as unsuccessfully and disorganized and chaotic as they're doing it. They have a virtually endless supply of that for the foreseeable future. They are running out of their other stuff, obviously, and they can't replace it as fast as they used to. We'd love to see that even more. And we're now starting to see that Ukraine is producing their own, I think they're 155s or 120 millimeter shells that are starting to show up on the front lines. They're painted yellow, I guess, so that maybe that's part of Ukraine thing, or so we know that it's their ammunition. How long? And let's say that the reluctance of the U.S. and other countries to provide ATACMS and ordnance that can reach the 300, 400 kilometer line. At what point does Ukraine have to start some serious incursions into Russia, more so than what they're doing now, to back Russia out, where they can line their borders with artillery and HIMARS and missiles that will keep them out of the regions they're in now, whether it's homegrown missiles, but how can they stop this war without reaching into further into Russia?
Wow.
I don't throw you many softballs, Chuck. You know that.
Yeah, I know. I wind up walking to first a lot, Doc, when you talk. When you talk to I think let's look at the advantages that Ukraine has. I mean, they have a lot of disadvantages, right? Their Air Force is not exactly going to slay the Russians yet. The Russians still have an incredible superiority in manpower, also in materiel. One of the things that is, of course, going well for Ukraine is, firstly, that the war is not going well for the Russians, despite all their advantages. One of the biggest advantages that Ukraine has is that wherever the Russians are in occupation, they're surrounded by Ukrainian patriots. So that, like these barracks that we've seen blow up in the last 48 hours, like the ammunition dumps that go up literally every night, these are all targets, for the most part, that are identified by human intelligence, meaning Ukrainian partisans and also special operations forces. The partisans and the special operations forces are able to operate so freely in the Russian occupation zone because, look, nobody's digging the style of the Russians. And even those people who might have, for whatever reason, welcomed the Russians in their initial invasion are now seeing the writing on the wall. And Russia has to be defeated in Ukraine. They have to be punished on the battlefield because if they are not, they're just going to come back and do it again. It's just going to happen. I don't advise the Ukrainians actually to take the war into Russia much more than the level they're doing at it now. I think it's absolutely legitimate to hit at Russian strategic aviation bases in Russia. I'm not saying hands off Russia at all, but to me, the low hanging fruit is to prevent the troops that are in occupation in Ukraine, prevent them from getting the things they need to fight the war, prevent them from getting artillery ammunition, spare parts, food, fuel, uh, uniforms, and also sleep, right? Make them miserable. And although the weather's fair right now, it's going to get worse. And there's going to be another transition that probably should have happened in November. Because when this weather starts to get crappy, first it's going to start raining for about 24 hours, and then it's going to freeze up. And again, that will be an optimal time for the Ukrainian commander to pick where's the weakest space on the battlefield. And again, where as a Ukrainian commander have I been able to make the Russian logistical system as weak as possible? Where are the troops the most disoriented, and where is the morale the worst? Where are they the most dispirited? Because again, we have seen that when you rock the Russians back, when they start what could have been a tactical withdrawal or a reorientation of the front line, as a staff officer would put it, they tend to crumble. And they do that because they don't have the morale to get their butts together. And that is only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. And if you can prevent the Russian soldiers from getting the ammunition and the goods that allow that turn a soldier from a hobo into a combatant, then I think that's part of the solution, Doc.
Okay, so a couple thoughts on that. I'm curious, aside from the low-hanging fruit being right there in front of them and on Ukrainian soil, why don't you think they should spend time going further into Russia other than beyond the military bases that they're launching these bombers and different things from that are striking into Russia? Why don't you think that? You think it's an escalation thing? You think they can't back it up? Why don't you think that's a good idea?
Well, I think the principal goal of this war is to get Russia out of Ukraine. And I think the Ukrainian political leadership has to run this really fine balancing act. And part of that is to convince the world that Ukraine has they have no desire for Russian territory. All they want to do is simply be left alone, and they want the lines to go back to where they were before the 2014 Russian invasion. And Doc, in a perfect world, I'd kick their asses all the way across the Urals and back into Moscow, and I Eastern Ukraine. I really would. I'm not for letting the hand off the Russians or letting their political leadership off the hook. And again, I talk about tactics, not politics. And politics is, for me, it's the third rail. But I think it's important for Ukraine to convince its Western partners that all it wants to do is go back the territorial integrity of the country, and again, remind the West, look, they have never asked a Western nation for any boots on the ground. That's never happened. All they've said is give us the tools and let us liberate our own country.
The one thing about it,
And
Chuck, the Russians know exactly what Ukraine wants. They know it because Ukraine has said it not more than 100 times. Leave Ukraine. They know they don't want Russia. They know they don't want any Russian territory. They want Crimea back. They want the Donetsk back. They want Luhansk back. That is it. They've stated it over and over. Leave, the war ends. It is Russia that doesn't understand that this territory does not belong to them. And so, there's no escalation in the, cutting supply lines. There's no escalation in hitting air bases where they are launching weapons from, planes that are coming in shooting cruise missiles. That's not escalation. That is just fixing the supply lines, fixing the munitions so that they can't hit them. And that's all they are doing, is making sure that they can't prosecute this war.
Yeah, and Doc, I also think this is like 1970 for the United States in the Vietnam War. There were smart people at the Pentagon who realized that we weren't going to win this one, and it's not the kind of thing that Putin wants to hear from anybody. But and again, this war's not going to be over, folks. It's not going to be over next Christmas, and it's not going to be over the Christmas after that. This is a long fight. But we have already reached the point where the Russian army cannot win this war. So now it's a political decision in the Kremlin. How much do they want to bleed for it?
So what percentage of his armaments, his ordnance, his military, his planes, does he have to keep to protect Russia from any other potential enemy or conflict or support ongoing operations in Syria, Africa? I mean, because he's a paranoid leader, not a leader. I don't want to call Putin a leader, but he's this paranoid little megalomaniac. He's got to be thinking, wow, I'm really exposed. People are seeing the weakness of the Russian army. I'm worried China is going to come in on, their side and maybe take some land back. So he's got to keep a percentage of his equipment that's just, hey, this is untouchable. We've got to have this for the protection of Russia. What percentage is that?
Doc, the Ukrainians are already finding Russian missiles that were manufactured in 2022. So
right.
we know they've burned through somewhere around 60% of their air-launched cruise missiles. Who's going to be the Russian officer that's going to tell Putin that he has other commitments? That you can't take the military down this far because we have strategic commitments to meet. But we've already seen that air defense equipment's being moved out of Syria. We've already seen that Wagner Group guys are being pulled out of sub-Saharan Africa. We've seen Pantsir air defense systems are being moved out of Libya. They're having to maneuver things around. And bear in mind that, those Wagner guys in Africa, that was a strategic deployment, right? This was Russia exerting itself in Africa. They're propping up the blood-soaked dictator of Syria. They have to pull stuff out of there. They're pulling their air defense systems out of there. All of these things, but nobody can speak truth to Putin. Nobody can speak truth to power. This was his war. It was his idea. He is surrounded by an entire generation of officers. He saw to it who was promoted. He is surrounded by his own hand-picked idiots, his own yes men, and people who tell him what he doesn't want to hear. They don't last long. And it's also dawning on the senior commanders that it doesn't matter if you told him what you thought. If you don't do what he told you to do, you fall out of a balcony, right? And again,
Definitely out of a window.
right? How can you fight a war like that?
All right. Hey, Doc, I want to push up. I got Gunny here with the hand, so I want to kind of move on so I can get some more.
Yeah, no, it's always great to be situated between a Marine that I spent more than half my career attached to, but being a Navy guy and having a fellow shipmate on the other side. So thanks, guys. I appreciate it very much. Support Mirror Report, and have a great night, everybody.
All right.
Thank you, Doc.
And Chuck, just real quick before Gunny, Chuck, how much longer do I have you? And what are we looking like for time?
I think we can get the bottom of the hour before I have to pull my parachute. And remember, a low pull is better than no pull.
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir, it is. All right, Gunny.
Yeah, low pull is better than no pull. I should have to tell my wife that. I might get lucky this month. Morning, Chuck.
Hey, Gunny. How are you, man?
Oh, not good, brother. Not good. Couldn't sleep for work, and it's 2:15 here. So I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'm going to smash the gym because I can. Just a quick one. We see a lot of footage Ukrainian, and it's marked up just as Ukrainian SOF. Obviously, they're not SAS, SBS, SEAL. Kind of standard, more I suspect like Ranger level. Now the British Army's done this transition, and we went for something called Ranger Regiment. So we took 4 infantry battalions, and then they re-rolled them. But it's been a bit of a mess, to be honest. They're kind of orientated towards sort of asymmetrical warfare, partnering friendly countries, training teams, all that kind of thing. Given what you've seen and the big part that these Ukrainian, they look like fairly substantial SOF teams have been playing, do you think NATO should be sort of looking inwardly now and saying, yeah, right, we need tanks, we need artillery, we need infanteers in IFEs, but we also need this kind of very big US Ranger-like asymmetrical warfare component in the land forces, so that not doing teams of 5 close target reconnaissance stuff like that, but big ops, with kind of battalion sized forces that are just that little bit sharper than standard infantry. Do you think that should be a thing, a lesson that we should learn from the Ukrainians to employ these, slightly, you shouldn't really say higher standard, but do you know what I mean? Teams sort of at the company level that can do very big ops, deep strike operations, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think I know just what you mean. And I think, the Ukrainians do have some very highly trained units. For example, they've got some combat swimming capability. They've got naval special warfare capability. They absolutely have the ability to put SOF boots on the ground in what we call a denied area, and that, of course, would mean the zone of Russian occupation. That's traditionally an American Army Special Forces Green Beret mission that requires really close alignment with, national level intelligence assets. You need, Green Beret operating in the enemy's rear. It needs to be kind of part commando, part spy, part warlord, part partisan wrangler, all of those things. I think that one of the things that the Ukrainian army needs, right now, what the best capability they could be handed would be a unit like the 75th Ranger Regiment. I've worked a lot with the Rangers. They are extremely capable guys, motivated, very well trained. They have a real bang-on set of mission capabilities. For example, we saw the Russian crack airborne divisions fail miserably to take a key objective on their way to Kyiv, being the Hostomel airport. That whole operation went sideways. That is an absolute bread and butter operations for U.S. Army Rangers. I mean, you parachute guys in there, high altitude, low opening parachute insert for Pathfinders. You attack and seize the control centers at 0 hour electronic warfare. Everything else, C-130s or other combat aircraft, force land on the runway. Out of the ramp come 40 guys on dirt bikes that spread out all over the airfield with anti-tank missiles. I mean, on and on. You can see that is like a Steven Spielberg movie. Those are the kind of forces that would best serve the Ukrainian needs, right now. As far as NATO goes, yeah, absolutely. They've had a wake-up call that special forces that are strictly oriented towards asymmetrical conflict and having a SEAL platoon that basically goes out and kicks doors in every night to grab high-value targets and maybe forgets some of the real bread and butter Navy SEAL across the beach operations, strategic reconnaissance, fundamental skills of naval special warfare, maritime sabotage, extremely deep penetration operations.
Yeah, but the SEALs have no actual, they're not actually.
Hey, I think we lost you there, but
No, we just had a bit of a troller here.
oh, that's too bad. I hope you're still listening, because good luck to you, and be sure to turn off the basement lights when you come up for the cocoa. And I'll be upstairs if you want to talk later, if you know what I mean.
Chuck, I have a question to ask you. You mentioned something just a minute ago about air assault. Do you think we'll ever see helicopter assaults here?
Wow, I think we have to see that sort of localized air defense superiority. It's almost been forgotten, but there were incredible helicopter missions going in and out of Mariupol while it was besieged. Look, somebody needs to write a movie about that. That was absolutely incredible. And we've also seen some incredible cross-border helicopter raids. Again, these were strike missions instead of the insertion of special operations forces, at least the ones we know about. And the Ukrainians they've got the skills. They have got the skills to do it. The problem is, one of the issues here is you have to look at a target that would lend itself to that kind of operation. And unlike the Russians, the Ukrainians, they do balance the cost in blood. And is this target and those aircraft and those men who you've taken quite a time to train, is this their best use on the battlefield? And what's the level of risk to reward here? Is this an important enough target to risk them all? Or is this something that, you could do with a HIMARS? But again, they've got some smart people. They have some of the best generals in the business today, and they're making the calls, not me.
Gunny? Hello, Gunny.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
I think Gunny went to the gym.
Slurping my coffee there. Yeah, I mean, it did feel that a lot of people in the British Army are kind of pulling their hair out about this Ranger Regiment thing, but then we're having the continuous argument about Parachute Regiment. A lot of people are saying, well, what are the chances of us ever doing a mass drop? I mean, the Paras love it, obviously, because they get jump pay, so they're all over it.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, people are arguing, well, maybe the Royal Marines are a better a better option, because if we're going to do expeditionary ops, you know, it's still conceivable that there will be amphibious landings, you know, in the future. But the concept of 30 Hercules is, or C-17s flying over and doing a mass drop seems pretty remote to everyone. So I'd ask what you think about that, Chuck. And also that big building hit. I'm going to pin my hat to it. I'm going to say it was a Storm Shadow, a 900 kilogram broach charge. I'd be interested to know what you think. Or was it a truck bomb, Chuck? It was a truck bomb.
It was, yeah. You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that, Gunny. I have the world's greatest Storm Shadow infographic, and I've just been waiting to use it. And you know what? Damage on the ground, it sure could have been a Storm Shadow. I don't know. And you know what? There's nothing saying it couldn't be. So, wow. But I'm glad you brought that up, because I actually didn't think of it. But maybe I'll put that infographic up tomorrow. But Gunny, tell me one thing. Where are they getting the people for the Ranger Regiment? And you know, are they taking infantry guys? Are these guys from the paras, or how are they forming these units up?
Yeah, so they took standard infantry battalions, ones like PWR, Scots Borderers, but they're poaching people from other TIEF arms and support arms as well. So it kind of came up, and everyone was, well, that's great, but you still need infanteers in warriors going in with the Challenger tanks. So what are we doing here? Are we leaving mechanized, you know, as a sort of second priority, and going for this mentoring and asymmetrical warfare thing, simply because it's cheaper, probably? I mean, personally, I think it'll prove to be useful, but it's going to come at the cost of the mechanized capability. And of course, that decision was made when Boris Johnson said, well, you know, the age of mass tank warfare across the plains of Europe is long gone. Yeah, that panned out well.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and that's the way this war is eventually going to, when the final knife fight for Ukraine occurs, we're going to see a big army. I mean, there is nothing on the horizon, although the tactics and you know, a lot of warfare has changed just because of this war. When the last Russian is driven out of Ukraine, it's going to be because there's a company of armor chasing him, and until that changes, and you're right, people who said armored warfare is dead. Look, I'm a naval officer, and I didn't think that, you know, as much as I'd like to think it, but.
Well, I got Yehuda trying to join us, guys. Should we let an army guy in?
Yeah, we should let Yehuda in. I was just speaking his name in vain. So,
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's got the Twitter box, because he's circling the wagons here. Let's go to Smurfy while I try to see what's going on with the Yehuda here.
Appreciate it. Chuck, my name is Smurfy Smaw, which made me think of a question for you. There's a whole plethora of anti-tank, anti-everything rockets in Ukraine. Are there any SMAs currently in Ukrainian arms, or was that replaced by the AT-4 previously, or what's? That's my only question.
you know, I think the AT-4 has taken its place. You know, but that being said, there's a bunch of stuff in Ukraine that I didn't think anyone was using anywhere else. And the AT-4 it has some, of course, shortcomings in that it's not guided, but it's a pretty capable weapon, and it pretty much goes where you want it to go. So, and you know that in itself, and a little known secret, you know, in my SEAL platoon, we carried RPG-7s a lot. And they are not the perfect anti-tank weapon, but they work pretty good if you're shooting at a tank from behind. Uh, and it kind of almost doesn't matter what the vehicle is. If you can hit it in the rear engine hatches, you're doing pretty good. But I think that the AT4 has taken the place, and of course, at the Cadillac end of the spectrum, the NLAWs and the Javelins and the and even the Stugnas are all they're all reaping a harvest.
I think when James was on earlier today, they were talking about how they're saving the A4s there because they can use those at lighter targets, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and not everything is worth a Javelin, actually. Javelin, and I'm not just talking about the money. It's sort of what's the best tool for the job, and what do you have the most of? And again, in almost all of my combat experience, I weren't using anti-tank guided missiles, and we did a lot of damage with just AT4s, RPGs. The M72 Law Rocket isn't much, but boy, it's better than nothing, and it works pretty good against trucks. And it actually works pretty good against a lot of what the Russians call infantry fighting vehicles. And God bless Norway, because they sent 250,000 of them to Ukraine. And they're pretty easy to use. They got a little cartoon on the side that shows you how to open it, aim it, and fire it. And it works pretty good.
Well, let's welcome Yehuda to this conversation.
I'm here now. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
we got you.
There he is. How are you, brother?
I'm well, thanks. Thank you so much. I had problems. So
You cutting in and out, Joe.
I was
So
listening.
just Yehuda.
Yeah, no, I'm here now. Can you hear me? I pressed my mic.
We can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, good. What would you say you think the munitions were that they used there at Cuba there?
The question was about the SAW, whether or not it had been replaced by the AT4, and I thought it had be, which shows you how how I don't know. But that was my opinion. What do you think, Hugh?
Well, honestly, I think we're forgetting the most obvious what it probably was.
The truck bomb?
No, it was one of those suicide boats, the canoes.
Yeah, they have limited utility as an anti-tank weapon, but you could try it.
You know what I mean? I'm just thinking that we're forgetting. It seems unrealistic, so maybe that's the right answer. I don't know.
You never know. We had some got some good questions tonight, and did the tour of the battlefield.
No, I heard. I was listening in. Great conversation. But no, I think it's very interesting. People, obviously, I don't think a boat made it there. It reminded me of Will Ferrell and the sharks that come out of the water and then cross the savannah to kill a lion. Anyway, no, I was just curious if you had any updates on numbers, because we were talking about that. The numbers of the Russians.
Yeah, let's see. Put the I can bring this up here. If that would just cooperate.
Some of our friends, the Israeli guys who are fighting over there, had a couple words to say about who was there, how many, and what the casualty numbers were. So I'm just wondering if you heard over 1,000 casualties, KIA and injured.
The number I got up this morning for the January 3rd thing was 720 Russian KIA today, but again, there wasn't a general staff briefing today, so I expect we'll see tomorrow. And given the 6 or 7 failed attacks, I expect to see the armor number go up significantly, probably in double digits, and we may have broken the 1,000 casualties as well.
By my calculations, that's about 2 days worth. Remember what I was telling you about the 26 weeks, it being over 150,000? That's 2 days worth in one day.
It's and most of them are getting killed, as far as I can tell, in Bakhmut and between Savatove. Not so much in Kremenna, but in those two places. And of course, anywhere there's more than 200 of them trying to sleep at night, that's a target as well.
So I just wanted to jump in. Yeah, so the numbers from some of our friends who were fighting there recently are just recovering. Actually, one of them's back in Ukraine. Looks like the numbers were around 2 BTGs, like there's 1,500 to 2,000 dudes just hanging out in the same place, and whatever hit, suicide canoe or gimlers or whatever. They were saying that it's funny that you should say that, because just on the first day, that guy said to me, they're thinking 600 to 900 dead and then hundreds wounded. And they went with 400. Here's just a fun fact. They went with 400 off the bat because of the cell phone that were immediately vaporized on impact. So they counted 400 less cell phones pinging the closest tower. So they said for sure 400 are dead because they were, incinerated, and who knows how many others. So it's interesting. It's amazing how technology works when you're not Russian, I guess, or the Russian military.
And also to look at that building, which was essentially vaporized. I mean, there wasn't any debris left that was waist high, and it was a 4-story building.
Yeah, it was probably one Gimlers, and they shot the rest down. That's what the Russians said. And they're obviously, doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. Too bad for them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We had a lot of fun with that because it is such a stunning.
But one of the things I think that it's having a big effect, because Daryl had brought up earlier, the Russians have got like 3 bad choices. Do you disperse these guys and put them in the field where General Winter can kill them one at a time because they don't even have adequate coats or snow pants or anything like that? Or do you disperse them around town in 100 different locations where you can't keep a finger on them, can't communicate with them, and can't recall them, and where they might just leave their weapons in the closet and start walking home?
Right. Well, and the thing is, someone, a little bird was saying that they had issues that they felt with their own comms, and they couldn't just, have an O group locally or decentralized, so they decided to do it all in one go. And there you go. Right now,
Yeah.
So
rounding up all their cell phones, all it's going to do is decrease the volume of traffic, because there's going to be some corporal there who's going to be really happy to let you have 2 minutes on his cell phone to call home as you give him 100 rubles. And you're just going to have to locate that one phone now.
Well, the other thing,
100%.
the other thing too, Chuck, that's just going to bring in more dissent. We were talking about that fratricide and other things. And there you go. That's another reason for it to even grow further.
And we were spitballing, Chuck, as in who's there? A bunch of conscripts. They've had their buds training of a week, on a range firing 50 rounds, and they're super soldiers, and they're going to bring their phones with them. They don't have that discipline. They're going to hide it. They'll throw it in a rucksack. They'll say, I left it at home. Here's a fake phone, and they're going to be lighting up. They're going to be lighting those phones up. They just don't have that discipline. So, their war got shorter. Maybe it's for the best.
It does, and I think Daryl's right on with the morale factor, and it's just another thing, for these guys to be dissatisfied about. And there's a lot of things that get accomplished in basic training, and it is so hard. No matter what basic training for what service, it is such a shock, because you're being converted from a civilian into a person who can snap into a military hierarchical command system. And these guys are inadequately trained. They don't give a damn. They talk back to the colonel. They don't care what he says, and you're right, Yehuda. They're going to pay for it now.
Hey guys, let me bring Raver into this. We know that he always has a short signal. Let's bring him in.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Hey, Chuck, looking at the pictures of that building, I've got a little bit of experience working like tornadoes and collapse piles and everything. Normally, you would expect a heavy building to pancake. It has completely either fallen into the basement or been blown out. And I don't really see any place for any voids for survivors to exist in that.
Yeah, I've got some experience with blown up buildings as well, and a lot of times they will come out with an ever increasing body count, but the first casualty estimate will be something like 20 people are confirmed dead. And I hate to get really graphic with it, but those are the parts of bodies that were found and identified as human, and they are at varying impressive distances from the place the explosion happened. And I was as surprised as you at first, and I agree with you. It was blown out. It didn't pancake, and that kind of tells me that there was a hell of a lot of explosives poured onto that target. And man, I'm guessing like multiple rounds. Although Gunny had an irresistible suggestion that it might have been a storm shadow. I don't know if it was. That would be great. But I think it was even more than that.
Now let's.
Well, I had heard that they had a bunch of ammunition and explosives in the basement, which would explain why we don't see the pancake if it was hit and then blown out.
See, that I knew you're going there, Raver, and I just don't think it's true. I think there were so many such a huge payload that went down into that basement from the air, and that's where you see the whole thing collapse. I've seen, even in the Middle East, you can see the similar effect where it doesn't pancake, right? It's just the explosive force that is coming from within the building. But I mean, these, as you know, they don't just blow up right on the top, right?
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
And well, the other thing is the target selection, and it is simply right. The quote bunker busters, right? All that does is retard the explosion. There's an impact, and the fusing knows, okay, well, I've broken through the top, and literally it's milliseconds, and then it goes off, and that might account for it too. But I think we're really looking at a multiple strike. But you know what? I'm not there. I can't see the crater. But like you, Raver, I can notice what's missing, and there appears to be a lot.
For them to have used that type of missile, yes, there were that many people in the building. What if there was a particular person or persons within that building, like leadership, that went down along with the conscriptors?
Well, I think someone mentioned that there was a battalion commander killed. He was a light colonel. In my experience, if you've got that many guys, there was probably somebody. I don't know. There'd at least be a lieutenant colonel there. There certainly could have been other people, but bear in mind that the Ukrainians also hit the location south of Kherson. The same thing. Another bunch of people killed there as well. Casualties in the hundreds. So there were, over the New Year's holiday, while the Russians were lobbing every cruise missile they could get their hands on, the Ukrainians were making sure that that the check was evened up a little bit.
Yeah, Chuck, honestly, to Mark, that's a gentleman's bet. I think when this war's over and we find out it wasn't to do with a high value target, didn't have to do with, major general, so-and-so. It had to do with 2,000 cell phones pinging a tower, and the Ukrainians going, "This is worth a ton of HIMARS. Just fire for effect." I guarantee you, this was just simply too good to be true. It was a low-hanging fruit. The commander of the Russians assumed the risk that we don't need any ComSec. We're just going to go with it. They're only going to be here for half a day. Get them in here. Maybe some people were coming in and coming out, and they didn't leave in time. My gut tells me this is simply a target of opportunity that came up, and off you go. Hold me to it.
Happy New Year.
Well, I think you're right, and of course, the other thing is so that's signals intelligence, and we can't forget the human intelligent picture here, which is patriots promoted to partisans, and they are feeding firing solutions to the Ukrainian armed forces, and man, they are taking advantage of it.
I wonder if there's going to be a story where somebody was on the phone at the time it went in, and they heard their son say the last half a second before it went zero. And I wonder, is there going to be, how many stories are going to come out like that? If they allow them to.
Well, there probably was some knucklehead on the phone. If they got 300 phones there, 400 phones, there was somebody on the phone, definitely.
Imagine being able to hear the successive explosions if the phone was able to stay on, and it record it.
Well, I'll tell you this as well. Once Russia invaded large parts of Ukraine, and once Ukrainians stabilized the situation, once they conducted their delays and their defensives, there are all sorts of other people in the Ukrainian army that do different jobs, and a bunch of them immediately started going through every single building that was built in eastern Ukraine and calling up the companies and the cities, and even if they're under, they're all digitalized, and if not, they called the companies that contracted to build the building. They got blueprints. They know how thick the concrete floors are, if there's a standard, if there's anything separate, anything new, and they've mapped all of these targets out. So not only do they know, and they can tell how many people can fit in the building just by calculating the square footage. So that's another factor. For example, there was certain. It's happened in other conflicts where a certain nation has built much of the infrastructure, and therefore, the Israelis at Entebbe, they built that airport, so they pulled all the blueprints. The Ukrainians are doing the same to maximize effect of firepower, to intelligently place, things where they need to be, and to also, figure out how big of a target in terms of Russian personnel it is. So all those other factors play into it. I don't think we talked about that. What do you think, Chuck?
I agree absolutely, and not many people know that the Israelis built Entebbe, and they had that down on a note. And if you don't remember, folks, that was probably one of the most successful commando raids in history, where hijacked LL flight was being. Eventually, Palestinian hijackers were allowed to land there by one of the most notorious dictators in the world, Idi Amin Dada. He allowed the Palestinians to continue to murder these people in the airport. And I wasn't called Operation Thunderbolt, Yehuda, I think, but it is an operation that we studied soup to nuts when I was a young SEAL. That was the way you do it.
They knew the layout of the airport. There were some changes made after they had built it, but like a couple walls, and that was. But they knew to expect it. But my point is that the Ukrainians are looking at all the places where Russians could be, the places that they know, have kitchens, have a big enough area for people to sleep. They know where the hotels are. They've pulled the blueprints on everything from rating of the floor. They know how to calibrate whatever systems they use to fire at them. So there's that, and that's a big deal. And the Russians aren't doing the same.
Well, and there's also X number of business buildings that are appropriate for their purposes. And, they have shown a real propensity to take over schools, those multi-storied buildings, hotels. And again, this is information. The Ukrainians have all of this information at their fingertips, and they're just going to keep doing it. I think this is going to, when the book on the war is written, this is going to be an important reason why I lost it. And I'm looking back at some battle maps here. On the 30th of December, there was a strike on Velika that killed a number of troops. This is south of Kherson. On Polohoy, 30 December, same thing. 29 December, 200 Russians killed at Fredovivka, on and on. So these big strikes are getting the attention, but this is going on almost every day since the holidays. That's impressive. And if you're losing 300, you're killing 300 bad guys without putting a single one of your guys in jeopardy. Man, that is the way to do it.
100%, Raver?
Yeah, so a couple of things. These big strikes would indicate that the Russians are trying to get into winter quarters, which would explain the concentration. I know around Bakhmut, out in the front, there have been so many drone attacks that at this point the Russians are living in foxholes and fighting positions that are just filled with the dead, which is just absolutely horrific. And I've noticed a pattern that Russia doesn't tend to publish what they claim Ukraine has lost very often. But when they do, it's usually in a response to Russia just absolutely getting punched in the nose and having to try to give their mill bloggers something to pacify them, coke claims or whatever. And after this big strike, I noticed that all of a sudden Russia's claiming these great big massive Ukrainian losses again. And it's just part of a pattern.
Yeah, I was asked to contribute to a Voice of America article. It will be coming out tomorrow, and it is on exactly that. It is on the lack of truthfulness and the timing of Russian claims to have killed Ukrainians, and especially members of the international legions. And I pointed out a number earlier, and also during the Battle of Mariupol, the Russians claimed to have captured, and then they claimed they actually had killed an active duty U.S. Marine Corps Major General. And that claim turned out, surprisingly, not to have been true.
And a Canadian Lieutenant General, they claimed that they had to in Mariupol.
Oh, did they? Oh, well, there you go.
They even put a picture of someone, and they gleaned a picture off the internet. It wasn't the same person. Didn't even look at it. I mean, whatever.
It wasn't Patton or somebody, was
it? You know what, though? They are losing so many guys, and they are beginning to realize they're losing the information war as well. And it's not coming soon, folks. But there's going to be there will be a mobilization here before the end of the month, and I'm predicting there's going to be another one. But by the 4th or 5th mobilization, there's going to be some pushback. And it won't be a revolution, but it will be political instability. And especially when this nation is being asked to give and give and give, and there doesn't seem to be a plan that's going to win this war and wipe out those pesky Ukrainian Nazis.
What do you think about the claims? And I'm so annoyed that Reuters regurgitates this Russian propaganda BS. Russian widows group demands Putin mobilize even more dead people. Come on, what's going on?
Can you imagine a Russian war widows organization that came out and said stop the war. How long would that happen before? We've seen the Russian cops beat little old ladies to death on the street with batons. And again, right? Reuters, really? Are you
Did
gonna
you see
carry
that?
water? I read it. I couldn't. You know what? I got contacted by Voice of America about, I don't know, an hour after that article broke.
Jeez Louise. I mean, just don't say anything. But why would you say the widows are the mothers, the widows of our soldiers they're such amazing Russian patriots. They demand everyone else lose their husband too. God
That's
bless you.
just what I was going to say. We like being widows so much that we think everybody should get the chance to do it. And the other thing, look, there is no Veterans Administration, folks. For these families, and I will say it, God bless them, because they're on their own.
Well, they do have a Veterans Affairs. They call it the local grocery store because you get like fish and detergent when your family member dies. So they get right?
God. Yeah, you're right. Exactly that.
One
You're
family
right.
got 150 kilos of laundry detergent for being able to absorb to kidnap 2 children or something. That's very nice of them.
Unbelievable.
Well, hey, Chuck, I'm looking at the time. We went from the bottom.
Yeah,
We went
I
from
think.
the bottom to the top.
Well, that's okay. I had Yehuda here flying with me, and I had to stay on a little longer. But I will probably have to pull this parachute at. It's considered bad form to pull your parachute lower than 500 feet, because you're liable to get what we call dirt poisoning.
Yeah,
I get that.
That's bad on the hips, knees, back, and a bunch of other things.
And I don't bounce as good as I used to. So
it's amazing.
Well, Ray,
does it mean you have to wrap it up?
Yeah, you know what, Yehuda, since you're here, man, let's go another half an hour, and I will deal with that.
Oh, I feel bad.
Later.
Maybe 5 minutes. I was gonna say. I don't want to.
Nah, listen, I'm here with my brother, man. We're fighting it back to back. We got Daryl here. He's got the chair and the whip, and
We
let's
got
do
Carlos, Joseph, Raver,
We got
Granada,
absolutely
Gunny.
Yep,
it's
Gunny.
a full house.
Gunny was up at 0230 over there, or sometimes going on 3. He said he couldn't sleep, so he's going to the gym, but he had to lob in a few questions first. That's the quality of listeners.
He didn't like my suicide canoe comment, so I thought he went to bed.
It was a good one. But let's get some questions, Daryl. Why don't
All
you,
right. Well, hey, folks.
So we got Yehuda, the expert.
All right, hey, folks. If you're down in the gallery and you want to ask a question, Chuck, go ahead and raise your hand up. Let's get up and let's get these questions. He's giving us another half here.
And retweet the space. Chuck Farrer, the formidable, the fantastic Farrer.
And be sure to drop by mariaa.org, folks. It is the season. You can make a difference. As you all know, 100% of your donation buys it and ships it. And even though I was trying to talk Yehuda into having a Mariaid organizational meeting in Tahiti, he shot me right down. I thought it was a great idea. I had a good white paper, and I didn't even get a piece of pizza out of the idea. So
not even a piece. No pizza.
Not even a piece. We've got volunteers all over the world who help us. You heard the kind of guys on tonight, working on electronics to solve problems in Ukraine. You're buying equipment to help emergency and first responders, deminers, things Ukraine needs to help win this war that they didn't start, but they're going to win. So please drop by and do as I do and give a little and help as much as you can.
Amen. All right, so let's go with these hands here. We got Raver, Carlos, and Brian.
Yeah, Chuck, just real quick, I was going to throw at you, Russia claims to have all sorts of payments for those who are injured, disabled, killed in the war. but they're not even trying to collect the debt or make these payments. They're incinerating people in mobile crematoria, or just not collecting the bodies, listing people as missing or deserted. And so going back to that widow question, at some point, the real widows, rather than the Putin's fakers, are going to either demand payment or demand their men. And I think that's when you'll see things really start to shift.
Well, I would hope so, but the capacity for the Russian people to suffer is almost unequaled anywhere in the world. They had to put up with a lot, and with despotic governments that don't keep their promises. But I don't think that even since the time of the czars has there been so much social inequality in Russia, and how the few own so much and the many own so little and are getting so little and are being asked by oligarchs and megalomaniacs and corrupt generals and corrupt industrialists to give everything for their country, their sons, their blood, their treasure. And don't forget that, look, if you've worked all your life to get a pile of rubles, what are they worth? Where are you going to, there is a spot price for trading rubles, but who's going to give you euros for a bunch of bongo bucks? No, nobody. And they're seeing their life's work go up in smoke and blow down the driveway like a bunch of leaves. And now they're being asked to send their sons to the front and their husbands to the front. And it hasn't been confirmed yet, but I'll be back here to apologize and eat a crow sandwich. But I'm telling you, there's going to be a mobilization of at least 300, maybe 500,000 more people, and it's happening in January. And we saw how the last one went, and we saw the quality of, air quotes, troops they delivered to the front, and it was abysmal. And where is Russia going to put these incoming 400,000 guys? In what schoolyard, in what apartment building, in what trade school? Where are they going to put them in Ukraine in the middle of the winter, where they can all be massed up and taken out by 5 HIMARS? Wow. And again, I mean, for these and all of the other reasons we talk about, I don't see Russia winning this war, but it is now a question of how much they're willing to bleed for something they're not going to get.
100%. Let's grab. We got some new people to the panel too. So I think Pete's after Brian. I don't know if you know how to raise your hand. So we'll go Carlos, Brian, then Pete.
Hey, I just wanted to mention something that I talked about earlier today and kind of get your take on this, Chuck. We got asked a lot about Russia using the S-300s for a surface-to-surface munition, right? And it basically came down to the fact that it's a 300-pound, warhead essentially. Obviously not meant for that particular. It can be used for that application, but obviously it's meant for taking down things surface to air. And I kind of equated it to one of the things that we saw. What happened, if you remember Tora Bora, right? We had Osama bin Laden on the run, and the only thing that was overhead was some F-15 Charlies. And all they had was an air-to-air loadout. So, in the U.S.'s infinite wisdom, they made the AIM-9X able to go be an air-to-surface missile. Now, have we done it since then? No. The point was we had something that was overhead that couldn't be used at the time. It's not the way you want to use that munition, right? And so when I look at the S-300s, my ultimate answer to people is that the fact that you have a professional military that was basically now using those as a surface-to-surface munition shows the level of degradation, if that makes sense. And also with their own propaganda.
Desperation,
Yeah,
even, no, Carlos?
I mean, absolutely. Like whether they have tons of them or not is kind of immaterial to the argument that I'm making. The fact that they're using it in that manner, that is not what a professional military does, right? I mean, all of the other stuff, even the propaganda, they said that with the ammo dump being next to their, the buildings or however you want to look at it, who would do that if you were a professional military? So it's kind of like undercutting their own stuff, but I don't know. Just wanted your take on that specific piece as well.
No, you are absolutely right on. And the other thing is, look, the S300, as I understand an S300 complex, I mean, it's like a big circus big top, right? And they're not a highly mobile system, although they've got mobile, TEL, transport, erection, and launch vehicles. But every time they do that, they fire those missiles off. They've blown that location, and they're either going to have to move or continue to live there, knowing that the whole world knows where they are now. And there isn't a day goes by that the Ukraine. Well, there are days that go by that the Ukrainians don't conduct suppression or destruction of enemy air defense sorties. Carlos, you would know this probably better than I. How many S300 batteries do they have? I mean, they're using them as airsats, ballistic missiles. Is that really the best way to use this sophisticated piece of equipment?
I heard the numbers. They have an enormous number of S300s. That's one. I mean, I don't even know the number, but I mean, how long can they repurpose them for? Will they not run out eventually?
Yeah, I think in terms of the actual numbers, I think I read 800 at the time of the beginning of the war, right? I'm sorry.
I actually thought it was even tripled that. That's the number I saw somewhere.
Well, that was
like
brought.
2000.
I'm talking about that was brought over. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
Not the total force structure, if you will, but in terms of the force laydown, as what Chuck is alluding to right now, that's the part that has me scratching my head. I mean, the fact that they're not, again, how many are they using for surface-to-surface fires at this point? I think we kind of talked about it a little bit this morning, but man, it is mind-boggling. I just, nobody, again, I would have not predicted this from a professional military, but.
And the other thing is, Carlos, as far as I can tell, I mean, it is not a precision strike weapon used as a surface-to-surface missile. I mean, isn't it basically just he's doing the parabola math, right? And they can hit a city provided it's big enough. Is that? I mean, and that's what they're doing. So, am I correct in assessing it that way?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And obviously, they're not trying to use it as precision, but that doesn't matter. I guess to your point, a hit is a hit for them, but it's crazy. It's not them using it in an innovative way, I guess is what I'm trying to show people. It's not innovation. It is completely the opposite, right? It is
complete desperation.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I heard that they might have been trying to kidnap S Club 7 and use that as a secret weapon after. That's awful. I'll stop. Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
Hey, Carlos, why we have you on? I don't think that the giant furball air superiority fighter over air superiority fighter is probably going to happen in the near future in this war. But given what you've seen, the conduct of the Russian Air Force, and we were talking about flight hours and training shortfalls before this. Let's say there is a fighter-on-fighter engagement. How do you see that going in terms of the capabilities of the pilots involved? I mean, Russia's got a more superior Air Force. How is it coming down when we're just talking pilot versus pilot here?
I mean, at this point, it's I think with pilot versus pilot, there's parity there, right? because the Ukrainians are flying more. This is my understanding, per pilot, if you will, for the MiG-29 guys. They've gotten to the point now where they're actually flying a lot of hours, the fighter guys in particular. Now, the equipment is not obviously as good as what the Russians have, but the few accounts that I've heard, they have neutralized the fight, if that makes sense. And neutralizing a fight is winning when you're fighting a MiG-29 against a Sukhoi, basically. I know it sounds weird, but it's more like, I guess, soccer in that sense, right? Where you're kind of like, if you're going against a really good team and you tie, that's good. But what I'm trying to get at is they're not smacking them down the way they should have been. The Air Force should have been gone, should have been destroyed. Not the Yehuda decimated, where it's like Deca decimated or whatever. But
well, yeah, no, they've definitely established. They've enforced the NATO standards for air control. Right, it's unfavorable air parity, superiority, and supremacy, and it's at air parity. It's 1 for 1, pretty much. Neither control the skies. Right.
yeah, and exactly. And so, and the point is they're not the same, right? You have, if you were to look at the force ratio, just the force ratio, Russia has more, right? And then, of course, the equipment is better. So now that's not looking at a degradation of their systems. I don't know if I told you about this part as well, Chuck, but I suspect that a lot of their systems are degraded. On the Russian side, again, like their indicators, their RWR. The few times they've been shot down, I'm pretty sure that from a few accounts anyways, that I heard that there was not a lot of defensive maneuvers happening. So yeah, that would denote no indication until late in the game, if you will.
I think it's fair to say that what you're saying to the audience as a pilot is because the Russians came in with such a disproportionately superior air force, and yet they've not been able to utilize it and capitalize on it, and the Ukrainians are able to hold their own. That in itself is a victory, even though we're not seeing the Ukrainians have air supremacy. Is that fair to say, Carlos?
110%, yes.
Carlos, could you envision a situation where the Ukrainians could force, a temporary air superiority, combat air patrol over a section of the battlefield, for X amount of time? And you talked about sort of neutralizing the fight. How do you see? Could you describe a situation where you might see Ukraine being able to pull off, if not an air-to-air kill or a maneuver kill, or forcing the Russians into or out of a place where they're picked up by surface-to-air missiles? All the various ways that this might go good for the Ghost of Kiev and bad for Putin's pilot.
Yeah, to me, it's actually because of specific objective areas. What they don't have, right, is the assets to be able to cover the forward line of troops at this point. As you know, you already basically have stated all that. But they are carving out those what you're talking about over objective areas, decidedly so, based on their intel and the ground force commanders asking for those air assets to be there. I think we've seen that coordination already starting to happen. So, for example,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to just say, for example, the few surface-to-air fighters that were shot down, the Russians, that is, the Russian aircraft that were shot down within the past couple of weeks, that was in that area because they had a good force laydown of their surface-to-air missiles, and they were conducting strikes with their Su-24s. So I think it's already happening in those limited objective areas in a very good way. So.
Yeah, I was going to jump in. Just obviously, you're the pilot, so more. But this has occurred already, Chuck, in Kherson and parts of Kharkiv. They have to. This is a lot of coordination with air defense, and they've had probably, I would say, decent amount of success, but obviously for limited in time and in scope. But it's done what they needed to do, and I think the fact that they're not too aggressive in that policy, and they're quite cautious. That's how they've retained that edge. What do you think, Carlos?
Yeah, I think they're just they're basically restraining themselves from using it to full advantage at this point, but they're doing it limited, just like you said. I think they're just they're not ready to take that full risk yet. The other part I think that's important to realize is once they do get JDAM, it's going to allow them to have greater success with opening up windows for longer periods of time, because it'll force the Russians to maybe stop using some of those assets for surface to surface and actually having to move them forward or into another location or objective area.
Great minds think alike, because that's just where I was gonna steer you. And how do you see the JDAM sort of affecting the battle space? I mean, I never think anything's a wonder weapon, but this will be a considerable upgrade in their in their ability to project power. And I think you tell me, I think it might be on par with they're getting the HARM missile in terms of bringing the fight to the Russians. Would that be a good assessment?
Yeah, I think so. And I there's no doubt in my mind, as Yehuda alluded to, that there's already the target packages. They're just basically now saying, oh, well, we could just replace this with a JDAM, right? I mean, so those target packages exist, and I think they're ready to hand them to the pilots as soon as they basically get those onto the aircraft. That's my assessment, anyways. That's exactly what I would do. I mean, when we looked at, I think it was 5027. Anyways, you know, as a pilot, you get handed a target package, and if it exists already, which they do, that's an easy win. I think the real-time targeting of those assets you just talked about, S-300s or whatever, is going to still be done with whatever means they want, or whatever. The soft guys with their eyes on the target, or UAV, or whatever other method they're using. But yeah, those targeted packages already exist with the JDAM in mind, I believe.
And am I right to think it's not an inordinately complex operation to train a fighter pilot to use that weapon? Is it? It's I would think it's. Of course, nothing is a piece of cake, and I can't fly, but I would think that the training curve is not vertical in that case.
No, it's actually the easiest weapon to use, to be honest with you, because it's putting a coordinate into the bomb, which is at least right now, the way they'd have to do it is on the deck, but that's okay. Putting the coordinate in the bomb and hitting the pickle as soon as you're within the acceptable launch range, which is very easy at this point. It's a rule of thumb. So it's not like dropping a dumb bomb. Dumb bomb actually takes a lot of work and skill. It's like
I've seen it.
Shooting iron sights, if you will, with a you know what I mean. There's a lot. You have to be on the certain parameters. Blah blah blah. I'm not going to get into that part, but JDAM is get into the acceptable launch range and pickle. The thing's going to fly there. It's going to fly itself to the target. It can go to a minimum of 30 degrees. So if you think about that, it gives you a lot more standoff. But the CEP is a lot lower if you're higher angle, if you will. But it doesn't matter in this realm. I mean, if you have a 2,000-pound JDAM headed to that, and the CEP is still very low, even if you're at 30 degrees. So.
Yeah, and again, of course, my hammer is a spec warhammer, so I'm looking at these solutions all the time. But I just don't think we can underrate the importance of human intelligence in identifying these targets, and the barracks, command centers, important fuel oil depots. And even with the S-300s, because I don't know what the breakdown and scoot time on one of those facilities is, but it must be hours. Would you agree, Carlos, to set one of those things up and move it, and then you got to put it in some sort of militarily relevant position. I mean, there is not, you can't just scatter them willy-nilly, set them up wherever you want to. They have to be worked into an air defense plan of operation. That's right, I would guess.
Yeah, and then of course, if you now have a delta in trained crew to untrained, it's going to obviously expand that time quite a bit. And we mentioned this before the last time I talked with you, but don't forget about, as those guys are moving that, if as long as this observation plan gets better and better, you can also, by the way, drop through the weather, right? So weather would be the friend of the JDAM in the sense that it kind of takes out the man pads, and they can drop through the weather. So it's a great weapon for that.
Yeah, I don't know when they're coming online, but it sounds like winter is a perfect time to start using these things. And I'm a guy who, the worse the weather, the better the chances of my operation to go forward. I mean, bad weather is a SEAL's friend.
Yep, and the pilots can always fly above the bad weather. It's always sunny up there. So
I know it. Yeah, if you've ever flown out of Santa Monica Airport, it's a crappy day in Los Angeles, and you get to 2,000 feet, and you go, God, it's beautiful up here.
Hey, Carlos, you just mentioned something. You saying that the man pads have an issue with the weather?
yeah, because they need to get that heat signature, right? And so if you're above the weather, they can't acquire a target. They can't go through the clouds.
What about low level?
Well,
Oh no,
if you're under
yeah,
clouds,
under clouds it's better for them.
Copy that.
Crazy. Let's go to Brian before we lose Chuck. Let's go to Brian and Pete.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, all.
Hi, Brian.
A quick question, and I'm afraid it's asking an awful lot of the Office of Strategic Clairvoyance, but then, well, you knew that was what I was going to say, and that's what you're there for. But I've often wondered the calculation you give for how long your prognosis is for the duration of this conflict, and I've come to appreciate how you err always on the side of caution. One part, I suppose, the human part here, when I think, oh my God, the Ukrainian people might have to suffer through at least 2 more years of this, it's almost heartbreaking, but better to be better informed than unnecessarily optimistic. In layman's terms, what would, broadly speaking, would be the factors that go into the calculation for how long this could take and why? And I'll just bow out on instead of just gone and depressed myself, I'll bow out on a light note. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed these computer-generated closed caption transcripts. They used to accompany under like a ticker tape underneath the speaker's speech. But I've noticed sometimes they've been an unwitting and unintended source of hilarity. They usually get it mostly right. Sometimes they don't, and when they don't, it's funny. And my favorite one was one, Chuck, when you were commenting on the effectiveness of the German-supplied air defense system IRIS-T. And I looked down at the transcript and I said, is that what Chuck's supposed to have said? The Irish tea. Indeed, not the Irish coffee. And Tay Edenoch himself is extremely effective. God help us, isn't it just?
well, with a little Jameson's in it, it would probably be a little better, I think, there. But, I don't want to err into the, the realm of strategic thought, because I am, after all, just a door kicker. But I think the war will last as long as Russia has the political will to spill blood on Ukrainian soil. And Russia's political will is identical with what Mr. Putin wants. And I think that he is quite capable, like another notable dictator in history with a small mustache, that he is perfectly capable of allowing his desires to bankrupt his country, ruin his military, and kill
hundreds of thousands of his own people, and he's already killed 100,000 of his own people. And as optimistic as I used to think Ukrainian projections of Russian casualties were, I was speaking to someone who told me that the Ukrainian numbers are actually conservative, and that should give everybody pause. Because if we're talking about 120,000 Russian casualties, you're probably talking about 400,000 people wounded. And being wounded can be everything from getting pinked in the shoulder bullet to having your arms and legs blown off. And that is a lot of crippled people. And I mean, again, I think the Russian people are probably more capable than any other people on earth for suffering. They seem to be genetically predisposed to be able to put up with bad government and their dictators asking of them for everything. You know, we're going to take all the money, we're going to get all the industry, we're going to get all the real estate, we're going to be the millionaires, and you get nothing, and you're going to give us your sons and your husbands, and we are going to ship them to Ukraine, where our inept generals are going to lead them to slaughter by the tens of thousands. And that's not putting too fine a point on it. That's what's going on here. And even with all of that, and military defeat being the handmaiden of revolution, I don't see Mr. Putin being thrown out of office. I don't see that happening. I don't see this war ending again at least 2 years. And I hope I'm wrong, and I'll be delighted to get on here and say I was wrong.
No,
Hey,
I
Chuck.
think it's going to be.
me too, Chuck. I mean, when you started there and you said a dictator with a small mustache, I thought you were talking about my mother-in-law, but then you went on to the hundreds of thousands of deaths.
You are.
So I was
You're
glad.
you're doomed,
I,
man. You're doomed.
I'm glad you clarified that. No, I'm just kidding. Look, do could it wrap up in a year? I think it could. I mean, I think the Polish director of intelligence just came out with a report, and they talked about just the teeter-tottering of not just the Russian economy, their inability to pay their staff, their workers to produce anything. I think this year the Russians, regardless of the military, aspect, I don't think they can make it through. I really don't, and I'm not trying to sound optimistic, but the writing's on the wall. We're stronger as a group because we are the West. We have robust and economies and structures where we can course correct and redirect and diversify. The Russians can't. They have a very limited pool in which to do so. So if they're trading oil and components off ships in the middle of the South China Sea or the Indian Ocean, that's not going to be enough to sustain what their throughput. It just won't. So I have a feeling that we're going to see something this year, and it's due to a combination not just of those just like incredible military defeats, but their ability to sustain just even their local economies. So let's hope.
Yeah, and I can see a glorious path to victory that could be shorter. I mean, I really can, but I think Brian hit it on the head. I would rather, I'd rather say, well, I've only got to take this for 3 more years than to ever fall into the trap. We'll all be home by Christmas. That just, no war in history has ever ended to get people home by the holiday.
Well, they were home by Christmas in 1945 Christmas, so there's that.
Yeah, 1945.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, just a note to what you said, Chuck. The largest of their country is the folly of that whole premise because they are so large. Their folly is they have so many men to waste.
Yeah. Yeah, I think before you go, Chuck, I wanted to know, Pete was up. I don't think he's raised his hand, but he was up before Lisa there. So I don't know if Pete wanted to.
Yes.
Hi, Pete. Thanks for waiting, man.
Hi. Thanks for doing this. So I've got a question about targeting. Like, the Ukrainians have been great on what they've targeted in terms of that building, the command posts, all these other places. But I'm wondering, would it make sense to spend a bit of time almost exclusively targeting on artillery pieces? Because if you wipe them out, I don't know if this is still the case. I remember seeing some video about some Russian factory workers saying because they couldn't get the materials from Germany to sort of like do what they needed to do with the steel to turn it into what they did, they were really hobbled. So I don't know for sure, but it could be that their ability to produce new artillery pieces may not be that great. So is there any way that they could sort of like just spend a considerable time targeting exclusively on artillery, other than like someone's coming at you, fine, wipe them out, but just to systematically degrade that on a large scale? Because infantry wise, they seem to be basically shite, right? What do you think about that? Whether they're using like AI to sort of like try and, spot them with combination of, the satellite imagery and other sorts of things.
Well, I've got Yehuda looking over my shoulder, so I'll just set this up for him, who is the trained army guy. But one of the things, the Russian artillery would be its biggest threat if it were used and coordinated as a combined arm to support task group units maneuvering against the Ukrainian army. And right now, what the Russian artillery really appears to be used for is simply hammering every village they can get at. And one of the things that might be good is that they are literally wearing out their artillery, blowing holes in farm fields. What do you think about that, Yehuda?
Yeah, no. Sorry, I think Pete's mic's high. Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm not a targeting person myself, but from the infantry side, I could speak to a little bit better. Certainly not an expert, but I will say thank you, Chuck, for the vote of confidence. I wish you were my CEO. So, look,
you dope.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Like, it sounds great, Pete. I know that there is prioritization of fires, and when counter battery opens up on their artillery, it's when they're firing, right? So I know that the Russians are firing a lot less. I don't know their force structure. Like, do they have whatever defense they have near their artillery? Do they have, I'm actually not really dialed into what they're doing with their artillery now, just because it's been so ineffective, even though it's the most effective thing they probably have, because they've run out of shells for the most part. They were firing 40, 50, 60,000 rounds a day, and now it's a few thousand, depends on where. And so I think that's definitely a goal that they have. And you got to remember, they use drones, ISTAR capabilities, intelligence, surveillance, go through the list. And they use assets and resources to find them in order to destroy them, right? So obviously, as you know, they're also mobile, so they move around. And I don't know if all of these static positions, these gun lines that we saw at the beginning of the war, I'm not sure if they're there, right? So I think they'll get to them. I don't know the order and the prioritization of that. Maybe Carlos, I hate to do this to you, even though you're a pilot, you probably know more about target priorities than I do.
Yeah, I mean, I will speak to it as my time as a fire supporter in a fire support coordination center. So there is absolutely a target priority list for the overall battle space, and then for each area as they break it up. And so the fire support coordination center, they call it something else. I'm just using a Marine Corps acronym and term there.
We call it FSCC too.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's good to know. But the point is, they have that overall target priority list, and then each fire supporter will then go down that list, and they will basically, if it, just like Yehuda kind of alluded to, if they need to do it for that particular ground force commander, then they will hit it. So if they feel like an artillery piece has been identified, and they have something that can fire on it, they will go on that list and they will use an asset for it. But, again, this is where the flexibility is given to the ground force commanders, and not just an order that says we will only, that's our number one, and that's the only thing to be our number one. It's the same thing they're doing with the rotary wing. They will give them a different set of targets and basically a different priority list. So I don't know if I know it's kind of vague, but that's kind of the administration behind it, I guess.
Yeah, Pete, that's all I can add to it. I don't know if Chuck, if you want to.
Well, I and again, bearing in mind I'm a naval officer, you can taking out these individual guns might not be as lucrative. They may not be individually as lucrative a target as, for example, hitting a regional ammunition storage point, or the shipment of newer weapons coming in. And again, as Napoleon said, you never want to interrupt an enemy who's making a mistake. And as awful as the destruction of these frontline villages are, the vast majority of these shells are just being lobbed into places that don't contain Ukrainian soldiers. They don't. The Russians have shockingly poor frontal intelligence, and they don't really know what they're shooting at, but they are shooting at these villages. So,
maybe it's a case of the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Right.
Right.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. And yeah, they have been just doing almost everything right in this war. It's just amazing. I'm sure there's been some mistakes, but overall, on every level, they've been just absolutely amazing, and the Russians have been just absolutely clownish. I mean, thank God they're that stupid.
And at the same time, I don't want to underestimate them. And another thing, I'll point out the capability of enduring suffering. That can be turned into an asset, but eventually, the patience of the Russian people will be exhausted at some point.
Yeah, I hope so. But just one last thought, can they produce more artillery pieces? Because that seems to be the main way of them moving. Are they in the position that their factories are working and cranking out new ones? Because that might be the limiting factor. They've got lots of Mobniks that they're just going to put them as lambs to the slaughter, and Putin doesn't really care about anyone but him, and he'll let them go until someone takes them out, which may be iffy. But if they've got limited pieces, that might be one of the big factors. Just a thought. Anyways, thanks again.
One thing about when you're talking about producing more pieces, you have to have the foundries to do it. And some of these pieces, they may not have the foundries to produce the necessary pieces, and they don't drag their broke ones back. Usually, like with us, we will take ours back and rebuild it, but they're not doing that, or they don't have the ability to do that because they're trying to get so much forward. They're not dragging stuff backwards. So it's just littering the battlefield. So that's the equation. That's the other side of that equation that you're asking: can they produce more?
Yeah, and we've already heard they're taking stuff out of long-term storage and bringing it up, and some of this stuff, as hard to believe as this is, some of the stuff is older than I am, and among the T-62 tanks that they've chosen, to sort of refurbish and send to the front. I don't know how much refurbishment you can do to a piece of technology that is, 50 or almost 60 years old. The reason they're doing that is because they don't have the resources or the production capability to expand out the production of, for example, the T90 or that Parade Queen, the Armada tank, which we all saw one break down in Red Square. Very inconvenient for an Uber weapon that was supposed to put the rest of Europe into shock and awe. And you're right; they're not meeting. The great industrial giant of Russia has yet to sort of come into the game.
And I don't think it will. Yeah, that's a good point, because Poles and others are repairing Ukrainian tanks and other equipment, and the Russians are just the downside of that level of kleptocracy and corruption is probably, if it was the Soviet Union was still around, they'd probably be better to actually produce that stuff. And these guys are just so corrupt and incompetent and abusive to so many people. They're just limiting themselves because of that.
Right, and I think we had a discussion the other night, Daryl. Remember that about the railroads, and it came down to exactly that. In the at 100,000 feet, it was because oligarchs grabbed these railroads and wanted the railroad and the money and diverted everything they could, and the rolling stock's falling apart and the tracks are falling apart.
That, and also too, with these pieces, when you talk about the Soviet era, a lot of these pieces were produced in Ukraine, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the like. So not all of that was produced in Russia.
Right,
Yeah,
and where's it going to come from now? I mean, they can hit both their allies, Syria and North Korea, and see what they've got, and maybe that other great railroading nation, Iran.
So that
I think we lost you in the tunnel, Daryl. You're the railroad expert.
Yeah, I kept hitting the button and they kept muting me. It's telling me to shut up. But no, it's just leading us right back to logistics all over again.
And that is absolutely the two things to me that if you don't have the logistics to provide your soldiers, then they are hobos living in the woods. And if morale is at such a point where these men don't want to fight anyway, then you've lost the war. It doesn't matter if Napoleon's leading them. It doesn't matter if they've got all the night vision equipment, thermal sights on every single rifle, the greatest tanks in the world, and absolute air superiority. If nobody in your armed forces are willing to fight, then it's over. And the way to get people to be not willing to fight is to prove to them that you don't give a damn about them, and that you don't know your butt from a hole in the ground, and you can't lead them. And I promise you, that kind of army will fall apart eventually.
Absolutely, or as Yehuda says, 100%.
He is the man.
Well, Chuck, we exhausted him.
We did. We flew him into the deck, which I often do. But he is also battling the Churinses, as we say in Mississippi, and he's got to keep them in line. So,
those were the days.
Those were the days, exactly. Mine are can beat me up now. So or they think they can, Daryl. Right?
That's right. They get taller than you do, and then the next thing you know, they want They want to bow up, and you have to let them know. There's a
That's
thing
right.
called tensile strength, because you can have all that strength, and then there's tensile strength.
You're a great father, Daryl. I could tell that right now.
Yeah, they it's one of those things. You just they stand up, they kind of size you down, size you up. Yeah, I'm 5'7", and my sons are all almost 6 feet. So they're all looking down at me.
Yeah, real quick for the audience, how many kids do you have?
7.
Wow, Daryl, you're going to get a Navy Achievement Medal.
Sorry, I just wanted to communicate that. Go ahead.
Oh, you just trying to call me out here.
Daryl,
it's like I don't want to tell Daryl's personal info, but then you start talking about your kid's height, and I was like, I think it's okay.
So Daryl, never let them unite against you.
When a few of them were young, I used to have them. All 4 of them would jump on me, and I have them all pinned by the end of it.
Yeah, Dad's still a Marine, so do not mess. Daryl, I may have to pull here. I'm at the point in skydiving where you look down, and if you can tell the difference between a car and a pickup truck, you're too low.
Well, hey, Chuck, you came in, you fought the good fight. You took us around the field, did PT with us, and hey, you're sweaty enough. The shoes are stinky now. You can do it. I won't mind a bit. I just want to say thank you. You came in, showed us what's up, and I appreciate that. Everybody give Chuck a hand.
No, you guys give Daryl a hand, and my brother, it is always great to hear your voice, and it is always a pleasure to work with you. And everybody, thank you for tremendous questions, and we'll be back, Daryl, Thursday, and we'll also be back Friday. I think we'll be making the announcement on that, and I'll see you soon, my brother. And it's great talking to you, Daryl. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Chuck. And next time I'll be a little prepared. I'll have that map straight away. I had just gotten off the road when I pulled in here and you came up. So we'll make sure I got everything ready to go.
Well, brother, you caught me with my slides down on Kherson. I wasn't ready to go on that one. So, all right, man. Well, listen, I'll talk to you Thursday, Daryl, if not before. And thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Alan, of course, on vacation, so we're going to get the classic bullet points format of Chuck and Daryl driving, which is going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks so much, Chuck, for stopping by. Daryl, I think you also are going to go ahead and mosey on out of here. Is that right?
That's right. I just want to say good night, everybody. Good morning. It's Charles is coming in, so I know it's morning time in Europe, and y'all just keep it flow, keep the energy going, and keep the flow going. Appreciate everybody being here with me, sticking it out. All right, I'm out. Slava Ukraine.
Bye, Daryl. It's been a day, right? Heroim Slava. We had Malcolm Nance, James Vasquez. We had a guy, a Danish intelligence officer. So thanks for your help as always, Daryl. Okay, we will get Charles up. We will get Phil also up. We will talk about some things. Of course, Makivka continues to be a very interesting discussion. The Russian official figure is now up to 82, so multiply that by at least 5. I think you'll probably be somewhere in the ballpark of what's really going on. In addition to that, as far as I understand, there's been no major territorial change or development at Bakhmut. There continues to be very tough fighting. Ukrainian soldiers are outnumbered by Russian, more or less human wave attacks, but they continue to very strategically and carefully defend the territory. So far, Russia has been unable to break any defenses there. What else, man? I don't know. Ben's been on French TV. That's been pretty interesting. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what else to say about that. Definitely check out what Ben's been up to. I think he's onto something here. And then, oh man, there was one other thing that's been going. Oh right, Artwar's tweet on Makivka was very well respected. There is of course now photographic evidence of the Russians trying to clear the rubble. So we might learn a little bit more. Phil, please go ahead. Welcome.
Joseph, thank you very much. I just had a quick question for Carlos about the JDAMs. How big is the boom on one of those things? I know it comes in a couple different sizes, but you were saying, it can substitute for like a javelin or anti-tank thing. Would you use one on a tank, or is it more for like a fixed position? Thank you very much.
Oh, sure, no problem. Yeah, basically, the JDAM's a kit that goes on to, at least for the NATO standard, 3 different sized bombs. They're the Mark series bombs, so they're basically, you got a 500 pound, 1,000 pound, and a 2,000 pound. The most
Tall, Grande, and Venti.
Yeah, Tall, Grande, and Venti, all one flavor, which is boom, but obviously more pack there. You can use it for tanks for sure. A 500 pound variety is usually good for 1 or 2 tanks, depending on how close they are. They have fusing capability, so you can get, the fuse basically allows you to either penetrate something or do a instantaneous. They do have the ability to have an air burst, so a little radar altimeter fuse on the front as well. But that's the basic gist of it. I guess the only other thing I'd add is it really just depends. When we were talking about the target priority lists, for example, earlier, for air, they would have a different priority list than, let's say, the ground guys. But the 2,000 pound bomb is what CJ was talking a lot about. And the reason why is it's a lot. The 2,000 pound bomb, if you think about that, it's a quite spectacular thing. You would need one of those JDAM. And instead of, let's say, I don't know how many kiloliters they use for this latest attack, but you would use less munitions, for example.
Thank you, Carlos. The reason why I asked was, could Makivka have been, the first example of a JDAM, if that was possible? Thank you.
I mean, definitely possible. I wouldn't, and obviously we would have no way to know unless they told us. It maybe actually get to do the BDA, the battle damage assessment, which is kind of what he was talking about as they're starting to uncover that site. But yes, I mean, it could very easily have, or it could be that. I shouldn't say that it was, but you know what I mean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome up, Charles. How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. Good morning. Well, good evening, sir. Yeah. So it's good listening to Chuck this morning, and just making some coffee, getting ready for another day here in Europe.
Charles, that's not a thing on your phone that you got to clean off. That's just Phil's profile picture. What is it, Phil?
No idea. It was just what came on my Twitter. I never changed it.
Sometimes I think it's something on my phone, and my finger wants to clean it off. Anyways, Carlos, sorry. Daryl had a question for you real quick on his way out the door. He said, "What is the unclassified guide distance on a JDAM?" Unclassified, of course. We don't want the van taking you away, Carlos.
Yeah,